Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hayes and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. Israel steps up its campaign in Syria as government forces withdraw from Ceuta after days of sectarian bloodshed, and the UN Security Council takes notice. Russia hands over 1,000 bodies of Ukrainian soldiers as part of a stalled peace effort, while its forces push deeper into Ukrainian territory. And Trump's handling of the Epstein controversy risks dividing his own supporters, and critics say it could threaten his grip on power. Syrian government forces have completed their withdrawal from Ceuta province following days of intense sectarian violence between Druze fighters and Bedouin tribes that left hundreds dead. The pullout is part of a new ceasefire deal that shifts responsibility for security to local Druze leaders and factions. Syria's President Ahmed al-Sharaa has addressed the nation, saying the decision was one that was made to prevent further chaos and to prevent national unity. Here's what he had to say.
But we put the interests of the Syrians before chaos and destruction. So the best choice at this stage was to make a careful decision to protect the unity of our country and the safety of its people, based on the supreme national interest. We decided to assign some local factions and sheikhs the responsibility of maintaining security in Ceuta. I stress that this decision stems from our deep awareness of the seriousness of the situation for our national unity, and to avoid the country slipping into a large-scale war.
The violence has already drawn in Israel, which struck Syrian military targets and warned of more actions if the attacks on Druze civilians continue. Now the United Nations Security Council is weighing in on the escalating crisis. To chat about this more, we're joined from Washington by our political analyst, Hamdi Rafai. Hamdi, thanks for joining us. What does the Syrian army's full withdrawal from the Ceuta region actually signal about the government's control and the confidence in that region as well? Is it a sign of weakness, or is this strategic restraint?
It's not a sign of weakness. It's a sign of restraint and the Syrian government not really having a choice. I don't want to caption that as weakness because there's clearly a plan here by Israel, even before the fall of the Assad regime, to back the Druze for some sort of separatist entity or region in southern Syria. And the way we know that is because we saw that even when Assad was still in power, that when the Druze were marching in the streets and demonstrating against the Assad government, it was the only place where Assad did not go to crush the rebellion. Now what we're seeing is Hekmet Hajiri, a criminal entity. He's not really a spiritual leader. Let's be careful about that. Really what he is he was a drug trafficker of Captagon for Assad, who now is working for Israel. So what we're seeing is the Syrian government acknowledging that they don't have control of this area and that it is a very touchy situation where if they continue, they will further push Israel to continue with its plan.
Now, we're hearing the security has been handed over to Druze religious elders and to local factions as well. Is that something that's going to maybe decentralise the power of stability that's in the Syrian government right now? Or are they literally just trying to diffuse a sectarian crisis right now?
The Syrian government, again, it's done it because they're trying to diffuse an escalation of the situation with Israel, not with the Druze, with Israel. The fact of the matter is that now that they have withdrawn, what we're seeing is an increase in sectarian fighting. So in the last 4 hours, what we've seen is that the Druze, we're calling them the Druze, but this is really just one militia, the Hekmet Hajiri militia, has engaged in a mass slaughter of Arabs who everyone has been calling the Bedouins. So what we're seeing is sectarian fighting that isn't really a matter of sectarian fighting. It's really a matter of a criminal militia trying to retain its control and power over the region to continue its drug trade and to continue its arms trade and theft of materials, etc.
As things currently stand, how significant is Israel's role in the escalation that we're seeing? And also on the withdrawal as well, is Tel Aviv setting somewhat red lines for Syria's internal deployments?
This is purely an escalation by Israel. If the Syrian state were allowed to continue in the area, it would be able to bring control to the area. Israel has chosen to create a vacuum, contrary to the U.S. interests, contrary to U.S. policy, contrary to what Trump and the whole rest of the world has chosen to do with Syria, which is give the Syrian government an opportunity to create stability. Israel has decided that it doesn't want stability. It wants to continue this pattern of war so that it can continue its military dominance over the region.
How likely is this to spread beyond the Sweda region? 350 people reportedly killed, United Nations holding these emergency meetings that we're hearing so much about. How far could this really go?
Well, it already has spread, and it's spreading, towards the east and towards the west. And, the idea here is for Israel to create areas that are outside of the Syrian government's control and maybe even connect to the Kurdish areas currently controlled by the SDF. It's creating a destabilization where sects are allowed to rule and control areas based on ethnic background or religious affiliation rather than state government control. Israel's trying to keep Syria in the Stone Ages rather than to allow it to be a modern nation state with many ethnicities, with many religions, where the state defines a unified role for the people.
Do you think there's a political risk for President Ahmed al-Sharaa in making this move? Is this going to cost him some credibility? Or do you think it actually could boost his standing with some of the minority groups?
It clearly boosts his standing amongst Syrians, because as much as Syrians are upset at what is occurring, they understand Israel has already completely destroyed Syria's air force. We have no ability to fight Israel. There's no argument about that. And no Syrian wants continued fighting. In fact, Syria has gone through extensive efforts to try to create a normalization to whatever degree that could be possible with Israel through its meetings in Baku, Azerbaijan, through Turkish mediation, through Saudi Arabia's efforts, through the United States, through Tom Burges' efforts. Syria has done everything possible to de-escalate the situation. Now, on the world stage, most of Europe and the United States back this Syrian government and understand that the only hope for stability in the region is Ahmed al-Sharaa and the new Syrian government. So they don't support what Israel is doing, and they now see Israel as the instigator, the belligerent, creating the violence, the political vacuum, the instability in the region.
There will be still some of the minorities within the region which will say that they're not represented in the 23-seat government, of which we've seen just one being given to the Druze minority. Is this something that is an obstacle that can be overcome? Do you see the president actually actioning and working on this? Or do you think that there's going to be deep-rooted...
I don't think it's an obstacle that should be overcome. Syria is not Lebanon. Nobody in Syria seeks the creation of a sectarian government that is defined by religion or ethnicity or heritage of any kind. Again, all Syrians seek a modern nation state where people of any religion are able to participate in that state. There was no litmus test by Ahmed al-Sharaa to choose the current government based on the people's religions or otherwise. He chose people based on power interests, qualifications, and what they could bring to bringing stability to Syria. Now, the most of the minorities have unfortunately been groomed over years and years, over 50 years, to believe that they should be afraid of Sunnis, of Arabs, of Muslims. And so that's why we see this continued concern. But in reality, Ahmed al-Sharaa has taken every measure possible to assure them, include them, meet with them, do what they ask. So this should not be something that any government wants to see, where Syria starts appointing people based on religion or ethnic background.
Hamdi, I want to thank you very much for joining us as well. Hamdi Rafai, thank you.
God bless you. Thank you for having me on.
Please appreciate it. Russia says it has returned the bodies of 1,000 Ukrainian soldiers as agreed during last month's talks in Istanbul, one of the very few diplomatic outcomes amid a deadlocked war. Photos posted by a Kremlin aide show body bags being lifted from trucks in what's been described as a humanitarian gesture. But on the battlefield, Russia claims new gains across 3 regions, expanding its summer offensive. That's despite the US pressure for a complete ceasefire. For more on this, we're joined by our Moscow correspondent, Dasha Chernyshova. Dasha, thanks for joining us. Why has Russia handed over 1,000 Ukrainian bodies now? And why has Ukraine only returned 19? What is the message behind this imbalance that we're seeing?
Well, those swaps of the bodies of the dead soldiers is a part of the arrangement that have been reached by the negotiation teams from Russia and Ukraine during the second round of direct talks between the sides. And we understand that Moscow is ready to hand over more bodies to the Ukrainian side as a gesture of goodwill and a humanitarian one as well. And obviously the ratio that we are seeing, 1,000 bodies returned from Russia to Ukraine and 19 from Ukraine to Russia, means that the losses on the Russian side are significantly less than on the Ukrainian. And Moscow has been stressing for months now that the Ukrainian army has been losing more soldiers on the battlefield, while Russia has never disclosed the exact number of its own losses during the course of the so-called special military operation in Ukraine. And the hope in Moscow is that once the exchange of those bodies is complete, then the sides will be talking finally about the exact date for the third round of talks to be held between Moscow and Kiev. And the Kremlin has also been saying that Kiev is no rush to announce that date. So finally now the understanding in Moscow is that once this exchange is complete, they will be talking about more talks, especially now that there's been the 50-day deadline introduced by the American administration, although Russia has seemingly ignored that deadline. But obviously the hope is that talks will continue.
Dasha, talks about talks is very much what this ceasefire agreement seems to have been. And if they haven't led to a ceasefire just yet, what is the real purpose of these negotiations? Are they symbolic? Is this strategic, or is there a level of humanitarianness to this?
Well, as Russia understands, those negotiations should be addressing the root causes of this conflict in order to yield some concrete results. And ceasefire could be part of the wider deal with Ukraine, not the other way around. Ukraine has been insisting that a ceasefire should be introduced, and Moscow has been saying that the call for that 30-day ceasefire or any other ceasefire in Ukraine without the wider security deal would only be allowing the Ukrainian army time to regroup, rearm, remobilize, something that Moscow says it cannot accept to take place at this stage, as Russia has the upper hand on the battlefield. So we understand that from the Russian perspective, those talks were initiated by Russia, and Moscow was hoping that they will be yielding result. But as time goes by, we are seeing that the sides have exchanged their memorandums of the projects of how they see the end to this conflict being introduced, but no progress has been made on that track. In the meantime, we are indeed seeing some humanitarian gestures. We have seen the exchange of the badly wounded soldiers by both sides. We've seen the return of the prisoners of war, and we've seen the exchange of the bodies of the dead soldiers. And indeed, the two sides have managed to exchange those memorandums, something that should be discussed during the third round of talks. But again, we are not hearing more progress being made on that track just yet.
You mentioned when we spoke a few minutes ago in relation to the imbalance between the bodies that we have seen returned, and that may be to do with the actual death toll. And Russian armed forces 400 to 500, whereas Ukrainian forces 4,400 have been killed, but pro-Russian forces 6,500 have been killed as well. That imbalance is quite worrying. So what does this, because it is a strategic body exchange more than anything else, what does this say about the scale of losses on both sides?
Well, it is really difficult to understand the real numbers behind the words that we are hearing from both Moscow and Kyiv, because in Moscow there's been the strategy of not announcing those numbers, as Russia is not holding the large-scale mobilization. There has been the partial mobilization announced back in 2022, and ever since then Moscow has been attracting those contract fighters to its operation in Ukraine, and there's been no clarification as to what exactly have the Russian losses been. On the Ukrainian side, there have also been many claims, and it is also difficult to estimate those numbers. Moscow suggesting that Ukraine is losing more soldiers on the battlefield. But interestingly, Russia is now advancing, and some of the political and military analysts here in Russia have been suggesting that Russian losses could be increasing because Russia is advancing. But this is also something that Moscow says it is ready for, because it does need to achieve its goals in Ukraine by the military means in the absence of the progress on the diplomatic front. But all in all, indeed, the military experts have been suggesting that the Ukrainian losses are many times more than those on the Russian side.
And you mentioned the advancement of Russia there, Dasha. We are seeing, while this body exchange is going on, simultaneously, Russia makes gains in 3 Ukrainian villages. So what the right hand is doing, the left hand can't see. But is that a shift in momentum on the part of Moscow?
Well, that's been actually the tendency that we've been seeing over the course of the past months, with Russia saying that they are indeed making gains, that they have finally completely liberated Lugansk region, which Moscow claims as its own. It's actually not the first time that Russia is speaking about the complete liberation of the Lugansk region. But we also know that Moscow has been making gains on other directions, in the Zaporizhia region, in the Kharkiv region, the areas that have not been previously discussed as the military goals. But Russia says it is now also working on the establishment of the so-called sanitary or buffer zone on the territory of Ukraine to prevent the Ukrainian long-range missiles from getting to the targets inside Russia. And interestingly, the foreign ministry spokeswoman Maria Zakharova, who has been given the briefing early in the day, was also saying that Moscow believes the Western countries that are supplying those weapons to Ukraine has been directly involved into this conflict, because the use of those long-range missiles is simply impossible because without the intelligence and the satellite data from those countries. And therefore, Moscow says the creation of this sanitary zone is something that will be ensuring the security of Russia, again, in the absence of the progress on the diplomatic front.
Dasha Chernyshova, who is with us from Moscow, thank you so much for talking to us today. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. A massive fire at the newly opened shopping mall in the eastern Iraqi city of Al-Qut has left at least 61 people dead, while 11 others are missing. Late on Wednesday, the blaze broke out on the first floor before spreading across the mall. 3 days of mourning have been announced and an investigation has been launched. The US Army said that a Yemeni military group had seized the largest haul of advanced Iranian weapons in its history. Yemeni forces have intercepted more than 750 tons of munitions and hardware, such as aircraft missiles. The US Central Command said that they found systems manufactured by a company that is affiliated with Iran's Ministry of Defense. The US has signed a nuclear energy deal with Bahrain, which it is expected to achieve energy security in the Gulf nation. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the US is willing to work with nations that want a nuclear energy program that does not threaten the security of neighbouring countries. And finally, a huge fire has destroyed the main stage at Tomorrowland Festival in the town of Boom in Belgium just 2 days before the event was set to open. No festival campers were on site at the time that the fire broke out, and tour prosecutors have opened an investigation but said the fire appears to be accidental. The festival is still set to open this Friday and host 200,000 people. In South Korea, at least 4 people are dead and more than 1,000 were evacuated after parts of the country were hit by the heaviest rain since records began. Landslide alerts were also raised to the highest level for several regions, while hundreds of schools were also shut. Patrick Falk has this report.
Well, the South Chungcheong region to the south of the capital, Seoul, was hardest hit by the torrential rain. Reports say the area has seen downpours measuring more than 400 millimetres since Wednesday. According to weather agencies, some of the levels of rainfall haven't been seen in more than 100 years. The extreme conditions are wreaking havoc across different parts of the country. Emergency personnel were out clearing highways that became blocked because of fallen trees. There have been widespread reports also of people struggling to clean up and of the damage it's caused to people's homes and many businesses as well. The reports also saying among the dead was a man who drowned in his submerged car after telling his wife on the phone that his vehicle was being swept away by floods. Rescue personnel are said to have discovered the victim in his 50s and then declared him dead at a medical centre. Another driver was killed after a roadside wall collapsed in Osan City. The 10-metre high wall collapsed and trapped one car while partially burying another, according to local fire services. South Korea is regularly hit by heavy rains and flooding during the summer monsoon period, but it is typically well prepared. Some reports have raised questions about the adequacy of flood prevention measures. In the same month last year, parts of the country were also hit by intense downpours. At the time, authorities said something like that only occurred every 200 years. Then previously in 2023, at least 40 people died after a week of heavy rainfall. Then President Yoon Suk-yeol said at the time that these sorts of extreme weather conditions were becoming the norm and that South Korea really couldn't afford not to take measures. In 2022, the country earmarked 2 trillion won, or about $1.4 billion US dollars, for disaster prevention.
Donald Trump is facing growing backlash, not from Democrats, but from within his own base, over his shifting response to the Epstein files. In a fiery Truth Social post, he lashed out at both political opponents and supporters, calling them gullible for buying into what he refers to as a hoax. But with the polls showing broad public demand for transparency, the issue is testing the limits of Trump's influence, even amongst his most loyal allies. For more on this, we're joined from Washington by our correspondent, Sarah Firth. Sarah, this really is the story that just doesn't go away. The Epstein controversy back to the fore once again. Why? Why now?
Yes, so Jono, this was sparked by a Department of Justice memo that came out saying there was no evidence of a client list. This relates to the purported documents that the government supposedly has around disgraced sex offender Jeffrey Epstein and the details of what went on. Now, despite the fact that you had Attorney General Pam Bondi previously saying she had the details of that list on her desk for review, they've now backtracked, and so this Department of Justice memo saying there is no client list, but there have been rumours for years that there have been famous friends, wealthy people tied up in this scandal. So there has been this huge rift now amongst the grassroots supporters of MAGA, Donald Trump, on the right, who are calling for more transparency here. And as you said, President Trump himself really lashing out here. He called those supporters amongst his own MAGA allies who are calling for transparency, calling for more information here. He called them weaklings. He said they've fallen for a Democratic hoax. Jono, this was a president who ran on a platform of taking on the establishment and mentioned many, many times the fact that he promised to release the Epstein files. So this has really reignited the debate and honestly actually fury from many amongst President Trump's own MAGA supporters on the right.
So what's at stake here, Sarah, for President Trump? So he's reacting obviously very sharply to members of his own fan base, and the MAGA hardcore fans are what's getting it in the neck from President Trump on Truth Social. What's really at stake?
Yes, President Trump is clearly trying to control the narrative here, the MAGA narrative, and things are spiralling out of control, frankly. He's come out very, very strongly supporting the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, saying she's handled this wonderfully. He clearly wants the chapter closed on this. He said on Truth Social, very harsh statement aimed at his own supporters that the scam from the Democrats now is what we will forever call, he said, the Jeffrey Epstein hoax. And my past supporters who've bought into this, hook, line and sinker. As I said, this is really causing a massive division amongst the grassroots MAGA base who have supported President Trump and his anti-establishment agenda, voted for him to come back for a second term. And there is really outrage, not just among those in the base, but very powerful conservative figures as well, the likes of Laura Loomer, the likes even within his own Republican Party of Mike Johnson and former Vice President Mike Pence, calling for more transparency. Now, amongst Republicans, they are treading cautiously here so as not to ignite the wrath of President Trump. But clearly there are these growing calls now for this to be handled differently. And this attempt by the Department of Justice to shut this down, say there is no evidence of a client list, that is simply not satisfying that core MAGA base who've been supportive of President Trump when he was running on a platform of saying that he would release the evidence, and now trying to do this U-turn saying that it's a scam, it's a Democrat scam, don't play into it. But clearly that is not reining that narrative in. And as I said, that's sort of spiralling out of control at the moment.
Sarah, we've covered the MAGA supporters, we've covered his own political party, but what's happening there in Washington on Capitol Hill? Are we likely to see more of a political fallout from this?
Yes, it's likely. The Democrats are pushing really, really hard here. They've put forward a letter calling for the Attorney General Pam Bondi, calling for FBI Director Kash Patel to have to potentially release more information that they have or to testify in front of Congress when Congress is back from recess after August. Both of those calls gaining momentum and finding, as I said, some signs of Republican support as well, which the Democrats would need to force any kind of disclosure from the Department of Justice. But yeah, Jono, this isn't going away very clearly. You are potentially going to see further scrutiny of the actions of the Attorney General and FBI Director. Remember, both of them, as well as President Trump in the past, have spoken about what they believed was this conspiracy of silence around the Epstein files, that the client list potentially was protecting wealthy, powerful individuals in the elite. And now they've had to backtrack on that as well. It's a very embarrassing U-turn that the Republicans are having to make right now. And clearly, not all of the Republicans on Capitol Hill are on board. So, yes, it is very likely that we're going to see further action because the Democrats aren't going to let this go. And Trump's own base are also very unhappy. So you've got a bipartisan momentum behind this latest saga.
Sarah Firth joining us live from Washington. Thank you so much. Now, China's PopMart is set to see its profits soar, with earnings expected to jump more than threefold in the first half of this year. The company, which is famous for its collectible Labubu dolls, which are sold in mystery blind boxes, has seen explosive global demand, especially in the US. Celebrity endorsements and partnerships alike with big brands have helped fuel the resale market, where some of these dolls will sell for hundreds of dollars. But how exactly did these dolls, seemingly out of nowhere, take the world by storm? To answer this question, I hope, we're joined by journalist Chuck Nozu, who is live from Albert this evening. Chuck, thank you for joining us. A conversation I've really wanted to get into. PopMart and their profits are set to soar by 350%. What does this really tell us about the power of brand hype and also the limited edition culture of today's consumer market?
Well, I think your figures show it. It's gone up they're up from last year by 350%. The company's now worth something like $40 billion and counting. I mean, it tells us that hype as a business model really works. You know, in a market full of choice, brands that build exclusivity and emotional connection, well, they win. I mean, PopMart's success shows just how scarcity, storytelling, and aesthetic appeal, you know, it can turn toys into status symbols. You know, especially amongst this Gen Z, you know, who are collectors who just crave unique, you know, shareable experiences.
Chuck, the blind boxes that we're seeing, because they arrive, obviously you don't know what is inside before you open it, and the box gives you an indication as to what these actual dolls are. But it's been compared by some to gambling. This marketing model may be crossing an ethical line because it is targeting a younger buyer. Would you think that's fair to say?
Oh, absolutely. You know, someone said it flirts with the same dopamine, you know, mechanics as gambling. You know, the thrill of the unknown keeps people buying over and over again. When kids or teens are, you know, their primary target becomes ethically murky. It's time maybe we should ask ourselves if this surprise-based marketing needs a kind of regulation. But how would you regulate something that is global, where you would need cross-country appeal? And then the other thing, John, I've got to say that, you know, I've got two kids who are grown up. And when you think of the vices that face this Gen Z generation, vaping, drugs, alcohol, if you were to say to me that actually my two kids were busy collecting figurines instead of doing any of that other stuff, I would say that was an acceptable addiction. So, you know, they face an awful lot of vices. I think, to me, this is an acceptable addiction.
And I tend to agree with you, had I not known about the incredible markup that we're seeing on some of these dolls, with the recommended retail price at around $10. And some of them are going for hundreds and hundreds of dollars. And I guess parents are under this immense pressure to have to pay for this for their kids. We're seeing celebrity endorsements from Kim Kardashian, Lisa from Blackpink. She's endorsed this as well. So this is a mix of two things. It's either clever marketing or genuine product appeal. Which one do you think it is?
Oh, take both of them. And when you say they're going for hundreds of dollars, I think I've seen one go for $13,000. You know, the resale of them has gone absolutely through the roof. I mean, it's a perfect storm, I think, Labubu, of design and celebrity amplification. You know, the products do have a quirky charm about them, and you know, they're collectible. I mean, that's real appeal. But let's be honest. When Kim Kardashian, David Beckham, Rihanna, Blackpink, when these people are buying these, you know, that becomes irresistible. You know, it turns celebrity. That kind of celebrity sparkle is what turns it from a local into a kind of global trend. Then it's just not a toy. It's a fashion statement, a social media prop. I mean, I think PopMart's been quite clever, and I think somewhere along the line they may well have employed something like 800 influencers, social media influencers. So it's a bit of both, you know, a good product and then driven by the social media.
We've probably been here before, though, Chuck, as much as we'd hate to admit this. We've seen this with Tamagotchis. We've seen this with Furbies. And we've seen it before that with the previous smaller dolls that were that everyone had for years and years. Yeah, the Beanie Babies. So we've seen this before. Is this craze likely to fizzle out, do you think? Or are Labubus here to stay? Are they the next big collector's obsession?
Well, you're right. I think we've got Beanie Babies, Cabbage Patch Dolls, Tamagotchi. Yeah, Labubu could go either way. You know, it's riding the wave of this trend. But PopMart's been quite clever. It's built this kind of real. It's here to stay. You know, this, even if this fizzles out, and judging by their wardrobe of characters, they can generate more. You know, I don't think this is just a one-hit wonder. They're going to keep on evolving characters and tapping into local cultures and global cultures. It could stay hot. And if it doesn't stay hot, what PopMart has shown us is we'll find you something else. You know, but PopMart's problem
What I do think we've seen as well is a large global boom in Asian products and Asian pop culture products across the globe as well. So this really is shaping, I guess, global shipping habits.
Oh, without doubt. I mean, but this may be shaping it, but I think this question has been asked and answered in the past. I mean, Asian pop culture is no longer niche. You know, it's shaping global taste. You know, K-pop, I remember, maybe I'm giving away but Gangnam Style, I remember dancing to that, and no one had ever heard of that one moment. There we were all dancing. You know, consumers around the world are just embracing East Asian design, storytelling, the culture. You know, PopMart is riding this, yeah? And it's figured out that global shoppers, the younger ones, yeah, they're not interested in their back gardens, so to speak. They're looking for trends beyond their country to other regions and to Asia.
What would you say?
And also, I also think this would be cool for China. I mean, when you think of the negative publicity that China is generating at the moment, the idea that people are buying loads of their products almost sells China into a kind of, China's cool. You know, China's got these products coming, and look, even the kids are using them.
Chuck, on an educated guess, what's next for Labubu? What do you think they will do next to try and keep this momentum going? Because otherwise it is at risk of fizzling out quite quickly.
Oh, don't know. I can't believe you're saying that, because it turned, I mean, I'm looking at the figures, and PopMart isn't big in the biggest market for toys. The biggest market for toys is the USA. Yeah. So I think there's a lot more mileage to go on Labubu. Yeah. PopMart is now, I think it's got something like 800 stores worldwide. I think less than 40 of those are in the USA. So you can see that with the hype, the publicity, yeah, that they've still yet to explore, really tap the US market. And I just think that, you know, any prediction of the demise of Labubu is, no, not just yet.
Not just yet, but we did say that about fidget spinners as well. So time will tell, I guess. Chuck Nozu, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Pleasure.
Let's take a look at the top business news. US President Donald Trump says Coca-Cola has agreed to use real cane sugar in beverages sold in the US. Coca-Cola in the US is sweetened with corn syrup, while cane sugar is used in countries such as Mexico and in the UK. Meanwhile, the Corn Refiners Association argue that replacing high fructose corn syrup with cane sugar would actually cost thousands of jobs. And Samsung chairman Lee Yang-young has been cleared by South Korea's top court of fraud charges. Prosecutors accuse Lee of inflating the value of his pharmaceuticals firm, Samsung Biologics, through fraudulent accounting. Lee, a third-generation corporate heir, has led the Samsung Group since 2014. Turning to sport now, professional tennis player Aryna Sabalenka has withdrawn from the WTA Canadian Open in Montreal due to fatigue. Meanwhile, Spanish player Paula Badosa has also withdrawn because of injury. Kathy McNally and Moyuka Ushama will replace Sabalenka and Badosa in the main draw. Wales will not be represented in the British and Irish Lions test for the first time since 1896. Lions head coach Andy Farrell said that while there have been debates, all the selectors settled on the test side combination. Welsh rugby has been on the decline somewhat since the 2023 World Cup, where they beat two-time champions Australia. And a reminder of our top stories. Israel steps up its campaign in Syria as government forces withdraw from Sweden after days of sectarian bloodshed. And the United Nations Security Council takes notice. Russia hands over 1,000 bodies of Ukrainian soldiers as part of a stalled peace effort. Its forces now push deeper into Ukrainian territory. And Trump's handling of the Epstein controversy risks dividing even his own supporters, as critics say it could threaten his grip on power. That's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. As always, you can follow us on X, and G&T with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next. Plus, we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye.
Democrats become too woke? Are the Republicans skewing too isolationist? Is there really a swathe of middle-spectrum American voters just waiting for a new political party to solve all their woes? Elon Musk thinks so. Up for debate, can and should the tech billionaire shake up the US political system? Stay with us, that debate is coming up on Counterpoints.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's programme, Israel carries out an airstrike and drone attacks on the Syrian Defence Ministry headquarters. This follows clashes between Syrian government forces and Druze armed groups in the Syrian province of Suwaida. We'll be asking, why is Israel getting involved in this? And 20 people are killed in a stampede at an aid distribution site in southern Gaza. We'll get the latest on the humanitarian situation there. Plus, President Trump's 50-day countdown has begun for President Putin to agree to a ceasefire in Ukraine. But as Russia strikes 4 Ukrainian cities overnight, there's no indication that Moscow is changing tack. Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin in Syria, where tensions are escalating. Israeli forces have carried out a second strike on Syrian army headquarters in Damascus within the space of a few hours. Well, the latest strike was reportedly more intense and more destructive than the first. Well, Israel's also launched additional attacks on the southern city of Suwaida, which is a predominantly Druze area of the country. Well, before we bring in our guests, let's take a quick look at what's going on. Well, in Suwaida, fighting has broken out between Druze armed groups and Syrian government forces after a ceasefire fell apart. That's where Israel has stepped in. Well, Israel says it's intervening to protect the Druze community and has warned Damascus to withdraw its troops from Suwaida or face further strikes. And for further context, the Syrian Druze community also lives in the Golan Heights, which is a strategic area that Israel captured from Syria in 1967 and still controls today. Well, we're going to head now to Tel Aviv. We can speak to Elon Levy, who is a former international spokesperson for the Israeli government. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
Good evening.
What is your understanding of what Israel is seeking to achieve in southern Syria?
Israel is staging a humanitarian intervention here to protect the Druze minority in Syria. Israelis have been horrified in recent days to see images of Druze people being attacked by regime forces in Syria, including reports, according to the Syrian Observatory for Human Rights, of 21 extrajudicial executions. Now, Israel is a Jewish state, but it has a big Druze minority. They're a well-integrated part of society, and they're begging the government to do something to save their brothers across the border. In fact, we've seen hundreds of Druze men breaking into Syria to go and fight on behalf of their Druze brethren. So Israel here is trying to tell Jolani, back off, the Druze must be protected, and they're under our protection. We won't allow you to attack them.
The Israeli Defense Minister, Israel Katz, calling on Damascus, quote, leave the Druze in Sueda alone. He's then been firing drones, and there's been an airstrike on the military headquarters in Damascus. And I'm just wondering whether you think this is helpful in achieving that goal.
Well, Israel's trying to get the Jolani's forces to back off from attacking the Druze in southern Syria. Let's remember, Jolani was until recently an al-Qaeda terrorist, until he trimmed his beard and put on a new suit. And Israel is very skeptical and wary. It's called him a wolf in sheep's clothing, hoping that he will want to be part of the circle of peace and normalization in the Middle East, but worrying that the leopard hasn't changed its spots. So I think by attacking the military headquarters in Damascus, Israel is sending a message to the Syrian military that it should pull back from Sueda and stop attacking the Druze over there, and not just by attacking the forces once they're actually in Sueda, but also sending a clear message to the military leadership that the Druze must be protected. And I think it's a positive development that in just the last few hours, we've seen a statement coming from the Syrian government, I think trying to calm things down and committing to the protection of Druze civilians, saying that that incident must be investigated, hoping, I hope, of course, that the civilians there will remain protected.
Yeah, I mean, you haven't mentioned one other part of the story, which is that the Syrian army went to Sueda to try to put down clashes that have broken out between the Druze and Bedouin armed groups. I mean, that's the backstory, isn't it? That's what sparked this. I mean, the Syrian armed forces didn't go to Sueda to attack Druze people, did they?
Well, I think there are two aspects here. The first is that the Druze people in Syria came under attack from Bedouin forces loyal to the regime. We've seen really horrific reports of human rights abuses taking place there. One senior Druze official in Israel saying this is, the Druze of Syria's 7th of October. But there is another region, which is that Israel wants southern Syria to be demilitarized. The lesson that Israel drew from October 7th is that it cannot allow hostile forces to amass on its border and hope that it can deter them or have advanced warning of an attack. So there are two interests. One, a humanitarian interest to protect the Druze of southern Syria, and the second, a desire to keep Jolani's forces away from the Israeli border in order to promote regional stability and make sure that we don't get those hostile forces amassing on Israel's border. Those two interests go hand in hand.
I mean, some might say, what business has Israel got dictating terms to a sovereign state on where it can and cannot have its soldiers in that country, especially when they say they're going there to put down clashes that have broken out? These are historic clashes. These are nothing new. The clashes between Bedouin armed groups and the Druze, they go back a long way, I'm told. I mean, what do you say to that?
Well, the public pressure in Israel for a humanitarian intervention is coming from the Druze community inside Israel. It's not coming from radical settlers or the far right. It's coming from the Druze minority in Israel, many of whom have family in southern Syria. And they've been watching the images on social media of the atrocities, and they're demanding action. They've declared a general strike. They've been protesting on the border. They've been blocking highways. We've had hundreds of Israeli Druze men breaking into Syria to go and fight, and the community leadership telling men to get ready and go and fight in Syria to protect their own brethren if that's needed. And the Druze are a very loyal minority inside Israel. They're punching way above their weight in the army, in the police force, in the civil service as well. And they're telling the Israeli government, we have stood by your side to help protect our country. Now we need you to come to the defense of our cousins across the border who are being slaughtered. And I think there are two aspects here. One, Israel as a Jewish state says we cannot allow a minority to be targeted just over the border and stand idly by. It goes against the soul of who we are. We know as Jews what it's like to be persecuted. But also, owing that debt of loyalty to the Druze community inside Israel, it can't stand idly by while their cousins are being slaughtered just across the border.
I mean, I'm listening to what you're saying, and I'm recalling events only a week or so ago when Christians in the West Bank, who say they were coming under renewed and sustained attack from Israeli settlers, were calling for action. We had the patriarch, I think it was, of the Greek Orthodox Church there, saying that several sacred sites in the West Bank, Christian sacred sites, had been desecrated, vandalized. I mean, if Israel's goal is to defend religious minorities in the region, I mean, some might say perhaps it might look a little closer to home.
Yeah, well, I've seen those ghastly reports, and I certainly hope that they are investigated in full and that the perpetrators are held accountable. As far as I'm concerned, there's absolutely no excuse for that sort of vigilante violence. But that doesn't change the fact that there is a big domestic constituency inside Israel, within Druze society, that is demanding humanitarian protections for the Druze of Syria. And Israel looks at them and expects they need to be protected. And if Israel doesn't protect them, no one else is going to. And as I said, there's a confluence of interests. Israel wants to keep Syrian regime forces away from the border because it doesn't trust an army that is now run by an ex-Al-Qaeda militant. But also the government is under significant domestic pressure to protect the Druze. And if the Israeli government were to decide to say, not our business, Jolani can do whatever he wants to the Druze of Syria, they would have a serious domestic problem from a large, very loyal minority group that is expecting the government to do something to protect their families across the border.
You mentioned the Syrian leadership on more than one occasion already, Mr. Levy, and President Ahmed al-Sharaa was the man who was embraced, let's not forget, only 2 months ago, quite literally, by President Donald Trump. Are you suggesting he is not the right man for the job?
Well, President al-Sharaa was until recently on America's most wanted list. He was, America had a $5 million bounty, I think, on his head. He was only taken off the most wanted list once he started giving press conferences from the presidential palace in Damascus. He's a former Al-Qaeda militant who now wears a suit and has trimmed his beard. Now, Israel hopes, of course, the leopard has changed its spots, that his focus now is to build Syria, to stabilize that country, and that he's not an Islamist who's looking for wars. But Israel is, of course, skeptical, and experience has shown that people like that should be treated with skepticism. Israel would like to have peace with Syria. We're seeing positive developments. The fall of the Assad regime has knocked Syria out of the Iranian axis. It stopped weapons smuggling to Hezbollah. We've had meetings between Jolani and senior Israeli officials. These are positive developments. But at the same time, Israel, I think, is right to suspect that he hasn't become, a Western liberal overnight, and that there are still serious Islamist inclinations in his government. And if we're going to have normalization, then the Syrian government is going to have to prove its peaceful intentions. And one way to prove its peaceful intentions is to make sure that all non-Muslim minorities in Syria are protected as well.
Mr. Levy, you've mentioned normalization, and I wanted to ask you about that in any case, because Israel expressed a desire to normalize ties with other countries in the region, and Syria was one of them. Lebanon could be another. And I'm just struggling to reconcile that kind of ambition and that kind of narrative with the airstrikes carried out on the heart of Damascus today. How do you reconcile that?
Israel wants the October 7th war to end with peace. And we're on the cusp of a historic breakthrough, normalization with Lebanon, with Syria, with Saudi Arabia that want to turn a new leaf, and that would be a fantastic development. But, peace is what happens when war ends. And Syria is still in a state of war with Israel because the Assad regime never recognized Israel. Now, there is a question about whether the attacks on the Druze civilians in Suwaida in fact pushes peace further away, because I think there are two options. Either Jolani is behind the persecution of Druze civilians in Suwaida, in which case many people in Israel, including Israeli Druze, will say, how can we make peace with a man who is persecuting our brethren across the border? Or they're being attacked by rogue forces, and then there's the question, how can you have a border security arrangement with a country that can't even control its own forces? Maybe Jolani isn't as secure in power in Syria as he would hope. But in any case, we're hearing the American administration trying to calm down the temperatures and get normalization back on track. And I hope we will be able to have peace and normalization with Syria, and that it will be a peace that's based on the protection of minority rights in Syria as well.
I just want to pick up on that point just one more time about the president of Syria. And I'm hearing from you a sense that you think the United States has been either naive or hasty or both to welcome President Sharaa in from the cold, essentially. I mean, is that what you think?
I think the United States has a clear interest to try to draw Syria into the Western orbit, because the alternative, having just kicked out the Russians, is that Syria ends up in China's orbit. There is, of course, a scramble now for influence inside Syria. The Turks, the Qataris are also trying to gain influence, and it's important for the United States to draw them into the Western orbit and help to make peace. But one does have to wonder whether the decision to lift sanctions on Syria was a little bit too hasty, because the United States was not demanding that the new regime prove anything or meet any specific goals and targets. It was unconditional. And I hope that Jolani, who used to be an HTS al-Qaeda militant, really has changed his stripes and is committed to moderation. And this isn't a big deception ruse to try to trick the West. But I think Israel is going to treat him with caution, fear the worst, and hope for the best.
And when it comes to the Druze, I mean, they don't all speak with one voice, do they? So when Israel says it wants to protect this minority, which they are, there's only 1.2 million Druze in the entire Middle East region, that's according to estimates. Is there a risk that perhaps Israel is doing many of the Druze a disservice by framing them as being a protected people by Israel, which may cause them other problems in a region where, a lot of countries have not normalized ties with Israel?
You're right, the Druze don't speak in one voice. They're a minority group that has always been loyal to the countries they live in, and now they find themselves under attack in Syria. But as I said, the demand to protect the Druze is coming from Druze inside Israel. And I'm sure that if they thought that demanding intervention to protect their cousins in Suwaida were going to put them in further trouble, they wouldn't do that. Instead, they're demanding that Israel help them, that they protect them, because they think that that's what's best for their cousins over the border. And I'm sure they have a better idea of what's good for the Druze in Syria better than either you or I have.
I mean, there are people who, even at the outset of the beginning of the end of Bashar al-Assad's rule in Syria, who saw, incursions by Israeli forces into Syrian territory, and they saw this as opportunism. And there may be people who are out there saying they're getting involved in the plight of the Druze in southern Syria, close to Israel's border and close to the Golan Heights, is again an attempt to divide and conquer and foment unrest. What do you say to that?
Israel doesn't want to divide and conquer, but it does want to keep hostile forces away from its border. The lesson that Israel learned from the October 7th massacre is that we're just too small and just too vulnerable to allow enemy forces to sit on the border and then hope that we'll receive an advance warning before they attack. It failed in Gaza, where we were invaded by thousands of Hamas terrorists on October 7th. They brutally murdered 1,200 people. It allowed Hezbollah to build an arsenal of over 100,000 missiles. And Israel is now using its moment of strength, having largely won the October 7th war, to promote regional stability by pushing threats away from the border. It's saying we can't let those threats build up on our border and then hope we can deter them. In order to keep ourselves safe and then to prevent the risk of conflict, we need to push hostile forces away from the border. So there's definitely a question whether supporting the Druze in Syria is a question of overreach, overextension, whether Israel is biting off more than it can chew. But Israel's strategic understanding has definitely shifted. We can't allow jihadi forces to sit along the border to create a jihadi safe haven and just hope that things will be okay. Israel now says we learned the hard way what happens when hostile forces build up on our border, and we can't let them get anywhere close to Israeli civilians again.
I mean, just the geography has to be, we have to remind our viewers that Suwaida is not really very far from Damascus. So the idea of there being no Syrian forces close to the capital is a bit unrealistic, isn't it? It's only about 40 kilometers away from from the Syrian capital, Damascus.
Exactly. Suwaida is not very far from Damascus, and Damascus isn't very far from Israel. Israel is a very small country, and these forces are in very close proximity. And Israel has no strategic depth. What it is doing now, by helping to protect the Druze civilians who want that support inside Syria, is to make sure that hostile forces can't approach the border. And so, as I said, these two interests go hand in hand. On the one hand, Israel's strategic understanding of how to promote regional stability and to forestall conflict by keeping threats away from the border, and a genuine humanitarian impulse under domestic pressure from Druze in Israel to protect Druze civilians. I think Israel would rather see southern Syria be some sort of Druze autonomous region or an area where the Druze are able to protect themselves than to have the forces under control of an ex-Al-Qaeda commander in charge of this vulnerable religious minority.
And yet these hostile forces that you're talking about are the forces of a government with which Israel does not exclude and possibly even welcomes the idea of a normalization of ties. It's very difficult to join all the dots there.
Not at all. I mean, these are hostile forces because they're forces of a government that remains at a state of war with Israel. If that government makes peace with Israel, then they won't be hostile forces. They'll be friendly. But that's why we need a diplomatic process to promote normalization between Israel and Syria. And I hope that all international diplomats and world leaders say it's a once-in-a-lifetime historic opportunity now to promote peace and normalization in the Middle East, because everything has changed in the wake of the October 7th war.
Sure, I mean, a lot has changed, that's absolutely unquestionable. And one of the significant issues with regards to this particular matter is the fact that the Syrian government is very much in the fold now, it would appear, of the Trump administration, of other regional allies. Israel is, of course, an ally as well. What's Washington, just to wrap up, what does Washington make of Israel's incursions into Syria and these latest developments? So have we heard anything yet?
The latest report that I've seen from Axios is that Washington is trying to cool the temperatures. It wants a de-escalation. Of course, as part of that, it will want the Syrian government to commit to protections of the Druze minority and all other minorities inside Syria. But I think President Trump has an agenda now. He wants to get peace and normalization in the Middle East. He wants that to be his legacy. And so they're going to want to try to de-escalate in order to promote those peace agreements. But as I said, given the domestic pressure from the Druze inside Israel, peace with Syria is only going to be possible if the Druze are protected. Israel won't be able to normalize relations with Syria if it's persecuting the Druze in Suwaida at the same time.
OK, well, we'll leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for your time. A pleasure talking to you, Elon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. and experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Phuket is the second smallest province of Thailand and is located in the southern region. It is made of Phuket Island, the country's largest, plus 32 other smaller islands off its coast. Phuket province has an area of 576 square kilometers or 222 square miles. Majority of the residents in Phuket are Buddhist, but there are about 20% of Muslims in the province too. Among the Muslims, many are of Malay descent. There are also residents of Chinese ancestry, making up an even larger population in the area. This is due to the mass migration to Phuket in the 19th century. Phuket has become a popular tourist destination nowadays, with its bright mix of natural attractions that beckons every adventurer. Plus, it's got a mix of off-the-beaten-track spots to discover too. The big island is just too attractive not to visit and explore. Of course, there are the natural beauties. Enjoy the beaches, quiet views, back streets, and restaurants that serve the freshest seafood. You won't fall short of activities to try too. You can try whitewater rafting in Phang Nga or have kids explore the east coast of Koh Yao Noi Island. There are also temples to visit or hang around until the sunset. You can try scuba diving too. It's one of the most recommended activities in Phuket. Waterfalls hopping is also a great idea, as Phuket has several small waterfalls that are a breathtaking sight. Enjoy the view, breathe in the fresh air, and jump into the water. Another water activity is diving. The Ratchayai Island is popular for that. You can also opt for a boat ride to any of the nearby islands. It's your best option when you just want to relax and enjoy the beauty of nature. There's kayaking too, if you're in for a little adventure. There's also the Phuket Big Buddha that's great for hiking and, of course, amazing views. Meanwhile, back in the city, you can also watch a football game. The Phuket FC is always exciting to watch. And then, of course, the famous temples are not to be missed. Top tourist choices are the Chalong Temple, Wat Phra and the Karon Temple. Dig deep into Phuket's historic and cultural feats among ancient structures, the ruins, and spiritual sites. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Have the Democrats become too woke? Are the Republicans skewing too isolationist? Is there really a swathe of middle-spectrum American voters just waiting for a new political party to solve all their woes? Elon Musk thinks so. Up for debate, can and should the tech billionaire shake up the US political system? I'm Melinda Nucifora, and you're watching Counterpoints. When most friendships break down, it usually results in some hurt feelings, a blocked phone number, and unfollowing on social media. When Elon Musk's friendship with the president broke down, he decided to dismantle the foundations of the US political system. The South African Tesla boss has vowed to give Americans independence from the two-party system. He says his America Party will give voters back their freedom. Not surprisingly, his former BFF isn't happy.
And I think starting a third party just adds to confusion. It really seems to have been developed for two parties. Third parties have never worked. So he can have fun with it, but I think it's ridiculous.
And he's right. The two-party system, Democrats versus Republicans, has been in place since 1854. There have been a smattering of minor parties which, in the past, have contested an election or two, but they've never, ever achieved longevity or real influence. Musk believes there's a vast, untapped middle ground of American voters, disaffected Republicans and Democrats, who currently feel underrepresented. Is he right? Coming up on Counterpoints, we'll ask, would a third party be a good thing for American politics? Is disenfranchisement radicalising American political parties? And is the two-party system broken, or is it the two parties themselves? Stay with us. Joining us to discuss the shake-up taking place in American politics is Joey Manarino, political strategist and commentator, and Stephen Burnell, a political commentator, streamer and YouTuber, known online as Destiny. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints. Thank you for your time. Elon Musk was the biggest known political donor during last year's presidential campaign, contributing almost $300 million to Donald Trump's White House run. He was front and centre at rallies before the election and a fixture in the White House after it. But a rift over Trump's big, beautiful bill ended that friendship. Since then, Musk has been riding this wave of apparent discontent amongst some Republicans. He's framing the America Party as centrist, meaning he can tap into those unhappy with the Democrat leadership as well. But can he succeed where others have failed? Joey, let me start with you. Do you welcome Elon Musk's creation of a new political party to kind of challenge the establishment? Do you think that that sort of competition is good for American politics?
Well, I'll be honest, it's very hard for a third party to succeed in the United States of America. And it never has traditionally. There's no example of a third party that has ever been able to effectively win an election. So Elon Musk, I have immense respect for this man. This is a living genius. They'll be talking about him for 1,000 years in the history books. I just don't understand why he's going down this path, because with the Republican agenda, apparently, I thought he agreed on about 90% of what Donald Trump was putting out. He wore the hat. He said Trump was right about everything. He was the biggest donor to Donald Trump. He was in the administration running Doge. Now he wants to start this party, which in essence is only going to take votes away that should be going to Donald Trump's allies in the Republican Party. I don't see why Elon didn't take all that money and start running a primary campaign against the many Congress people that he has problems with. That would be effective. You put $1 million into the 435 districts into these primary challenges. You don't even have to do that much, to be honest with you. There's fewer districts that Republicans control. You could get a lot more done through the vehicle of the Republican Party, like when Trump took it over in 2016 and does every single cycle take it further in his image. I don't see why Elon didn't try that, because in my opinion, this right here is a very bad recipe for the Democrats to run the table in 2026. And God only knows what that would look like by 2028.
Okay, Destiny, what's your take on that?
They might be writing about Elon Musk for a long time, but it will be less to do with his geniusness and more to do with his horrendous, I guess, political participation in the United States. I think that Elon and Trump are a match made in heaven. They are both men who are driven primarily by their emotions. Whoever triggered them last is likely the one to catch their wrath. Elon Musk wants to start this new party because Doge was an absolute and epic monumental failure. They did not find the fraud they were looking for. Elon is incompetent when it comes to management or leadership. And Donald Trump was not able to find the savings that he was hoping to find when he realized that Doge wasn't going to turn them over, these trillions of dollars of savings that they originally promised. And now Trump has basically solidified the tax cuts that were given before. He's had to make deep cuts into other federal programs like Medicaid. And now he's, I guess, pawned all of that kind of blame off onto Elon Musk, who's about to realize that he is far less politically popular than he thought he was. Elon was just kind of borrowing, I would say, political aura from Trump. And on his own, I don't think Elon will be very successful anywhere. We kind of all saw that in Wisconsin when he went and he spent, $30 million on that the Wisconsin Supreme Court justice race and got absolutely nowhere. So I welcome it. I like the infighting. Obviously, the sooner this whole MAGA movement dies, the better the entire country will be.
Joey, is the problem Elon? I can see you rolling your eyes there. What's your take on what Destiny?
No, the problem is I don't like when people like Destiny are happy. So if Elon is doing something that is causing people like Destiny to celebrate, then we have a problem. Because Elon, in theory, has 90% of the same opinions as the MAGA movement. He said Trump was right about everything. He said it clearly. And we don't even know, other than the spending cuts, what exactly this America Party would even be talking about. What's the difference between the America Party and the Republican Party? None of this is fleshed out yet. None of this has been absolutely solidified. So right now, it just looks like we're going to have a Republican Party run by Trump, the MAGA Party, and we're going to have the Elon America Party, which is, I guess, a more centrist version. Here's the problem. I don't see Democrats going over to Elon because Elon was so tight with Donald Trump. So I just don't, they looked at him as enemy number one and enemy number two. It was Trump and Elon. These were the two big enemies of the Democrats. I just don't see a lot of the Democrats now walking over and hanging out on Elon's party. It's not something that I really can imagine. So I don't see how it ends any other way than Democrats getting more power. Why doesn't Elon go fund the radical Democrat Party, the AOC, Zohran Mamdani, the crazy lunatics? Go give them money, let them split off from the Democrats, and let the Republicans run the table. Why are we giving Democrats an advantage? I don't understand this. I don't see strategy here, but I just don't understand what we're doing. Seriously.
Is it a betrayal, Joey? Do you think that some Republicans are going to feel betrayed by this? Because if it goes ahead, it's going to split the ticket.
It is going to split the ticket. I don't know if you would use the word betrayal, but it's absolutely confusing. And look, there's time for this to all stop. This could be a very hard negotiating tactic, too, from Elon. You don't know that. We don't know 100% that this is actually going to happen. The party hasn't been formed. Candidates have not been chosen. There's not 435 congressional candidates getting ready to run. So we don't know that this is not just a very hard negotiating tactic. If it goes ahead and if it has the result that we sort of think it's going to have, you would look at it as somewhat of a betrayal. Yeah. But at the same time, maybe Elon feels betrayed because he put in about $300 million to the campaign and Trump kind of did whatever Trump wanted. Trump can't be bought. This is something Elon learned in a very difficult manner. Trump can't be bought. So you put $300 million into the campaign, but you don't really get a whole lot of input because the guy doesn't really care about who's funding projects. He does what he thinks is best for the country. So Elon, maybe he thought he would have a little more sway. Didn't turn out that way.
Destiny, can Trump not be bought with that $300 million from Elon?
Trump can absolutely be bought, but he's just bought with flattery and people who are feeding into his narcissism. Money doesn't necessarily do it. He's already running enough scams that he's funded for the rest of his lifetime. We've got Trump coin. We've got Melania coin. We've got the $300 million or $400 million Qatari jet. We've got, so many different scam sales. He's selling Trump Bibles. He's selling pieces of suits that he got supposedly shot in. He's selling so many different things. I don't think anybody's going to be able to bribe Trump. You just have to kind of flatter the man in order to get him to do what you want.
Joey, what do you think about that? I can see your facial expression reacting.
A lot of those projects that Destiny's... So if he can't be bought, he's bought by flattery. Destiny doesn't like Trump. He's never going to like Trump. This is just an obvious thing. The suits, the Bibles. The Bible isn't even Trump's. That's the Lee Greenwood's project that Trump promoted. So he doesn't know what he's talking about here. But at the end of the day, what we have to see here is that the Republican Party is imperfect. That's true. It is not a perfect vehicle. But the way to get it to be more perfect is not with a third party, in my opinion. It's not a multi-party system in the States. In some countries, in all of Europe almost, you have multiple parties, 6, 7, 8 parties, you form coalitions. That's fine. It doesn't work when the Republicans have 2 parties that are splitting their vote and the left has 1 party because they're full steam ahead. They just want to go straight to socialism, all of them. They don't really care about the details. They just want to get where they're going. And I hate to say it, I envy the Democrats. I envy the way the Democrats stick together and go to the common goal. I really wish we had more of that in the Republican Party. The problem with us is we're more independent-minded. We're not cult mindset. So we sort of have a lot of different arguments going around. Even the Libertarians, really, if you think of that, they're an offshoot of the Republicans too. So we're going to have not only the America Party, the Libertarian Party too. You got 2 parties that are going to pull from our votes. How do we realistically compete at that point without handing the party over to people, not the party, the country, over to people like AOC, Zoran, and all the lunatics that Destiny loves? It's scary.
But
it's really scary.
Brings me to a question for you, Joey. If Donald Trump really has delivered on immigration, on his election promise of the big, beautiful bill, he's essentially stopped the war between Iran and Israel. If he has delivered on these things, why is there a split emerging within the Republican movement, within the MAGA movement?
So here's my thing. I didn't really see this big split until Elon had this problem with the funding in the bill. They put Elon in charge of Doge, right? Okay, Elon got all this waste, fraud, and abuse that he exposed. There were cuts that he found. Maybe it wasn't to the scale that he had promised, but there was a lot of fraud. The stuff he uncovered in USAID was out of this world. That got taken out. He brought it to Congress. Congress refused to codify the Doge cuts. So I was not pleased with that. A lot of Republicans were not pleased with that. That's not Trump's fault. Trump does not control Congress. Unfortunately, these Congress people are not reliable a lot of the times. They're funded by interests that we don't even know. And when you get to that level and you see all this secretive backroom stuff that they're doing, you can't really break a lot of them. You got to get rid of them. The problem here is Elon has decided he wants to get rid of them through a third vehicle. And I just don't see the vision there. I don't see the vision there. But as far as MAGA splitting apart, there was a little tension around the Iran 12-day war that was going on, but that stopped. I mean, that's pretty much done. So MAGA's pretty unified. You just have Elon who, let's be honest, I mean, Elon became MAGA in July of 2024, right? So Elon was not with MAGA in 2016. He wasn't with MAGA in 2020. He came in 2024. And it was when the Trump coalition sort of changed. You had a lot of people from the tech world that came in, because I think at that point it looked like Trump was inevitable. July 2024, everybody kind of realized when the bullet went in the head, they understood, okay, this guy's winning the election. So a lot of people came in.
Okay.
And Elon was one of them, and it was a different agenda maybe than the original MAGA agenda.
Destiny, what do you see when you see Elon Musk making these sort of pronouncements? Is he serious about wanting to create a centrist party, or is he just serious about thumbing his nose at his former best friend?
I think he's serious in that his feelings are very much hurt against another guy who also has easily hurt feelings. I don't think he's actually going to go through with this party creation and promotion, but I guess we'll see. The idea that MAGA has some ideological I guess like variation in it, though, is pretty funny, considering it is one of the most cultish movements that have ever existed. The idea, for instance, we're seeing recently with all this Epstein stuff, the idea that we're trying to pawn off the inability to pursue anything else with Epstein's supposed client list due to Biden, when Epstein, is on tape saying he's a close personal friend of Donald Trump, when he died in a federal prison under Donald Trump, when the lawyer who initially got him his no jail bargain for the first time he got caught, and that guy, Acosta, went on to become the labor secretary under Trump, when Trump was president for 4 years, while they were supposedly investigating him and everything else. All of this somehow gets pawned off into Biden. Every single person comes together to say that, oh, yeah, we agree. It was definitely the Democrats. It was definitely Biden, despite the fact you got people like Bongino who are on programs like Tim Pool saying, oh, no, I've got a 100% source that says that Epstein and all these other guys are working together. We're close to it. And we got it. And then as soon as he's in his office and they actually have the files, they're like, oh, shoot, we can't blame the deep state anymore. We are the deep state. And now everything is disappearing is just absolutely hilarious to me. The idea that Donald Trump is incapable of working with Congress, even the idea that, we can't do anything with Congress because these guys are bought off by special interests. If you have a Congress that's bought off by special interests, how are you not able to just buy them off yourself? You're literally partnered with the richest man on the planet. If Congress is really bought off, then just go and pay for them. I don't even understand. None of it actually makes any sense. It's a clown show. The entire MAGA movement just relies on repeating these lies over and over and over and over again until they can pull the wool over your eyes and convince you that, what's fantasy is real. And that's why we've got, Joey's celebrating the fact that it was only a 12-day back and forth with Iran, when this is a president who ran the slogan, no new wars for how long? Or it's why we're celebrating the fact that we have basically no cuts from Doge, when they originally promised us $2 trillion in cuts, which is more than our entire discretionary budget. So.
Before we move on to our next segment, I'll just let you respond to that, Joey, and then we'll move on to focus more on the Democrats.
Yeah, he's saying the Trump MAGA movement is a cult because the Epstein files. I don't see the Epstein files actually being something that a lot of people are happy about. The MAGA movement has been very vocal the last few days that they are very upset about how Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, has handled the Epstein files. And so I don't know what he's talking about, that everybody's fallen in line and said that Donald Trump has now changed his mind about the Epstein files, so we're changing our minds. Most of the people that I'm seeing, if you read Twitter and you talk to MAGA people, they're very angry at Pam Bondi. They want her out of the job because they want some accountability for these Epstein files. We need to know. This is now number one also. Trump kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago. Let's just get that straight. So he's saying it's a close personal friend.
Okay.
These are lines that the Democrats have to use because they have nothing. But at the end of the day, Trump and the Epstein files, that's a big issue that Pam Bondi is going to have to reckon with. And MAGA is very angry about that. So I wouldn't say anything about Epstein files and cult. That's just craziness.
All right, let's move on and refocus our attention.
Can we get a prediction? Do you think that Bondi will get kicked out? I'm just curious. I'd like to hear that on the record. I don't think Bondi's going anywhere. Just like Hegseth isn't going anywhere after the Signal chat leads. Do you think that Bondi's actually going to get, I guess, I don't know.
Do I think Bondi's going to get out? I have no idea. I really, on the record, I can't tell you if she's going to get thrown out. She should be thrown out. My opinion is she should be thrown out.
I'll say it. She won't be. She absolutely won't be. There will be no accountability. We'll move on to the next thing.
All right. Let's turn our attentions to the Democrats now, because we're also seeing discontent between elected leadership and grassroots members, even though Joey disagrees. The grassroots often lean left on many domestic and international issues, and a Reuters poll last month of self-identifying Democrats found that 64% believe the leadership needs to be replaced, which perhaps isn't surprising given how well Zoran Mamdani did in the party's New York mayoral primaries. So whether it's Republicans swinging right or Democrats swinging left, both appear to be favouring these anti-establishment candidates over moderate voices. So, Destiny, is it that American politics is becoming more radicalised on both sides? Are moderate voices unpopular, or is it just that they don't make as much noise?
I think it's the noise thing. I think people confuse moderate messaging and extremist messaging with moderate policies and extremist policies. I think you just have to message your moderate policies in an extreme way. Mamdani ran a really good campaign. I think he's got good ads. The guy is significantly to the left of me on several issues. But, I mean, the Democrats ran, you know, the most establishment and then guy with baggage that they could, Cuomo, and Mamdani ended up winning the primary. So, I mean, what are you going to do? Like I said, I think he's to the left of me, and I wouldn't have voted for him if I lived in New York. But if he's going to be the candidate, then you support him in the general. You see how his term goes as New York mayor. Maybe some things he tries ends up working. If they don't, well, then you definitely know they don't work. And then you just move on to the next election.
Joey, what do you think? Are American politicians, American politics becoming more radical purely because that gets them more attention?
I think when campaigns are more digital these days than anything, most of the candidates are online and they're trying to get a base to donate to them online. You do have to lean into the extremism. You do. People do. And that's why Mamdani won. I mean, I don't think 5 years ago, I don't think 10 years ago, somebody like Mamdani would get anywhere close to winning a primary in the Democrat Party. It's shocking. I mean, he's to the left of Destiny. He's to the left of everybody. The man wants state-run grocery stores. He wants to set the prices from City Hall in the grocery stores of New York City. And that's just the beginning. He wants rent freezes. He's crazy. Yet, there he is. He is now winning a campaign in a major city. Now, yeah, did some of that have to do with Andrew Cuomo being an alleged, whatever, groper, rapist? I don't know what they alleged him of, something not right. Maybe that's part of it. But the fact that somebody like Mamdani can now possibly run the biggest city in America, okay, that's very indicative of a nation moving in a polarized direction. So absolutely, the Democrats, we're seeing a big shift over there. The Republicans, not as much. MAGA, I don't consider it an extremist movement in any way, but you don't see moderates doing very well unless they're very well funded. People want, the right wants the right, and they want all the way right, and the left wants all the way left. Are there centrists? I'm sure. I don't know where they are. I don't think they vote in primaries, so you don't ever get the actual candidates on those ballots.
Okay, so
just to be clear, the Republican economic position is extremely extremist. For as far left as Mamdani is on any, actual grocery store stuff or rent-free stuff, the entire tariff scheme that Donald Trump is now enforcing across the planet is the most insanely ludicrous idea ever. We were promised 90 deals in 90 days, and I think right now we have, I just checked, 0 still, and we aren't getting any. And he's, sending out these cringy, crazy letters with these random caps that look like they're coming from grandmas and grandpas to their children because of stuff they saw on Facebook. It's absolutely absurd. We talk about socializing stuff, and Donald Trump just got, what do we get? Like a golden share of that steel company that was reverse mergered or whatever with the Japanese steel company. Like, that's basically socialism right there. What do you have when you've got companies that have to run to Donald Trump and beg for a reprieve from tariffs? That's basically socialism right there, is having to run to the leader and beg him for preferential treatment so that your company can survive. So the idea that somehow the left has become extremist on economics, but the right has remained moderate, is absolutely not true. This guy is trying to cut U.S. trade off from the entire world, and he only stopped when he saw the bond markets starting to basically turn their nose up at the United States dollar and destroy our ability to even run the government, to be able to borrow money to fund things, which is something that's really important now, as the Republicans and Donald Trump continue to drive the debt and the deficit higher and higher and higher after they promised that they wouldn't. So,
Joey, you want to respond to that?
Oh, sure. I'm happy to respond. We actually do have more deals than he's talking about. We had the deal with the UK. We had the deal with China. We had the deal with Vietnam. Other ones are being worked on. And the tariffs, he didn't back down. He put all the tariffs. They're coming on August 1. You got all the letters. They're coming August 1. So he can call that extremism. He can call it what he wants. The country was run that way for many, many years. Basically, until 1913, we were run by tariffs rather than run by income tax, which just sucks the life out of the middle class in the United States of America. So he can talk about the tariffs are extremism. Trump ran on tariffs. He told everybody what he's going to do when he got in, and that's exactly what he did. So I don't see what's extremist about that. The people voted. They voted for the tariffs.
Just for a quick legal clarification on our front, Joey, you were referring when we were talking about Cuomo earlier, used the word rape. I just want to clear it up on the record. In 2001, there were sexual assault investigations by the New York Attorney General, August 2001, but those allegations, 2021, my apologies, 2021, but those allegations were dropped in 2022 by multiple complainants. So just to clarify that, so that we're all on the same page there. But
I'm sure you guys are fine. Right. It's generally only Donald Trump that sues every single person who says something about him that he doesn't like, so...
Let's just make sure that Counterpoints doesn't get sued, okay? Destiny, let me ask you this. Both of you have kind of referred to these politicians on the edges, on the extremes, how the most noise gets the most votes. Is there this 80% of centrist voters that Elon Musk is referring to that are just sitting out there waiting for a new political party to be formed to save them from all of these social woes? Is this a little bit of a myth?
There is probably a group of people that you could appeal to with more extremist messaging, with moderate policies. Elon Musk is a loser, and he's weird. He's not the guy who's going to do that. He has no idea what the average person wants. He's almost as narcissistic as Donald Trump, and that's saying something. And he has no idea how little political clout or leverage he has in this country. He's dramatically overestimating it just because Trump lent him some of his. So whether or not there are people out there that could be messaged to, Elon Musk is absolutely not the guy to find them and do it.
Joey, do you think that if Elon is going to succeed in this, and he wants it to be centrist, does he still need a superstar radical candidate, someone Trump-esque, to capture the limelight, or can he do it himself?
He can't do it himself. I don't believe he can do it himself, because if he wants to, what's he going to do? Be the president? He can't. I mean, he's from South Africa, so he could not be the president. I don't know who or what politician he's thinking would be the person that it would be at the quote-unquote top of the ticket. I don't see who it could be. People say Massey. I don't see Thomas Massey as somebody who would exactly inspire millions and millions to run to the polls and vote for him. Also, that's already a ticket. It's called the Libertarian Party. It gets about 2% every year. I just don't see what a centrist policy is and who that superstar that could deliver that message is. It literally constitutionally cannot be Elon. I don't agree with Destiny where he says Elon Musk is a loser. Most losers don't have $400 billion sitting around. He could buy and sell all of us. But we just
got a pretty
really
good leg up from a pretty rich family.
Yeah, well, yeah, sure. But at the end of the day, the man's not a loser. And the funding that he can put in to the campaign or any race that he wants to get in is immense. So that's where a third party would look different coming from him. But as you say, I don't see who the face of it is. I don't know. Obviously, it would be Elon's party, but he can't run the ticket. So I just don't know who it would be. We have no clue because we don't know the policies. So we have no idea yet. It's too early to tell.
Destiny, if we look on the left, do you think this lack of direction, this lack of a unified purpose from the Democrats is essentially powering people that are more to the far left, like Mamdani, because there's no one else?
I think that there's like this weird kind of burden that's being placed on Dems right now from themselves and from everybody else who, like who's going to run for president the next election cycle and who's leading the Democratic Party. And the reality is that every time an election finishes and you're on your way to midterms, there's always this kind of lull. It happened in 2020. There were a lot of conservatives who were writing a lot of really negative things in 2021 about Donald Trump because they didn't think that he was coming back. And all of a sudden, all of your moral conservatives that didn't like all of the cheating, all of the wives, all of the immorality, all of the a-religiosity, all of them came out to condemn Donald Trump. They didn't like him. But then by 2022, Donald Trump looks like he's about to start running again. You get your DeSantis, your Nikki Haley kind of emerging in 2023, 2024, and then eventually the party falls in line again. So I wouldn't expect to see any leadership position or any leadership figure kind of emerge from the Democratic Party for maybe another year, maybe as we get closer to midterms. But I think where we're at right now is pretty normal, pretty regular. I think the big fear is actually, and nobody's talking about it, the big fear is that the Republican Party is going to have a big issue going into the midterms because the people that support Trump are sycophantic cult worshipers. So they don't really care much about midterms. They don't care much about special elections. We've seen this over and over again. We saw this in the midterms with Biden. And we've seen this in all these special elections. Even when people like Elon Musk are out there campaigning, they're not helping. So I think for the next presidential election, I think the Republican Party is going to be in a weird spot where they're looking for kind of their next leader, as that MAGA movement falls away. And none of Trump's children seem to have any of the weird kind of charisma that Trump commands. So it's hard to say, what the Republican Party is going to look like come that election cycle.
Joey, who's going to fill that void? Are the Republicans in trouble?
Are the Republicans in trouble? I don't know about trouble, but there is absolutely, I agree with Destiny here. There is no clear person in the Republican Party that has the charisma that Donald Trump has been able to command for the past 10 years as the leader of the party. You have Vance, who is leading all the polling, and I like Vance a lot. He's impressed me immensely, but I don't know that he could be the same level of Donald Trump charisma. I actually know he can't. I don't think anyone else can. Trump has a larger-than-life personality. Now, Destiny brought up the children. I hope it's not the children. I don't like those type of dynasties like that. I hope it's not the children. That's the nepotism stuff never sits right with me. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting leadership contest for the Republicans. I don't think it's going to be as clear as people think that Vance will just walk right into the nomination. There will be challenges. The DeSantis people want their try. The other wings of the party, the Nikki Haley people, they want their try. Now, will it be Nikki? No. But it's not going to be Vance given the keys to the castle, just like many people think. There will be a contest. As far as the Democrats go, I have no idea what they're going to do. If they're smart, they'll go with somebody like a moderate, like Andy Bashir. But luckily, they're not smart because they nominated Kamala Harris. Anybody that would ever do that cannot be classified as very smart. So we'll see what they do. It's going to be interesting. The next 4 years, in 4 years, when we have the next election, the country is going to look quite different. You're not going to have Trump there. You're not going to have him on the ticket. And it's going to be a very different election. Won't be as exciting, I don't think. It just won't be as exciting.
Well, maybe we'll get you back on when we're talking about that one, Joey. But let's move to our final segment for today as we talk third parties. Calls for an additional party in the US is nothing new. For our audience, I'm going to bring up a graphic here. You gentlemen have seen this graph. I've sent it to you so that you've been able to take a look. This graph is from nonpartisan polling agency Gallup. It's been tracking the desire for a third political party since 2004. Currently, it says that 58% of Americans want another major party. And they have done somewhat consistently since 2014. And yet not a single new venture has succeeded. It partly explains why Donald Trump did so well, given people's desire for something new and to break that status quo. So, Destiny, is the two-party system broken, or are the two parties themselves broken?
I think it's just kind of a psychology trick, like a revealed preference versus expressed preference kind of thing. People will say that they want a third party, but what they're really saying is, in my mind, I can envision a more perfect candidate that would suit exactly what I want. So I think I would like a third party. But the reality is if you start rolling third parties out, they're humans, they're candidates, they're not going to align with you in every single thing. And people are ultimately going to vote with, probably one of the two major parties that are aligned with their personal political beliefs. In the United States, we have a pretty rich set of opinions in our political parties. You know, the same Democratic Party that had Manchin and Sinema also had AOC and Rashid Tlaib. You have like a plethora of political opinions that are expressed at the primary level. One candidate rises to the top, and then from there you get your general elections. I don't think there's this huge need. I don't think there's this real desire for a third party. I think probably the excitement for third parties just rise as people's general discontent goes up as well.
Is it about discontent, Joey? Do you think people are discontent and that's why this rise is raising its head now?
Well, we're not. I mean, there is no accurate representation for people in the United States of America because it's two parties. I don't even disagree with the concept that we need more parties. I just think a third party, when you're only going to have a third one that's going to draw straight from the Republicans, would screw us. That's why I'm very against this America Party thing. But in general, we don't have accurate representation. You either have to fall in line with everything the Democrats like or fall in line with everything the Republicans like. And those are the two choices you have. It's not a nice system that does not represent most of the people. And I really do. I mean, I'm a Republican. I vote Republican. But I don't feel 100% represented by them, especially in my district. I have one of the worst Republicans. He should be a Democrat. He votes more with them than with us. So, and that's Brian Fitzpatrick. I don't understand why it is the way it is, but it is that way. The parties have all the money. These are billions and billions of dollars that are in these parties. To break that system and do something different is going to take a gargantuan effort. But when it's only coming from Elon, who's going to take straight from the Republicans, and there's going to be nothing to draw from the Democrats, it doesn't really work. Ross Perot, 1992. We all remember he even dropped out before the election and still took 19%. Where did that mostly come from? Bush. Who got in? Clinton. This is what happens when you have third parties. And
would you be equally against third parties if the third party was drawing from the left?
Oh, I'd be cheering and screaming and supporting it like you couldn't believe. Because honestly, it would draw. Now, what would be beautiful is you had four. If you had somebody doing this on the left and somebody doing this on the right, I'd actually be very happy as well. But of course, the Democrats love this America Party idea because it's just going to work so well for them. I'd be thrilled as a Republican. As somebody who works in Republican politics, I'd be thrilled if you had a billionaire with the power of Elon going to come in and fund a third party that's going to draw straight from the Democrats and split their vote, and the Republicans would just walk right into Congress with a supermajority. I'd be thrilled from a strategy perspective. For the country, it's horrible. But it's not good when you have it coming from one side and one side only. Just to be completely honest, it's really not good for the party.
Destiny, can you ever envisage a time when we would have a third party that is drawing from the left?
We don't really have a third party friendly system. It just doesn't really work. That mathematically you're always screwing over your own whatever desires are when you have third parties running. There's no other way to put it, unfortunately. Maybe with a different type of voting system, like a ranked choice thing in some states, maybe. But I would have to revisit the way all the congressional laws are written for passing legislation and everything. Because you need majorities in Congress, and I don't know if we have the infrastructure legally or actually for coalition style governing or anything. So we kind of just have what we have, for better or for worse.
Yeah.
Joey, is this just another way for the rich sort of oligarchy class of the US to be taking control of politics?
Well, Elon wouldn't take control of politics this way. I think the best way, if he wanted to take control of politics, he was doing a great job with the Republicans. The Republicans, first he bought Twitter and made it X. He did free speech. Every Republican was grateful for that because of the censorship that was going on before. Every Republican was thrilled. Then he backed Donald Trump. Every Republican, they went from hating electric cars to everybody wanted to buy a Tesla. There were Elon Musk bumper stickers all over people's stuff. It was Trump and Elon. People were literally saying, I voted for Elon Musk when I voted for Donald Trump. So if he wanted a huge position in politics, he was on a great path. He could have essentially gotten a much less rich, independently wealthy candidate for 2028, installed them essentially as the head of the Republican Party, and ran the White House through a proxy. He could have done it. He was on path. I don't know why he decided this way, because he's not going to win the White House this way. At most, he'd be a spoiler for a few parts. And maybe I'm wrong. Elon has a way to make things happen, right? Nobody thought Tesla would succeed to the level it did. Nobody thought when he bought X that it would be blowing up the way it is now and everything is going better. But we just don't have a system, like Destiny said. I'm agreeing with him way more than I thought. We don't have a system that's friendly to third parties. We're not a parliamentary system. So I don't understand how he thinks this is going to be his vehicle to run the country, if that's his goal. Because in my opinion, this is just a way to run money into the ground.
Destiny?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. You can't. We just don't have the infrastructure for a third party. Yeah.
What about this idea of oligarchs buying their positions of power? I mean, he didn't get what he wanted in the end from the Republican Party, so now he's just buying himself his own political party, so he says. Is this just a worrying trend?
I have a very different take on this than basically everybody, so it's a whole thing to get into. But I think that money has far less influence on U.S. politics than people like to pretend that it does. We saw two billionaires in the primaries with Biden. It was Bloomberg and it was Stoyer, and they got absolutely destroyed. They had no chance. They had no shot at all. We saw Elon spend so much money in Wisconsin to try to get that Supreme Court judge elected, and they underperformed what they thought they would. I think that money can help in politics on kind of like edge cases where people just don't know much or don't care much about the issue. So if I was part of a company and I was lobbying for some very obscure regulation, then potentially I could lobby and get what I wanted because people just don't know much about it. But I mean, we saw like Keystone Pipeline get shut down. We've seen places where there are huge moneyed interests lose. Again, Elon Musk is the richest man in the world and couldn't push through, simple seats in Wisconsin. So this idea that moneyed interests are controlling everything, I don't necessarily agree with that. I do think there's issues with these largely influential people, but it's just like a whole other thing. I think the big issue we have right now that would be the top story of the century, if it was on the other, if the shoe was on the other foot, it would be having to do with people buying social media platforms. That's a way scarier proposition. Conservatives would have revolted and done a civil war if George Soros would have bought Twitter or Facebook and started openly campaigning for Kamala Harris.
You find that funny, Joey?
Well, no, I mean, I don't disagree. We would have had a heart attack. I agree. I mean, we like it because it worked well for us. But the Democrats were essentially running Twitter before. I mean, I was personally banned for 5 years. And basically everyone I know was banned off of Twitter for holding right-wing positions. So, Elon lets the left speak. I mean, he lets Destiny. Didn't you say the other day that the kids in Texas just couldn't swim? I don't know if that was a fake screenshot or something. If it was real, it's horrible. You would have probably been banned from Dorsey, too. But in reality,
so I was banned for longer than. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
You were banned on Twitter too?
Yeah, I was banned for like 6 or 7 years on Twitter.
Well,
but also, I don't think there was any evidence that they were necessarily partisan towards Democrats. I think that there were just certain things that Republicans were pushing that every platform had a big issue dealing with. So.
Joey, I want to ask you, you seem concerned about this idea that it could split and detract from the Republican vote. But do you think, though, that Republicans are just too scared to ever turn their back on Donald Trump? I mean, if anyone was ever to show support for Elon Musk, don't you think that the retribution politically that they would face from the president would deter anyone, even if they agreed with Musk's position?
The problem here is this. We don't know what Musk's position really is other than fiscal responsibility, which Republicans actually do campaign on. So they don't actually do it when they get in most of the time because the Congress always writes the laws the way they want to write the laws. So I don't see this big appetite in the Republican Party to abandon Trump and go to Musk. I don't think that's out of fear. I just don't think there's an appetite for it. Musk was never the guy that people were going to run to and gravitate towards as a political mind because really, I mean, we don't know what his political mind is. So Republicans loved him, I told you, because he gave free speech back on Twitter and we were being crushed on Twitter. And that's something I will personally thank the man for till the day he's dead and I'm dead and everybody's dead. But I don't see this big appetite to abandon Trump and go to him Because at the end of the day, we're happy with the job Trump is doing. And in 2028, we're not going to have him on the ballot, but we're going to want Trumpism on the ballot. There's no Muskism. We don't know what it is. He should just stay making the cars. He should stay making the AI. He's the best at what he does in those fields. SpaceX, nobody can do what he does. We would just love him to stay the genius he is and stop with this whole America Party thing. We love Elon Musk. We don't want to see this be a problem for the country.
Destiny, wrap us up. What do you think? Do you think if anyone was to side with Elon, they'd face the wrath of President Trump?
I think the most interesting political time in my life is going to be around the midterms. Donald Trump enforces a very kind of orthodoxy view of you have to follow me or I will try to destroy you. We've seen it with Massey. We've seen it with anybody that Trump, becomes not friends with. We saw it with McCarthy. These people that can be loved by MAGA can be hated by MAGA the next day. We kind of saw it a little bit. It's happening with Elon Musk. So I think the midterms are going to be very interesting because if conservatives do perform very poorly in the midterms, which it seems like is probably going to be the case, you now have this party that's held together by this unifying oppressive figure who will try to primary you or destroy your political career if you don't fall in line, no longer have political relevancy because in 2028, Donald Trump hopefully can't run for president again. I don't know if he's going to try to challenge that or not. I don't think that Donald Trump cares much about this country. He definitely doesn't care about the Republican Party. So I don't think he's going to have much of an interest in kind of being a kingmaker. He's not going to care to choose the next person. Vance, love him or hate him, and I absolutely hate him. I think he's an actual Satan spawn person. Vance has about as much charisma as DeSantis does. So I don't see him capturing any of the kind of Trump worshipers. So I think the Republicans are going to be in a weird spot where you don't have this Donald Trump figure making politician careers. So it's going to be interesting after midterms to see how much the party starts to split from him versus how long they think they kind of have to hold on to him until the main elections come up.
All right, before we go, Joey, what do you think? Are we going to start to see maybe a new sort of splinter during the midterms because we're going to need a successor?
Look, the midterms are still going to be about Trump. Because if the Democrats take power, they will impeach Donald Trump. And if they take supermajorities, they will impeach and remove Donald Trump. So, and honestly, a lot of the Senate Republicans, I could see 4 or 5 of them going along with the impeachment of Donald Trump. So the Republicans will run on that because, unfortunately, I hate to say it, there's not a hell of a lot of results that they can run on because other than the one big beautiful bill, they've essentially sat there and twiddled their thumbs for the last 6 months, even though they had a president ready to sign everything. They didn't get the executive orders through. There's a lot of frustration with the congressional Republicans. I think the midterms, look, if this America Party takes off and Elon is playing around, plus you have every midterm season, the president in power tends to lose seats. It could be a very difficult midterms. At the same time, if they put Zoran Mandami and candidates like that as the face of the Democrats with Jasmine Crockett and people like that, their team is full of people that are absolutely vile and disgusting to the majority of the American people. So if you keep those faces out front, we have a better chance. But as far as I'm concerned, it's time for the Republicans to start getting to work. It's midterm season coming up. Put results that you can go into your district and say, I did this, 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 and that. Just securing the same tax cuts we already had, thank you, but not enough. Deport people, get the executive orders codified, and give something for people to go and tell their constituents, I did this because you voted for me. That's the only way we win the midterms, and that's the only way we keep Trump until 2028, because Democrats will get him out.
Destiny, is deporting people going to bring people to the ballot box in support of the president?
No, I don't think Trump has the mind for politics. And in some ways, I'm pretty grateful for it. One thing you kind of learn as an influencer, I guess, and that's how I analyze all politics now, because it truly seems like capturing attention is the only thing that matters. When you're an influencer, you know you're in trouble when you're fighting more than like 1 or 2 big factions at a time on the internet. And it feels like Donald Trump just wants to pick fights with literally everybody. If he wanted to focus on the deportation thing, then fine, focus on the deportation thing. But you probably shouldn't be making Mexico an enemy at the same time through your trade policy. If you want to fight China on trade policy, then that's fine. But you probably shouldn't be making an enemy out of the rest of the world with your tariffs. if you want to help Israel, if you want to do whatever in Ukraine, like Donald Trump just has a really hard time picking one or two political topics and sticking with it. He wants to fight and then subsequently lose everywhere. And that's why we have no legislation over the past 6 months besides this bill that has now run counter to the largest issue that so many kind of peripheral MAGA people joined the movement on, which was balancing the budget. I've got a talk coming up soon with a tech guy from California, and all of these kind of techie people that jumped on with Elon, who knows if they'll follow him in this America whatever party. These guys only joined because they were all kind of hoodwinked into believing that the debt and the deficit were the most important issues to run on. And now we have Donald Trump extending tax cuts for God knows what reason on just ordinary citizen income that's destructive to the budget, and not doing anything else besides raising the debt and raising the deficit.
Indeed, the midterms are going to be a very interesting time, but we are also out of time, so we'll leave it there. Thank you to our contributors, Joey Manarino, political strategist and commentator, and Stephen Bennell, political commentator and YouTuber known online as Destiny. Thank you, as always, for your analysis and contribution to the both of you. And to you at home, thanks for joining us on Counterpoints. You can watch all our latest debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And be sure to follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers.
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation. Donald Trump has said he doesn't want regime change in Iran now because he doesn't want to see everything turning to chaos. I guess regime change in the region, many people have a lens on that from the past with everything from, attempts with Syria, Iraq and so on. Regime change hasn't got a good record in the Middle East, has it?
It's hard for me to assess it. First of all, I hate euphemisms. It's not regime change. You're overthrowing a government. Let's be honest. Regime change sounds so sanitary. You're engaged in the illegal, the most gross breach of the UN Charter when you carry on in this way, and we should be honest about it. It takes Kofi Annan. It took him a very long time. I think he was out of office already. Kofi Annan, again for the listeners, because time flies, he was the Secretary General of the UN during the U.S. invasion of Iraq. And he finally came out, I think when he was already retired. and said it was an illegal war. He wouldn't say it while it was actually going on.
Just difficult for him to do so.
Yeah. Well, you know, if it's difficult for you to do so, you know, Mahatma Gandhi famously said, the most powerful word in the English language is no. You could have just stepped down. If you stay silent, nobody is putting a gun to Mr. Kofi Annan's head. Nobody was putting a gun to the IAEA head when he stayed silent that there was no evidence that Iran was engaged in a program to build nuclear weapons. So I don't accept it was hard. You always have the option to step down and not do dirty work by your silence. You have the option. In any event, I don't like this sanitary language like regime change. You are in grotesque, brazen, outrageous breach of the UN Charter. And we should just say that out loud. It's not regime change. It's overthrowing a government. Its record, you know, I think, do many people care that Libya was destroyed as a country? Do many people care that Syria was destroyed as a country? Do many people, people in power, do they really care that Iraq was destroyed as a country? I don't think they give a darn.
One quirky little thing, Professor, is that there's been discussion of the Nobel Peace Prize. Now, of course, Barack Obama was granted the Nobel Peace Prize quite controversially in some circles in 2009 when he became president.
It's just the wokeness.
Yeah, well, I was wondering
everyone wants to show how woke they are, and he's the grand beneficiary of wokeness.
What about Donald Trump, though? It seems he might have his eyes set on it. If he was to solve the situation, say, between Iran and Israel, or say between the Palestinians and Israel, does he deserve a Nobel Peace Prize?
Look, Henry Kissinger got a Nobel Peace Prize. Probably one of the, you know, he's got to be up there in the top 5 mass murderers of the 20th century. Menachem Begin got a Nobel Peace Prize, a mass murderer. And you can go down the list. I've already forgotten. So
I should point out, you always give your opinion. It's your opinion. It's pretty strong.
Well, if you ever read, for example, there's a very large book, volume by Seymour Hersh. It's called The Price of Power, Henry Kissinger and the Nixon White House. And it's about 800 pages. And I think it's accurate to describe in about each page, another 1,000 people are dead because of Kissinger. You know, it's not fashionable anymore to say it. Professor Chomsky used to call Henry Kissinger in the 60s the doctor of death. 4 million people were killed in Southeast Asia by the United States. That's not a small number. 2 million Vietnamese. But that was a horror. That was the defining experience of an entire generation.
So the Nobel Peace Prize has no real value in your eyes?
It seems to be pretty good at pinpointing who are the main mass murderers of each generation. So I don't attach any significance to it.
Is the world bowing down to Donald Trump? It seems, I mean, he was at NATO, and the NATO Secretary General, the Dutch head of NATO, current head of NATO, you know, referred to him as daddy, coming in to solve two arguing, two fighting siblings, perhaps, with Iran and Israel. You know, the references to him as daddy and the kind of nature and the way people are very keen to keep him happy, to assuage his concerns. Is he, I mean, is the world bowing to Donald Trump?
Look, he's an erratic figure. He's an eccentric figure. It's very difficult to, he's a narcissist. And so everything is contingent on his ego.
But with him not being a politician, some say he might actually achieve the things that the old guard might not.
I just think this is kind of ridiculous. there were obvious ways to resolve, for example, the Israel-Palestine dispute. The U.S. stood in the way. The U.S. blocked it. The U.S. went along with Israel's opposition to an independent Palestinian state. I'm talking now, the goal of an independent Palestinian state dates back, believe it or not, to the early 70s. The PLO, the Palestine Liberation Organization, had already agreed to it. There was a solution on the table for already a half century.
That's what I'm saying. It's historic, and perhaps someone who's not historically a politician might have some sway in it. You don't think? If he's a maverick they're scared of, maybe they'll have to step down and listen a little bit. I'm throwing it out there. You don't see it?
No, because Mr. Trump is not going to tell Israel to end its settlements. It's not going to tell Israel to give up control of East Jerusalem. The Palestinians might be forced to accept a rump state. That's possible. But a state that has any substance, no, I think that's good. But that's true of every administration. It was never going to happen. And I think people are Look, Trump is a menace. I'm not going to deny that. Trump is a menace. But let's remember the facts. Who presided over the genocide in Gaza? Was it Donald Trump? Where was 90% of the death and 90% of the destruction? Did that occur under Donald Trump? The assaults on academic freedom in our country, the crushing of the encampments, the threatened deportations at the time, did that occur under Donald Trump? When 3 presidents of Ivy League universities were toppled, ousted, because they were insufficiently repressive of the encampments, did that occur under Donald Trump? When Claudine Gay was removed from Harvard, when McGill was removed from the University of Pennsylvania, when Shafiq was removed from Columbia, did that occur under Donald Trump? This idea that somehow he represents a new phenomenon. Yeah, there are elements of him. You know, you can imagine Barack Obama. He used to read the morning briefings. You know, the intelligence community gave the morning briefings, okay? You can imagine Biden. He didn't read them because he didn't have the mental competence, but you would imagine that Tony Blinken, read them. In the Trump administration, Rubio reading them? No. Trump reading them? Forget it. So yes, there is, let's just call it an information gap separating Obama. I said Obama, but remember, Obama just read the briefings. Now, just as a factual matter, a historical footnote, Jimmy Carter, was breathtaking in his mastery of the facts in any situation where he commented. If you look at the record of Carter preparing for what was the original Camp David in 1977 with Anwar Sadat and Menachem Begin, his mastery of detail was breathtaking.
It's ironic he's not remembered as a good president by many Americans, isn't it?
Yeah, he actually was the most competent of the modern presidents. Him and Lyndon Johnson. Clinton was a voracious reader. He wasn't as disciplined as Carter, but he knew public policy. He had the concentration. Obama, he read the daily briefings. Obama was never interested in politics. It was just pure narcissism. That's why Obama and Trump don't get along. It's what Freud called the narcissism of small differences. They're mirror images of each other. They're both just stupendous narcissists, Obama and Trump. But Obama read the daily briefing. Trump, nothing. But there is a question. Do you prefer in that Oval Office somebody who's hyper-competent or hyper-incompetent? I'm not sure which I prefer. I'm sure Tony Blinken was very efficient, very competent, very knowledgeable. And you know what? He was a moral monster. He was a moral monster. So do I prefer a Trump to a Blinken? Or a Blinken to a Trump? I don't know. I don't know if I want somebody hyper-competent or incompetent office. But you say, it's true, Trump is so erratic that you can't really predict what he'll do. It's true.
Even he says he doesn't know what he's going to do.
Yeah, that was a very funny remark.
Will the academic world recover, Professor, from the hit it's taken that you described? It's come so heavily under attack. I think it's largely unprecedented, it seems. Do you see it recovering? And what does this do for students who look for some kind of guidance and leadership through the educational institutes?
Well, right now there is a reign of terror in the U.S. institutions of higher education, universities and colleges. There's a reign of terror. I've been reading the Harvard reports on anti-Semitism at Harvard. It's completely bogus.
Well, we talked about it before last time about the weaponization of the term.
Yeah, but if you look, the report is interminable. I'll tell you a funny story. I read the report once. It's I have it sitting right over there. I read the report once about a month and a half ago. And now I'll be speaking in New York with two people who I respect very much on July 17th, I think. And I have to reread the report. So I sit down, and it's very hot in my apartment because I don't have air conditioning. It was 100 degrees yesterday and the day before. So I'm reading the report, and the way I had organized the pages, it's not worth going into. So I'm on page 131, 132, 133, 154, and then I didn't realize I was reading it again. I had just read it the day before, but I was reading 131 again, 132. I had just read it the day before. It's so boring. It's this navel gazing.
What's the ultimate goal?
What is cosmic, every thought that a Jewish student at Harvard, every thought has to be recorded for eternity. I really don't care. Okay, you're smart. I get that. You're in Harvard. You're probably very smart. I'm not going to take it away. But you know what? You're 20 years old. I really don't give a flying fig what you have to say about anything. I really don't. I know there were some people who were very smart at 20. Okay, I'll grant that. I grant Bach. I would listen to his music even when he was at 6 years old. Mozart when he was 20. Okay, I'll grant that. But you know, I really don't care about every single thought about how our Harvard students feels afraid here and uncomfortable here. Guess what? 90% of humanity feels afraid and uncomfortable every minute of every day of their lives. You know, they feel hungry. They often don't have roofs over their heads. So if somebody said something at Harvard College that made you feel afraid, unwelcome. These are the words they use. We felt unwelcome, uncomfortable. We felt afraid. You know what? I don't really care.
What is the goal of all these attacks, though?
The goal is very simple. The goal is to silence any criticism of Israel. It was perfectly obvious what the goal was. Bill Ackman, who is a Harvard alumnus, he's married to an Israeli pilot from the Israeli Air Force. She's a trophy wife. If you juxtapose the two in a picture, it's not difficult to figure out what's going on. So I'm sure his wife, I don't like euphemisms, but you get the idea. She implored him and made her love conditional on him turning the screws on Harvard. So he had contributed $50 million to Harvard. He's a hedge fund manager, a billionaire, Bill Ackman. There was one person who had contributed $200 million to Harvard. Another person had contributed $300 million to Harvard. That's money. No, it's true. Harvard has an endowment of $60 billion, but it's still money. And then all the Jewish alumni put together a petition. At the last, it was a long time ago now, it was about 1,200 names. Now I'm sure it's much longer, threatening to withhold alumni contributions. So it was taking Harvard hostage. It was extortion. Either you crush the encampments or you're not getting alumni money. You're not getting alumni contributions. And then it's true, again, Trump is a menace. It's true. So when he came into office, he expanded the target. Originally, the target was the encampments, the Middle East studies programs, Harvard. There were sympathetic voices at Harvard Medical School, Harvard Divinity School, and the Harvard School of Public Health. And they came under concerted attack now because of the threats of withholding alumni money. When Trump comes in, he broadens the target to all of these woke courses, in sexuality, ethnic studies, women's studies. He broadened the target because, first of all, a lot of those courses, they are garbage. You have to be honest about those things. Those courses are unserious. They're just woke courses with social justice warriors carrying on like little Stalins and threatening everybody with being canceled if you don't toe the party line. So President Trump had an easy target because a lot of those courses didn't belong in a curriculum. A lot of the reading lists were ridiculous. He took advantage of it. But it didn't begin under him. And right now, it is, I would say, I think everybody is walking on eggshells.
But do you see any kind of backlash against the right rising? We've seen Zohran Mamdani just won the New York City Democratic primary on a socialist platform. He could become the city's first Muslim mayor. How much of a turning point is that? And what does it indicate of where things might go?
Well, I want to I belatedly, because I was caught up in Gaza and then I was caught up with Iran more recently. So I only belatedly got active in Mamdani's campaign. I was out there all of the week preceding. I went out every day knocking on doors and
so you're encouraged. You're encouraged.
First of all, I want to just correct you on one point. Not correct you. I want to amend what you said. Nobody I don't think one volunteer, he had 50,000 volunteers by the end. It was 36,000, but then I started hearing a figure 50,000. Let's go 36,000, because I know that's accurate. He had at least 36,000 volunteers who knocked, the estimate is, on 1.5 million doors. It was a huge campaign. You know, for you guys in the room, to try to count to the number 1 million, if you start now and try to, it'll take you 3 weeks. Knocking on 1.5 million doors, it's a lot. You know, let's say in a building like mine, because I did it, you have to wait for somebody to let you in the building before you could start knocking on doors. You know, you could do in 3 hours, you know how many doors you can get? I'm serious, about 20. So to have knocked on 1.5 million doors, it's quite a feat. Why? But I wanted to say, I met the volunteers. I met them. They were a very narrow age cohort, about 25. I actually saw very few people who were even 30. I mean, between my age and the next person, you could fit the Himalayan mountains. There was a... So I don't believe one person, I'm going to tell you this, I don't think one person volunteered for him because he was Muslim.
Yeah, I mentioned that.
I know everybody's casting it because they're all into these identity politics. They didn't vote for him, they didn't support him because he was a Muslim, because he presented a radical program to transform our city. Nobody cared that he was Muslim. So every time I hear these people, democracy now, first Muslim president, New York Times, first Muslim president.
I think it's because of the general Islamophobia that's been built up.
No, I think it's because of identity politics. They look at it through the. It was a class program. This was a clear-cut class struggle. The billionaire class, the Ackmans, who I mentioned, the Bloomberg gave $8.3 million. The real estate industry, he was outspent, Mamdani, 30-1. It was 30 million. They say 25, but then there were these hidden PACs, super PACs. It was about 30 million versus Mamdani raised 1.2 million. You know, it was the Bernie Sanders candidacy, but on a local level. Bernie Sanders, every night he hammered away the billionaire class, Big Pharma, Goldman Sachs. And this was on a local level. But as one person put it, a big donor, the real estate, Reckler is his name. He said, what's going on here? New York City is the capital, the world capital of capitalism. The world capital of capitalism. We're not letting Mamdani, a socialist, we're not letting him in City Hall. This was a class struggle. It had nothing to do with his identity.
Fine.
If he had been white and he was clever as Mamdani is, it would have been a white candidate, Jewish, anything.
So having established that, let me get back to my first point or the question. What does this bode for the future?
Well, it's the first step in a long march. It's going to become brutal now, between now and November. It's, to my thinking, it's pretty obvious what they're going to do. They want to knock out they want one candidate. They want to coalesce under around one candidate. So then right now you have Curtis Sliwa in the Republican Party. You have Eric Adams, the current mayor, a crook of a very high order. You have possibility of Cuomo running. And if you have those three, it'll split the opposition vote. So they're going to get rid of Sliwa, give him a few bucks, a total prostitute Sliwa. get rid of Adams, probably give him, a few free trips to the Caribbean. And then, or they may get rid of, or Cuomo may decide from pride he's not going to do it, in which case they're already talking about a coalescing around Adams. So it'll be down to 2. The vote against Mamdani won't be split. It'll be down to 2. And then it will be full blast the smear campaign. It will be full blast the smear campaign. The biggest error that Mamdani could commit, he's a very smart guy. He doesn't need my advice, but I'm going to offer it. Don't do what Corbyn did. When he started getting smeared with the anti-Semitism charges, first by the British Board of... Jeremy Corbyn, excuse me. First by the British Board of Deputies, and then by the whole ruling elite, from Sky News to the BBC, from The Guardian to the tabloids. They used and Corbyn kept trying to appease them and placate them, making one concession after another. That's never going to work. You will never placate them, even if you get on your hands and knees. And beg. It's not going to happen. So my strong advice to Mr. Mamdani is don't try to appease. On his election night victory speech, he said, I know that there are a lot of people who feel uncomfortable with certain of my views. He said, and we know who he was alluding to. And he said, I will stick by my principles. I will stick by my convictions. But he said, I'm ready to listen to the concerns of the other side. I, of course, like the first part, I worried about the second part.
The confession.
Yes, yeah, because I'm for listening. Of course, you should always listen. But is that opening a door? If he opens the door, A, he can never appease them, and B, his base will disintegrate because they'll see another guy selling out.
We're going to have to watch that race, obviously, very closely, especially with your prediction. As we kind of wrap this up, and I have to say, Professor, I'm old school, so in the interest of journalistic sanctity, I have to point out your views, your very strong views on people that you've mentioned are your views, which is fair enough.
Is there anybody in this room who believes that a large number of politicians and people in power are crooks?
Well,
is there anyone who doesn't believe it? Raise your hand.
Like I say,
I don't see any hands raised.
Look, I'm old school, so I have to always. My opinions don't come into this, so I really am very clear about letting you speak. But I do point out that these are your views and they're very strong. And it makes me wonder, how have you been allowed to speak out in such a cutting way for so long?
Well, easy. Nobody listens.
Or maybe everyone listens, but no one seems to challenge you to the degree that, why has there not been a stronger kind of, and I'm just asking your opinion, campaign against you for speaking out to Israel? Most people who, might be in your position.
Khan.
Please, Riz.
Riz, brace yourself. I never had a job. I never could find employment. I did what you call, in the United States, it's called adjuncting. It's part-time work. You know how much I earned most of my life on a yearly basis living in New York, except for a temporary period in Chicago for 6 years. It was between $15,000 and $25,000 a year. That's correct.
That's tough.
I never had a job. I'm just speaking factually. My life is over. The longer,
certainly not in the terms of your visibility.
I didn't, quote unquote, I didn't get away with it. I paid a price. I was willing to pay that price, and I have no regrets about it. Of course, I can be self-pitying. And I can be bitter. which I have been, not anymore because it's over. But I never had a job. Now, just to give you a few trivial examples, okay? I wrote the only book, Political History of Gaza. I wrote the only one, Gaza, An Inquest into Its Martyrdom. The only one, the only scholarly book on the subject. There is, in respect, Sarah Roy of Harvard, she wrote the major economic study of Gaza. The only scholarly political history of Gaza was written by me. It came out from University of California Press. It's a distinguished publishing house, okay, academic publishing house. It's never been mentioned anywhere. I don't, even in like the radical chic places like London Review of Books, or the cool woke places like the New Yorker magazine, you will not, if you do a search, you will not find one mention of that book anywhere. And you know what? I'm going to toot my own horn. It's a damn good book. Professor Chomsky said, in terms of its range, its sweep, its depth, its analysis, he said it's in a class all its own.
Well, perhaps the way things have been going in recent history, people will pay a lot more attention because it's going to be a time everyone's wondering that how it will be remembered in history.
Well,
we shall see.
Guess what? That happened October 7th. Gaza was everywhere for 20 months. The book was never mentioned. Never. It received 2 reviews. One in the Journal of Palestine Studies and another in this tiny little periodical called something like Middle East Affairs. Nothing. Now, it is true, because of my knowledge of the subject and the miracle of the social media, I have a real media presence now. If I walk on the subway, walk down the street, large numbers of people recognize me. Have I been on one national television program, national radio program? Have I been on one in the United States? One? No. Not one. In the UK, I was on that program called Morning Joe. I was on that program once, and the other case was Piers Morgan. Right. Now, Piers Morgan had me on about 8 times, I think, something like that. I'm not going to speculate on why he broke the taboo, but I will say he doesn't challenge me. I've noticed that he will never say to me, "You're wrong," because he knows I'm right. He won't, factually, I mean, he won't agree with my interpretation of the data. If I say it's not a war, it's a genocide, he'll say, he said for about 15 months that the Israeli attack was disproportionate. That was the term. It wasn't disproportionate. It was not. It was proportionate. It was proportionate to its goal. Its goal was to solve the Gaza question. You have to understand what its goal was. Mm-hmm. If its goal was to defeat Hamas, then you could say it was disproportionate. But if its goal was to commit a genocide in Gaza, it was proportionate to its goal. So we could disagree on those points, but I have to say, he was unusual because that's the only national program. But it's the miracle of the web. You take a interview by me with him, then they chop it up into 10,000 pieces and they make it on TikTok. So it looks like, people call me up. You must be so busy. So many people must be calling you. I say, as a matter of fact, nobody's called me.
Well, I'm glad you did.
I told Piers Morgan, or his the person who works for him, I said, actually, I have a lot to say in Iran. And I know a lot because I taught the Non-Proliferation Treaty. I've studied it. I've studied the International Court of Justice ruling on nuclear weapons. I'm not busy at all. Nobody asked me, including him. Nobody asked me to be on. I think it's an optical illusion, what you're referring to. I paid by conventional standards, Nelson Mandela spent 28 years in jail. Martin Luther King was killed at age 39. Malcolm X was killed at age 39. And you can go through the list, okay? So I did not experience a martyrdom. And I will not lose sight of that fact. I have a roof over my head. I have food in my refrigerator. I don't fear usually for my life. So I didn't pay that price. But I said by conventional standards, I paid a large price. I have a PhD. I'm not trying to toot my horn. I'm just speaking objectively. I have a PhD from Princeton University. I was never able to get a job. I don't mean at a major university. I don't even mean at a middle-level university. I applied to universities in the backwoods of the South because actually I thought it would be nice to teach there. The good side of the web I talked about already. The bad side of the web is they don't look for references anymore. No schools ask for references. They just Google your name. And so you Google my name, you'll have 30,000 websites saying I'm a Holocaust denier. You'll have 30,000 websites saying I'm a supporter of terrorism. And it's over. It's over. Even if they were willing to go through each of these websites to see whether it's true. Does anybody want to have the burden of me in the faculty? You know, no. So I did pay a price by conventional standards. And B, if it looks like I'm omnipresent, and if I have high facial recognition now, it's a kind of an optical illusion. It's 2 or 3 interviews which have been chopped up into 10,000 pieces, and they're all over the web. Just to give you an example, so I was on with Lex Friedman, and I debated Professor Benny Morris from Israel, and this thing called Destiny, right? So with Destiny, it came out mostly to name calling because he's a moron. You know, I can't fix that. I can't repair that fact. It's in his DNA. So that debate lasted about 3 hours. It was 3 hours, 3 or 5. You know, I can't remember now. It was 3 or 5. In any event, there are 10,000 videos now out there of me calling Destiny a moron. And each video, each one, has 1 million hits. Everybody, I saw you with Destiny. That was so funny. That was so funny. So it gave me a name. Like the other famous one was in Waterloo, Canada. It was like something like 2003, where this woman is crying about, I make them feel so bad when I say that Israelis are carrying on like Nazis. And I said, please stop with the crocodile tears. Okay? So whenever I'm in any Arab country, I can be walking down the streets of Amman, Jordan, all right? 10,000 people rush up to me. Crocodile tears! Crocodile tears! You know? I think to myself, I spent my whole life immersed in books, steeped in reports, trying to get all these factual details right. And the only thing people remember of me, the only thing I'll be remembered for is crocodile tears.
Well, Professor, thank you for being so generous with your time today. And it won't be 10,000 pieces, I hope, not that many at least, but it was great to have a chance to see you face to face and to speak with you again. I look forward to next time. Thank you, sir.
Well, certainly no punches held back, as ever, from Professor Norman Finkelstein. That's it for this edition of the show. Thanks for watching. Please send your comments and subscribe, and I'll see you next time.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hayes and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. Israel steps up its campaign in Syria as government forces withdraw from Sweden after days of sectarian bloodshed, and the UN Security Council takes notice. Russia hands over 1,000 bodies of Ukrainian soldiers as part of a stalled peace effort, whilst its forces push deeper into Ukrainian territory. And Donald Trump's handling of the Epstein controversy risks dividing his own supporters and could threaten his grip on power. Syrian government forces have completed their withdrawal from Sweda province following days of intense sectarian violence between Druze fighters and Bedouin tribes that left hundreds dead. The pullout is part of a new ceasefire deal that shifts responsibility for security to the local Druze leaders and factions. Syria's President Ahmed al-Sharaa addressed the nation, saying the decision was made to prevent further chaos and to preserve national unity. Here's what he had to say.
But we put the interests of the Syrians before chaos and destruction. So the best choice at this stage was to make a careful decision to protect the unity of our country and the safety of its people, based on the supreme national interest. We decided to assign some local factions and sheikhs the responsibility of maintaining security in Sweda. I stress that this decision stems from our deep awareness of the seriousness of the situation for our national unity, and to avoid the country slipping into a large-scale war.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined in studio by Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, and columnist and correspondent Gemma White. Thanks to you both for joining me. Michael, first to you on this. Is this a genuine move, do you think, to protect the Druze civilians? Or is this political necessity that we're seeing here under the pressure of the Israeli and the local forces as well?
So I think it was a political necessity on the part of the Syrian president, but I do not think it had anything to do with the threat from the Israelis. You have to understand that, look, in Syria, it's made up of so many minorities. And I think what the president is doing is stepping away from what would have happened in the past. The Assads came into power in 1971. And a great example of the way that they ruled, in 1982, Thomas Friedman, New York Times columnist, coined this in his book, From Beirut to Jerusalem. He has a chapter called Hama Rules. Hama's about 50 kilometers north of Damascus. Small town, they've got these beautiful water wheels, and there was an uprising there, and the president sent in the troops, and they killed anywhere from 10 to 20,000 Syrians. That traditionally would have been the way that a Syrian president would have handled dissent. Here, what the Syrian president has done is, I think, an incredibly bold move, and it also sets the tone that he comes across very confident and a real leader, because most leaders would not feel comfortable delegating and assigning local communities to handle their own issues.
Is it a smart idea, though? Because now what we'll see is potentially, since the fall of Assad, a shift in support towards the new president, and potentially a lot of support from the minorities. It may, in fact, bump him up with all of those minorities who otherwise may not have given him support.
So I think that what has to happen now is they do have to come together. There has to be the coalition of the minorities coming together. And traditionally, one of the reasons the Assads did have success was not just because they had a strong hand, but also because they came from a minority sect themselves, from the Alawites. And that isn't out of norm for Syrians. They recognize that there are Druze, and there are Christians, and there are Sunnis, and the Shias, and there are Alawites. So the country is made up of so many different religious sects that coming together is very much a Syrian thing.
Gemma, as we'd heard, President al-Sharaa has now said security is in the hands of the religious elders and the local factions as well. What do we know about this? Is this sustainable as a plan?
I agree with Michael. This is a confident move, isn't it? And he's come across as very calm and very measured. So there is confidence in his plan, which I think in turn will give confidence to the people enacting it. So yeah, he said the sort of responsibility for the security in the region will be handed to religious elders and some factions based on the supreme national interest. Now, he hasn't clarified who that will be. We don't have any names yet. And we also don't know if it weights in favour of, if it's representative, of the different groups, how many from each group. We don't know that at the moment. But I think it's a good thing to have local people dealing with local community problems as opposed to bringing in outsiders who perhaps don't understand the neighbourhoods, don't understand the situation. But I'm also reminded of the very famous saying, which is, who watches the watchers? Mm-hmm. So I was wondering if some kind of external oversight might have been, appropriate in this case. But again, you don't want to inflame tensions already, both internally and externally.
And again, there's many different facets to this, but earlier I did speak to the political analyst, Hamdi Rafi, about how this would affect President Ahmed al-Sharaa. Take a listen to this.
It clearly boosts his standing amongst Syrians, because as much as Syrians are upset at what is occurring, they understand Israel has already completely destroyed Syria's air force. We have no ability to fight Israel. There's no argument about that. And no Syrian wants continued fighting. In fact, Syria has gone through extensive efforts to try to create a normalization to whatever degree that could be possible with Israel through its meetings in Baku, Azerbaijan, through Turkish mediation, through Saudi Arabia's efforts, through the United States, through Tom Barak's efforts. Syria's done everything possible to de-escalate the situation. Now, on the world stage, most of Europe and the United States back this Syrian government and understand that the only hope for stability in the region is Ahmed al-Sharaa and the new Syrian government. So they don't support what Israel is doing, and they now see Israel as the instigator, the belligerent, creating the violence, the political vacuum, the instability in the region.
And when I spoke to Hamdi on this earlier on, we spoke a little bit about Israel and their obviously involvement here, and there's a risk of a spread in the conflict if this ceasefire doesn't hold. Will Israel want a spread in the conflict, Michael? Is that maybe the plan?
So I'm going to say that Israel has been very confident in the narrative that they've been able to put forth for decades, which is that we are the U.S.'s strongest ally in the region. We know, however, from President Trump's visit that he is quite amenable to the Gulf states. We also know that there are a minimum of 10 U.S. military bases in Iraq. We know that the U.S. is prepared to, despite the bombing, negotiate with the Iranians. They are very good allies with Jordan and with Egypt. And what would start to crumble is the Israeli narrative that everybody's out to get us and that we are your strongest ally. We, Israel, to America, we are your strongest ally in the region. If the U.S. starts to pump in a lot of the money into Syria, which people think will happen, the sanctions, of course, have been lifted. And if the Syrian government is given a legitimate shot at surviving and thriving, you know, we know the Qataris, for instance, have signed deals to run the airports in Syria, and that's a pure business venture. The Saudis and the Qataris have agreed to pay off the Syrian government's debts. So you have so many regional players who have great relationships with the states coming together to support Syria. So why is it that Israel would continue to try to sow discontent? Because I think that their biggest objective would be to have a chaotic and a divided Syria. If Syria, to their credit, is not going to respond to any of the bombings, and of course they didn't, then that, I think, puts them in an even better position.
They didn't, but they didn't yet, which is important to say as well. Do you think they could?
Well, Tuesday night there were, I think, more than 150 targets that were hit by the Israelis. If they're not going to respond then, I can't imagine that they're going to respond at all in the future. Now, having said that, we also talked about before that maybe they don't have the capabilities. We also have to remember that the Russians were in Syria when Bashar al-Assad was still there. And the Russians, of course, are incredibly distracted right now by what's going on in Ukraine. They don't have the resources. So all of a sudden, Syria is without the Russians. They seem to be wanting to work with the Americans. The Americans are using this as an opportunity to build more bridges in the region. All of their allies want the Syrian government to succeed. There's a wonderful opportunity, not just for America to make sure that they have a friend in Syria, but it's also a great opportunity for the Syrians. The player that remains the player that would be in the cold, though, would be the Israelis.
Gemma, before we move on from this, the US, obviously no involvement thus far. Do you think that will remain the same? The US have no business getting involved here?
Yeah, I don't think they will. I mean, obviously they've had Al-Sharaa mentioned them in his speech. He praised the effective intervention of American, Arab and Turkish mediation, which saved the region from an unknown fate. So I actually think at the moment the rhetoric is enough without further action.
Thank you both so much, Michael and Gemma. Stay right there. We'll move on to our next story. Russia says it has returned the bodies of 1,000 Ukrainian soldiers, as agreed during last month's talks in Istanbul. It's one of the very few diplomatic outcomes amid the deadlocked war. Photos posted by a Kremlin aide show body bags being lifted from trucks in what's described as a humanitarian gesture. But on the battlefield, Russia claims new gains across 3 regions and has expanded its summer offensive. That's despite US pressures for a ceasefire. Earlier, I spoke to our correspondent Dasha Cherishova, who is in Russia, for the latest developments.
Well, those swaps of the bodies of the dead soldiers is a part of the arrangement that have been reached by the negotiation teams from Russia and Ukraine during the second round of direct talks between the sides. And we understand that Moscow is ready to hand over more bodies to the Ukrainian side as a gesture of goodwill and a humanitarian one as well. And obviously the ratio that we are seeing, 1,000 bodies returned from Russia to Ukraine and 19 from Ukraine to Russia, means that the losses on the Russian side are significantly less than on the Ukrainian. And Moscow has been stressing for months now that the Ukrainian army has been losing more soldiers on the battlefield, while Russia has never disclosed the exact number of its own losses during the course of the so-called special military operation in Ukraine. And the hope in Moscow is that once the exchange of those bodies is complete, complete, then the sides will be talking finally about the exact date for the third round of talks to be held between Moscow and Kiev. And the Kremlin has also been saying that Kiev is no rush to announce that date. So finally now the understanding in Moscow is that once this exchange is complete, they will be talking about more talks, especially now that there's been the 50-day deadline introduced by the American administration, although Russia has seemingly ignored that deadline. But obviously the hope is that talks will continue.
Donald Trump is facing growing backlash, not from the Democrats this time, but from within his own base over his shifting response to the Epstein files. In a fiery Truth Social post, he's lashed out at both political opponents and also supporters, calling them gullible for buying into what he refers to as a hoax. But the polls are showing broad public demand for transparency, and the issue really is testing the limits of Trump's influence, even amongst his most loyal allies. Michael, this really is the issue that refuses to go away for President Trump. Do you think that he thought by now that this would all have been swept under the carpet and disappeared?
I think it's a surprise to him because traditionally he's able to control the narrative when it comes to anything that he wants to either push under the carpet or something he wants to shine a light on. He is able to stand the test of time. He doesn't like something, he'll say something about the reporter, calling them nasty, or he'll say something about fake news. But in this particular case, he's losing the battle. And it's partly because it is part of the MAGA mythology. This particular conspiracy with Jeffrey Epstein and the client list. He has had so many people who are part of his administration who are supporting the releasing of the client list. And now he's saying, no, there's nothing to look at here.
Well, what they're actually saying is there is no client list. And this is Alan Dershowitz who said this as well, former lawyer for Jeffrey Epstein, so I guess you could say a vested interest. But no list, and that there's no current office holders on the redacted names that appeared on the previous document.
But Pam Bondi, who's the Attorney General, in February on Fox News said that the client list was on her desk.
However, the Justice Department has said no. So you have to now question who's telling the truth in this situation.
But
Gemma,
this is exactly what happens in a great conspiracy theory.
Yeah,
exactly. But I mean, it is that, but you have to take it at face value on what it is, for now at least. But Gemma, the MAGA backlash has been quite immense. He's risking quite a lot and losing a lot of support from some of the key players in here.
Yeah, and he's quite angry about it. He's already called his Republicans foolish and stupid and weaklings as well. So, yeah, he is alienating his hardcore MAGA base, but in particular, quite the fringe elements as well. So these are the people who regularly post on QAnon, on 4chan and Reddit. And these are the people who start the sort of deep, dark conspiracy theories. For example, the Pizzagate conspiracy theory with Hillary Clinton and those kind of things. Now, you might want to dismiss them as, you know, fringe lunatics or whatever, but they are incredibly influential. And the rumours that they start and the things that they want tend to go nationwide in the US. Now, we have to remember that the list, which, you know, whether it exists or not, this group believes that there's high-ranking Democratic names on the list. So that's why they want it out there. But they also are seeing that their president is not being transparent with them. And he campaigned on draining the swamp, you know, Doge, like clearing out, you know, saving money and all of this. But now his base feels betrayed because they feel that he is not being honest with them. And remember, Donald Trump raged against the elites. He was all about the elites and the cover-ups. And now it looks like he's being a member of the elite and he's covering up as well.
Do you think it's viable, Michael, that these files are released? Is it a good idea?
So I think if you want to keep... there's the MAGA base and the split that's happening there. But now it's become more of a political Democrat versus Republican issue.
Yeah.
There seems to be bipartisan support in the House for a bill where they will come together to urge the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, one of the people who advocated for the releasing of the documents before Donald Trump was reelected, coming together to urge the Attorney General to release them. So it's no longer just the fringe group. It's now drifting into the larger mega base. And it's also now something that the Democratic Party recognizes this is going to create a rift within the Republican Party, and we need to exploit it.
And we could see Pam going to testify in Congress as well, which we've heard that in the last 24 hours, which would potentially see the truth behind the actual files and if they exist. Is that really the solution? Do we just need to get the files out there? Do we need the transparency? Because Trump has said many, many times this issue needs to go away, and quick.
Even if it was released tomorrow, people are still not going to believe that it's the right one. You know, you're not going to be able to win here. It will be, these have been redacted, these have been altered in some way. So irrespective of whether it's released or not, some people are still not going to believe that it is. I think it's at this point, because it's dragged on so long, no one's going to win. You can't win this situation.
It's also, it was just last month. It seems like it was much longer than that. But it was just last month that Elon Musk tweeted that the reason that the Epstein files will not be released is because Donald Trump is on that list.
Did he do enough to distance himself? I mean, because we know in 2007, when the first sniff of this came about, that there was a ban put in place on Jeffrey Epstein from Mar-a-Lago. Is that doing enough? And then he tried to distance himself at that point. We know that they were very close at one stage. We have the videos, we've seen the footage. But did he really distance himself from that situation?
So if I were to act as though I'm a part of the mega base, I would say, well, then release the documents and let everybody see for themselves. That is what Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, talked about it before she was part of the administration. Kash Patel, who's the FBI director, talked about it. Dan Bongini, who is the deputy FBI director. J.D. Vance, when he was Donald Trump's running mate during the election. All of these people have said, release the files. This week in Tampa, you had Megyn Kelly, former Fox News host. You had Tucker Carlson. All of them talking about, please release the files. So if Donald Trump wants it to go away, that doesn't seem to be happening. Going on Truth Social, asking his base to ignore it, that doesn't seem to be working. He's running out of options. At a certain point, either you're going to have to start letting people go as though they're the sacrificial lamb, or you might have to release something that you think is pointless, but at least it would then give the base something to focus on.
The Justice Department are saying the redacted names that are on there are mainly in to protect victims' identities, which may be true. So even if we do get a full release on this list, the victims' names may be removed, but also people who are on this so-called list, whatever they may be, may also not be there. It's a PR nightmare for the Trump administration. What do you think he will do next, Gemma?
Well, do you know what's it being a PR nightmare? He ran on a platform of this. His campaign was based, he said time and time again, we are going to release these files. Basically, vote for me and I'm going to release these files, the John F. Kennedy files, the Martin Luther King Jr. assassination
the UFO files.
Yeah, he campaigned on this. So I understand this sort of sense of betrayal. Like, sure, you know, oh, you made these promises and they haven't been kept. Do I think he'll release them? I'm not sure. I think he might hope that what's all going on in the rest of the world, and, you know, USA is so involved in lots of different things at the moment, that it might just go away. I think that's what he's hoping for.
Well, I think it's going to be a progressive story as well, but thank you both so much, Michael and Gemma. Let's move to our next story. In South Korea, at least 4 people have died and more than 1,000 were evacuated after parts of the country were hit by the heaviest rain seen since records began. Landslide alerts were also raised to the highest level for several regions, and hundreds of schools were shut. Patrick Falk has this report.
Well, the South Chungcheong region to the south of the capital, Seoul, was hardest hit by the torrential rain. Reports say the area has seen downpours measuring more than 400 millimeters since Wednesday. According to weather agencies, some of the levels of rainfall haven't been seen in more than 100 years. The extreme conditions are wreaking havoc across different parts of the country. Emergency personnel were out clearing highways that became blocked because of fallen trees. There have been widespread reports also of people struggling to clean up and of the damage it's caused to people's homes and many businesses as well. The reports also saying among the dead was a man who drowned in his submerged car after telling his wife on the phone that his vehicle was being swept away by floods. Rescue personnel are said to have discovered the victim in his 50s and then declared him dead at a medical center. Another driver was killed after a roadside wall collapsed in Osan City. The 10-meter high wall collapsed and trapped one car while partially burying another, according to local fire services. South Korea is regularly hit by heavy rains and flooding during the summer monsoon period, but it is typically well prepared. Some reports have raised questions about the adequacy of flood prevention measures. In the same month last year, parts of the country were also hit by intense downpours. At the time, authorities said something like that only occurred every 200 years. Then previously in 2023, at least 40 people died after a week of heavy rainfall. Then President Yoon Suk-yeol said at the time that these sorts of extreme weather conditions were becoming the norm and that South Korea really couldn't afford not to take measures. In 2022, the country earmarked 2 trillion won, or about $1.4 billion US dollars, for disaster prevention.
China's PopMart is set to see its profits soar, with earnings expected to jump more than threefold in the first half of this year. Why? Well, the company is famous for its collectible Labubu dolls that are sold in mystery blind boxes. They've seen a massive explosion globally in demand, especially in the US. There's been celebrity endorsements, there's been partnerships, and even big brands who've helped fuel the resale market, where some dolls are selling for hundreds of dollars. But how did these dolls, seemingly out of nowhere, take the world by storm? Well, to discuss this highbrow story, Gemma and Michael. Gemma, first of all, to you, I mean, it is a craze. It seems to have gotten a bit out of hand. Can you see the appeal with Labubus?
There is one in my house. I feel that I should disclose that before we start.
Did you buy it?
No, it's my youngest child. So, yeah, it's not mine. It's not hanging off my bag. So, do I see the appeal of it? No, but I'm cool with that. That's okay. I do enjoy a cultural craze. I absolutely love watching TikToks about it. I love seeing headlines about it. I love seeing how crazy it can get because I miss the Stanley Cup, craziness that was...
It was short-lived.
It was short-lived, but it was so much fun. And I think it's very easy to kind of look at a cultural craze, especially in the social media era, and be like, oh, we didn't do that. We had none of that back in our day. But we did. It just wasn't on social media because we didn't have it then. You know, I'm thinking My Little Pony. Mm-hmm. I'm thinking Garbage Pail Kid cards and Cabbage Patch Kids. I'm thinking Swatch watches. Everyone had to have a Swatch watch.
Yeah, absolutely.
And to be honest, at my school growing up, if you weren't wearing certain trainers, you know, you were getting beaten up in the playground. So there has always been cultural cachet around having the thing of the moment.
Michael, I got to ask, would you pay hundreds of dollars for one of these Labubus?
No, I would not.
If you got one for free, would you take it?
I would not.
Well, that's a pity because we've actually got one here, which we thought we'd bring in because these are being sold in blind boxes. So just to explain a bit about how this actually works. What you get is the blind... Michael, this is yours to take with you. What you've got is this Labubu doll, and they are sold in a blind box. So what you have to then do is open it up. Whatever is inside matches the side of the box. And whatever it may be, it could be something very valuable or just one of the bog standard basics. Michael, I think we'd enjoy if you could actually unwrap this one for us because we don't know if this one's going to be worth a fortune or not. So we'll actually give that one over to you. It is.
I don't know that this is in my contract.
I don't know if it is. I don't know if it's in your best interest.
You're hiding your joy. Come on.
Just be careful of the packaging because that's what makes them more valuable. So what we're hearing from international sources on these is when they sell online, if they're in pristine condition and they're in their original packaging, they're selling for thousands of dollars. Can be the actual amount that people are spending on these. Some of them are selling for a whopping $13,000, which is a almost life-size version of a Labubu at about 3 foot tall. So there is huge demand for these. Now you can see that this...
another inside, okay.
Yeah. So this is obviously, Gemma, you didn't do the unboxing on your own Labubu doll.
No.
Well, this is one of the things that's become quite popular because they're blind. It is the unboxing videos have become incredibly popular. Now I'm going to open this.
I can tell you if it's the one that's the secret one that's worth a lot of money.
And I don't know.
There's going to be a riot in the studio. Yeah, I'm going to be reaching over. The suspense is killing me.
So I think it's safe to say, Michael, what you've got is the sea salt coconut labubu. Absolutely beautiful.
How much is it worth?
This is your bog standard basic. These ones retail, the standard selling price in these should be $10.
Okay.
Retailers are selling these for up to $100 in the store. It's got a 360 movable head as well, just in case you wondered. They are likening this to gambling, Michael, and that's because of the idea that you are opening and spending a lot of money on these. You've got no idea what's inside the box. You may be getting something very expensive. You may be getting something that is worth just $10. So it's a concern if it is likened to gambling.
But it's something that consumers have been dealing with for generations. When I was younger, I collected hockey cards and baseball cards. And baseball cards have been around for 100 years. And some of the most expensive from some of the earliest ones, the Ty Cobb one, I think has gone for $3 or $4 million. But when you buy the hockey cards or the baseball cards, at least in North America, it's blind. You know, you're going in not knowing if in this package I'm going to get, you know, the 3 or 4 collectibles that I know I want. You know, the Mickey Mantle card when it was, of course, in the 50s when he was just a rookie starting out. This is the way that consumerism works, especially when it comes to collectibles. And I think that, you know, much like when people are on social media and they're on Instagram or TikTok, it's not the videos themselves that give you the dopamine hit. It's the anticipation of what's going to come next. And so this is pure, unadulterated, 100% consumerism at its finest, because they've created something that people want, and they want it so badly that they're willing to purchase it without knowing what it is going to be in the box.
Now, I will say, and we mentioned this, you said Cabbage Patch Kids, Tamagotchis, fidget spinners. Every generation has had their own thing that's been to be obsessed about, but the difference has been the cost factor. We haven't seen fidget spinners probably went up by an astronomical amount for something that was valued at less than $1 and was selling for a crazy amount of money. But before that, Tamagotchis, Furbies, Cabbage Patch Kids, there was a recommended retail price. Retailers stuck to that, and we didn't see product inflation on that. And that's where we're seeing companies like PopMart make so much money. So is this the beginning of the new trend now, Gemma? Do you think this is what's going to happen? Every time something's in high demand, you can sell it for name your price?
I think this is just the start. Obviously, oh my gosh, hi. I think this is just the start. You know, once companies see that this is selling, that people are going crazy for it, we are going to see more and more. We have it with Pokemon cards. I've got tons of Pokemon cards in my house. The thrill is in, what am I going to get? What am I going to get when I open this? And it is quite exciting. So, yeah, it's sort of harmless fun until they come to life.
We mentioned a bit about conspiracy theories earlier, and we mentioned a bit about it when we were talking about the Epstein files, but there is a lot of conspiracy theories about these particular dolls and how they may not be all that they're cracked up to be. And again, a lot of it is just, I should point out, speculation online, that they may be a bit untoward. And now looking at them, I can kind of see where that may have circulated from in the first place.
When you say not all that it's cracked up to, what is it supposed to be other than this?
Well, I don't know, but what it's saying online is that these things are harbouring bad omens. So I don't know if you believe that or not, but you may take it home with you. I'm absolutely fine with that.
Yeah, see, look, here we go.
This is really not how I envisaged Thursday evening, to be honest with you guys.
And look at a little keychain. I can put it on. It can become my keychain.
Yeah, absolutely. On your man bag attaché case. And finally, we've reached the point in the show where both Gemma and Michael have brought stories to the table, quirky stories from the day. Gemma, we'll start off with you first. Yours is about a crowd cam footage from probably what is arguably the biggest tour of live music that we've ever seen.
Yes, so a Coldplay concert in Boston yesterday. So Chris Martin, the crowd cam is picking out people in the crowd, obviously, and you're supposed to wave or, do something quite fun. Well, the camera landed on this couple and they immediately ducked and started hiding their faces. Now, obviously, their reaction has sparked a lot of theories online that perhaps they weren't supposed to be at this concert together. And Chris Martin, bless him, doing great work, literally said to the whole crowd, either they're having an affair or they're very shy. Now, that was catnip to the internet, who immediately swung into action. They have found out who the guy is, which company he owns. They found out who the woman is, you know, investigating on LinkedIn and cross-referencing with social media. And now we're all waiting with bated breath to find out if this seemingly married man who wasn't there with his wife, we're going to see what happens. It's basically dynasty come to life.
It really is. And again, should point out, I should say, speculatively speaking.
Allegedly.
He is the CEO of a company,
Yes.
which I will not name, and she is the head of HR, recently promoted to that position. So perhaps this was a celebratory day out to congratulate her on her new role, and her CEO had taken her out, and we may be jumping the gun on a situation like that. Michael,
Yes.
are we maybe just getting a bit too ahead of ourselves here?
I like that you're going into PR mode. Very nice.
As CEO, would you hug your HR, your head of HR?
So a fist bump is about as much as I'm going to do with anyone.
I mean, it was a fist bump, but it was at hip height.
Yeah,
So I guess
a hugging fist bump.
But it's certainly one, and does indicate, once again, social media is a wonderful thing when used in the right way, but can also be taken to cause the downfall and detriment of many people. And I think this is just an example of that. But then again,
we await with bated breath
we will
for the
wait
next
to find
instalment.
Now, I will say, though, however, on this, and Chris Martin is not to blame for this, it's not actually Chris Martin's fault, because he was the one who did say initially that they may be having an affair, and that led to the speculation. But now that people have done the research, so it's the internet sleuths that are to blame for this, and not Chris Martin, because I'd hate to see his name and reputation tarnished.
But then the question becomes, if you are the man or the woman, how do you respond? Do you hire an agency and do you sort of own it and go out there? Or is it where you archive all your social media accounts and you try and hope that you live in a part of town that is not going to get a lot of attention, and you just hope maybe it goes away?
I mean, any one of us could become internet famous at any time, right? If you're caught at the wrong moment, if, you know, you're in a situation. So it is quite, you have to kind of be looking over your shoulder.
Well, look, I think, well, you do if you're doing something that's wrong. And I think this is where the issue, I think we've somewhat moved this into trying to normalise and say, well, the poor couple who are having an affair have had their privacy breached. At the same time, we can travel nowhere without being caught on CCTV or in the back of somebody's camera or picture. And I think the issue here really needs to be, if you're doing dirty dishes, please don't do them in public. And I think that's probably where the real story is in here, Gemma, no?
Yeah, I just think, oh yeah, you know, for me, it's just very suspicious.
Yes.
Yeah, the way they were standing, the way they immediately ducked for cover. You don't do that if you're there with your other half and, you know, you're having...
But I also wonder, because there was so much attention paid to them, and because this happened in the States, a very litigious society, I wonder if there will be a lawsuit pending as a result of this.
Well, I don't know who you're going to take, Chris Martin, because he's made enough money from this Music of the Spheres World Tour. He certainly could afford to drop $1 million or $2 million to cover this up.
But the crowd cam is supposed to be fun, right? So would that be the end of crowd cams then, if you know, so you don't want to accidentally pick up on
But with
someone?
some crowd cams in the past, you know, you've seen people where obviously this is going to be their last date, because when the camera is on them, the last thing they want to do is interact in a friendly way. I do think that, I don't know that you necessarily purchase a ticket and then sign away all your privacy.
Be that as it may, and as you said, there's been some wonderful moments where we've seen engagements take place.
Yeah.
And some really magical moments. And that's mainly what the Music of the Spheres World Tour has tried to encapsulate, has been that everyone comes together as one. And I think the last thing Chris Martin would have done, and although I've always been a big critic of Chris Martin, would have been to expose somebody and to make them feel awkward in that situation.
But he might have hit the nail on the head with his comments. So how innocent is he? Or maybe he just thought it was so out of the realm of possibilities that I could say this because there's no way this is applicable to this couple.
Yeah,
and I'm a rock star. I can get away with saying whatever I like.
Absolutely. But, well, there may be that, but he may also have stumbled upon something. That couple, he may be married, but they may have had a conscious uncoupling, which Chris Martin is a very firm believer in as well, because now twice he's had his very own conscious uncoupling. So I think that could have been what was going on. We don't know what's going on behind closed doors, it's safe to say. Michael, your story is about an auction. We spoke about this earlier during the week as well. Now, there's been a surprise twist in the auction from the Mars Pizza Rock, first of all.
So Sotheby's was holding an auction today, and they had, the one that we spoke about before was a piece of Mars that had been blown off in an asteroid strike. And that piece of Mars represented 7% of all Martian material on Earth. And it sold for $5 million. But what stole the show at this Sotheby's auction was a dinosaur skeleton. Now, this was a Ceratosaurus, which is essentially a mini T-Rex.
T-Rex, yeah.
So it'll go 6 feet high and about 11 feet long. And pre-auction estimates put this at anywhere from $2 to $4 or $5 million. As soon as it started, the auction, it started at $6 million, and over the course of the next 6 minutes, it hit $30 million.
Wow.
And so the final auction was $26 million, but with fees and costs brought it up to $30.5 million. And what's amazing, it was almost out of a movie, because in 6 minutes, you were getting increments of $500,000 bids that then turned into $1 million increments. And this dinosaur, which the skeleton comes from the Jurassic period, which I think we can all relate to, is well, that would put it about 150 million years old.
But not a major dinosaur. I mean, this is not a Diplodocus. This is not a Tyrannosaurus Rex. It's not a Triceratops. This is something, a Cerosaurus, I've never heard of before. So would this be an indicator that a well-known dinosaur fossil would go for a whole lot more, I guess?
Well, I think what makes this one special is that it's a complete skeleton. And it was discovered in 1996, I believe, in Wyoming. And it took years to put it all together again. And I think to be able to own something that has been around for 150 million years, for some people who are absolutely fascinated by dinosaurs and the Jurassic period and maybe even the Jurassic movies, I don't think that it's something that they could pass up.
Now, we don't know where it's going to be displayed yet because we don't know who bought it, but it seems like a lot of cash to splash on a dinosaur. You'd hope that it goes into the public interest. Gemma, do you want to go and see a dinosaur of this caliber?
I do enjoy dinosaurs, like, definitely. I would definitely, I think it should be put out there. You know, I'm not a big fan when things like this, which everyone is so interested in, are then secreted away in a vault somewhere or kept in a private home. I really just think it would be great if whoever's bought it will donate it to a museum so that everyone can enjoy it.
Now, the Martian rock that you mentioned as well, quite a bit more was achieved on that price. Initially, you'd said, was it 2 to 3 million was the expected price?
2 to 4, and it went for 5.
So still it's still a lot of cash. People are dropping a lot of cash in Sotheby's.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and I think that the auction house does a wonderful job of evaluating what is the piece, but also what is the market. You know, it's easy when you have a Steve McQueen watch, or recently they had a Paul Newman Daytona Rolex that was sold. Those ones seem to be a little bit more obvious, obviously popular. But I think it's just credit to the auction house recognizing and doing their research that this is something that's going to sell and it's going to exceed expectations.
They need to sell more of these items, and time will tell if they do. And apparently Sotheby's next week have got another auction that has taken place for a dinosaur that's been discovered that's a blind dinosaur, which they're saying is, do you think he saw us? And that is where we will leave it for today. Thank you to both of our guests, to Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, and to columnist and correspondent Gemma White. Thank you both very much. Once again, don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, and as always, you can follow us on X. Goodbye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson, and coming up on the show, we'll be getting the very latest on the hostilities earlier in the week between Israel and the Syrian leadership. We'll be finding out if the ceasefire in Syria with the Druze community is holding. Plus, we'll bring you all the latest top stories of the week from the United States. Hello and thanks for joining us. We begin our programme with the latest updates from Syria, specifically from the southern city of Sueda, where there were deadly clashes between the Syrian government and Druze minority earlier on in the week. Well, the violence eventually led to Israeli intervention. Well, a ceasefire has now been announced by both the Syrian government and Druze leaders, and that ceasefire appears to be holding. But the Syrian president, Ahmed al-Sharaa, is accusing Israel of trying to sow divisions in his country. Meanwhile, he is vowing to protect the rights of the Druze community. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
كما أخص في كلمتي هذه أهلنا من الدروز.
I also address the Druze people, who are an integral part of the fabric of this nation. Syria will never be a place for division or fragmentation. We assure you that protecting your rights and freedom is one of our priorities, and we reject any effort that aims to drag you to an external party or to create division within our ranks. We are partners in this land, and we will not allow any group to distort this beautiful image that expresses Syria and its diversity.
Well, after Israel strikes on Damascus and Sueda, the US has described the escalation between Syria and Israel as being a misunderstanding between the two countries. These were the words of the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Here's what he said.
Yeah, it's complicated, obviously. These are historic, long-time rivalries between different groups in the south-west of Syria, Bedouins, the Druze community, and it led to an unfortunate situation and a misunderstanding, it looks like, between the Israeli side and the Syrian side. And we think we're on our way towards a real de-escalation and then hopefully get back on track in helping Syria build a country and arriving at a situation there in the Middle East that's far more stable.
Well, let's get more on this, and we can speak now to Dr. Samir Al-Taki, who is a researcher at the Middle East Institute. He joins us from Washington. Dr. Al-Taki, thank you very much indeed for joining us here on Al Arabiya English. Can I just start by asking you for your understanding on the ceasefire? From what you're hearing and what you're seeing, does it appear to be holding?
Thank you very much for inviting me or for making me allowed to participate with you. Actually, till now, things are holding. Still, there are some skirmishes here and there, especially in the eastern area, with the withdrawal of the pro-governmental forces. Maybe they are not regular forces. Actually, there had been some killings and attacks on some civilian in the area. But still, I think we can say that the situation is disengaging, and we can say that, yes, things are going toward a better situation at the level of the civilian life. And now people are able to go to see their relatives, to have a look at their homes, etc. So I think things are better, practically.
Okay. And I mean, there is this narrative from Israel that they are trying to defend the Druze people, a minority in Syria. We had a guest on this channel yesterday who said that Israel feels very strongly about defending the Druze. I'm just wondering what you read into that and whether you think there is gratitude on the part of the Druze people for this defense by the Israelis of their cause.
I think if you go to Sueda, which is practically the Syrian capital for the Druzes, actually you will see entering there lots of the monuments indicating the Syrian Druze martyrs who had been killed fighting the Druzes. The current situation now is as such. I think first of all the Israelis had made an agreement with the current Syrian government regarding the presence of the Syrian forces, especially the heavy armament, to be set far away, about 80 kilometers north of Damascus. They are not allowed beyond this line, actually, till the Golan borders. This is one concern. The other concern, I think, for the Israelis is regarding the presence of jihadi Islamist factions that do not necessarily identify themselves as part of the Syrian army, but still they are acting and they are loyal to this current Syrian government. So in this respect, the Israelis are saying that they have concerns regarding those people. And the third factor, of course, is the Druze factor, where there is about 500,000 Druzes, I think. I know 170,000 Druzes in Israel. Some of them are well involved in the Israeli army, in the IDF. So I think there are multiple factors that pushed the Israelis for this action. The main factor, I think, is that they feel that the agreement that had been achieved in Azerbaijan, Baku, hadn't been respected regarding the presence of heavy armament in the south, and of course the pressure of the Druzes, which was one of the conditions of the Israelis regarding the ceasefire and beginning a certain process for the withdrawal of their forces. One of the conditions was not to allow the Syrian forces to enter forcibly in Sueda and in the areas of what we call Jabal al-Arab, or the mountain of the Arabs, the main stronghold of the Druzes. So actually, the latest development from the Israeli side is calming down now, but still the situation is very, very, very tense.
Yeah, we've heard from the Syrian president, Ahmed al-Sharaa, saying that Israel is trying to divide the Syrian people, but nevertheless, he said he was going to proceed with this ceasefire agreement. I mean, do you think there is a risk that Israel's involvement in Syria's affairs and its perceived defense of the Druze risks further deepening sectarian fault lines in the country?
Of course, I think the main task now really facing the Syrian government is to open a real dialogue among the different components of the Syrian society. There had been the fabric of the Syrian society had been totally shattered during the totalitarian regime of the Assad, and the regime was really inciting the confessional and sectarian divide. And I think unless the Syrian government heads toward a serious and not forceful negotiation with the Syrian components, without that, the Syrian situation will continue to be precarious. We have now pressures from Turkey asking the Syrian army to clash with the Kurds in the north. So all surrounding countries do have their share and interest in what's going on. Would it be Israel? Would it be Turkey? Would it be Iraq? And other, or the Russians, of course. So all those forces are maybe waiting for seeing whether the Syrians will be able to forge a kind of national unity among the different components, a kind of a decentralized state that would allow the build up of the mutual confidence among the components. So I think, yes, Israel can incite, can harm the task for a political dialogue, but still the main responsibility is for the Syrian government to open a serious, peaceful dialogue with the components that would allow really a real Syrian unity and allow the possibility of a national internal peace. I think this is a condition to block the different kind of interventions from different neighbors or international powers.
Okay, I mean, I'm asking you this next question really for the benefit of international viewers who might not know very much about the Druze. I mean, after all, there's only around 1.2 million Druze people in the entire world, most of them in Syria, also in Lebanon, also in Israel. The Druze don't all speak with one voice, do they? And we've heard, for example, the rejection of the ceasefire. That came from one Druze community leader by the name of Hekmat al-Hijiri. He rejected it. But I'm just wondering, who is the one legitimate voice, or is there a legitimate voice that speaks for all the Druze, or at least a majority of the Druze people?
Actually, there is a very powerful intellectual and civil society movement among the Druzes. And those people were fighting peacefully this previous regime. And now they have a real important say in what's going on. And they were those who really opened a dialogue with the Syrian regime, trying to overcome to overcome the many obstacles that have been raised by the negotiators. But so at the end of the day, the massacres that happened, there had been about 10 small and really bigger massacres. All massacres are equal at the end of the day. But yes, there had been about 10 massacres. And those acts practically united the Druzes together. And they are now willing to go toward a ceasefire. But still, there are some suspicious people who are seeing the presence of the armed forces loyal to the Syrian regime, not necessarily regular forces, still in the area. So, yes, the situation is very precarious. And I think the position now is still, we can understand it in terms of, a synchronized position among the Druzes. Some of them will accept, the others will be suspicious, just to keep their options open rather than a real divide, because at the end of the day, facing those dangers, practically their vision became much more than before. They united much more than before. That's why I think now what we are witnessing is that the Druzes, who are a kind of a religious entity that could be affiliated to Islam, but practically they have their origins in many messages sent by their sheikhs from the Hindu culture, the Buddhist culture, and even the Greek culture. So it's a kind of maybe closer to the Buddhism rather than anything else. Still, they are considered to be Muslims and monotheist. At the end of the day, this could be a detail in this situation, but they are quite a coherent socio-economic entity in Syria, and they have a system of solidarity, social solidarity, and even organizational solidarity, which is quite powerful in spite of their relatively small percentage of the Syrian population.
Yeah, indeed. They're about 3% of the Syrian population. But to go back to what you were saying earlier about some sort of national dialogue between the Syrian leadership and the leaders of other minorities in the country, let's focus obviously on the Druze. Who would you expect to be representing the Druze in such a dialogue? Who are the key figures that you would expect to be sitting across the table from President Sharaa or his delegates on this subject of national unity?
I think the Druzes would be able to unify themselves under some kind of, we can imagine a kind of a delegation that could include Mr. Bal'ous and other religious leaders. But the Druzes are, generally speaking, they are very secular. And so they affiliate themselves more to many Sunni secular that are maybe not in harmony with the current Syrian regime. So I think the secular side, which is called the Sahit al-Karama, the place of dignity, which used to be a square in Sueda, where they gathered every week against the previous Syrian regime. I think this coalition of different secular forces among the Druzes is very powerful, and we can imagine them also to have a major role in the mediation, in the negotiations, bridging the gaps. I think this could be quite an important force among the Druzes also.
And it was quite interesting to look at the scenes from Sueda, and particularly when the border fence was penetrated by Druze people on both sides from Golan, which is annexed by Israel, and people on the Syrian side. There were reunions of families that were completely cut off from one another. And I just want to ask you about the Druze who live in Golan, because I gather there's 22,000 permanent Druze residents in Golan, and yet only 1,600 of them have taken up the offer of Israeli citizenship. And I'm just wondering how you think those Druze in Golan, which is controlled by Israel, feel about Israel. Do they feel more Israeli? Do they feel more Druze, or would they sort of feel neither?
It's controversial to a large extent. Actually, the Druzes, as I said, they used to have to play a major and important role in the Syrian army and fought fiercely against the Israeli army. I'm speaking about the Syrian Druzes. So about the Golan Druzes, I think the fact that they have now a peaceful life under Israel, they were not involved in the civil war along more than 14 years, that lasted more than 14 years. And also, maybe they became more and more, let's say, loyal or accepting the Israeli relation. And at the end of the day, I think the main factor here is the factional divide, the confessional divide in Syria that made them feel that when somebody comes to kill you, you do not ask his identity. You just find somebody neighboring you that would be ready to help you. And here, there, especially the Golan Druzes, they have really familial, first-degree familial relations with the Druzes in Sueda, and some of them did have their direct relatives killed in the massacres that happened by the pro-regime forces. They are not maybe regular forces, but they were pro-regime forces. So they see the confessional jihadi propaganda in Syria very much a danger for their relatives. And that's why they were maybe more than 3 months ago ready to intervene and try to defend their relatives. And that's what had happened practically. Still, I think there is another regulating factor. As I said, Sahat al-Karama, the square of dignity, people are are trying to calm down and not to allow things to become a kind of pro-Israeli movement among the Druzes. Of course, the scene is very much, like moving sand now in Syria. And because of the atrocities, people could change their camps because of their familial and fear makes lots of change in the Syria and in the people's mind, actually.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time, but really appreciate you speaking to us. Dr. Samir Al-Taki, researcher at the Middle East Institute. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you very much.
Well, let's get a US perspective on these developments, and we can speak now to Greg Swenson, who's the chairman of Republicans Overseas UK, who joins us now. Greg, always a pleasure talking to you. Let me just start by asking you about how Washington views what's been happening in Syria. I mean, the rehabilitation of Syria and bringing the leader, President al-Sharaa, in from the cold seemed to be very much a personal project of President Trump. And I'm wondering, therefore, how you think he views these developments, notably the airstrikes on Damascus.
Yeah, it's a great question, and you're right, Tom. President Trump has got, he's planted some seeds with President Ahmad al-Sharaa, and I do think he's got great hopes for reintegrating Syria into the West and into the American attempts for peace in the Middle East, and even at some point waving them into the Abraham Accords, which would be quite something. But on the other hand, he does respect the fact that Netanyahu in Israel, has to protect his people, and he's concerned with some of the troop movements on the border, especially around the Golan Heights. So, it's a delicate situation, but I do think, number one, President Trump does not want to upset the process of reintegrating Syria. And that's why Marco Rubio has been all over this. I mean, it hasn't been big news in the U.S. I'm here in Chicago, Tom, but it hasn't really hit the headlines. But I know Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State and National Security Advisor, is very much on top of this and has made some statements and has definitely been involved in the negotiations in the last 24 hours, especially.
Yeah, I mean, he's been extremely busy, as have other parties trying to mediate and try to, dial down the temperature here. He characterized this as a misunderstanding between Israel and Syria. I mean, is it as simple as that, do you think?
Well, probably not as simple as that, Tom, but I do think that, he appreciates the fact that there are some very long-term rivalries here. There's, these go back, the Druze go back to the, 12th century in Egypt. There's, many of them residing in Syria, Lebanon, Israel, especially in the Golan Heights. I mean, there's a lot of sensitivities here, and you're seeing some armed conflict between the Druze. You've got the Bedouin tribes, you've got the Sunni, I would call them extremists that are loyal to the new government. But then, of course, you've got the Alawites who are probably suffering at the hands of the new government. So there's a lot of moving parts here. And I think that's what the Secretary of State is saying. Let's try to dial it down. They have sort of, they basically got the two sides to agree to a ceasefire, but there's so many other moving parts here.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about the Abraham Accords in your first answer, and something we were hearing from the Israeli foreign minister only a couple of days ago, Gideon Saar, saying Israel will welcome Syria to the peace and normalization circle in the Middle East. I mean, they're saying that, and then at the same time, a couple of days later, carrying out airstrikes on the defense ministry in Damascus. I mean, it's really hard to reconcile these two things, isn't it? I mean, the words and the actions seem to be really quite far removed from one another.
It really is, but I don't think this is an attempt to, disrupt the process in Syria. They're not trying to overthrow al-Sharaa. They're not trying to overthrow the government. This is a specific, isolated incident with specifically around protecting the Druze and protecting the border that they're just nervous about, and with good reason. This, going back to October 7th, they've been fighting a multi-front war and have to really be conscious of their borders. So I think this is more of a focused situation for Netanyahu and the IDF. But on the other hand, the real concern, that we all have is that it will escalate and then upset the possibility of Syria, reintegrating into the West. So, there's a lot of sensitivity here. I do think he can balance that. I also think that al-Sharaa has said that he's going to protect the Druze, and I think it's important that he made that statement. That I think is really helpful. But you can't, whether it's Israel or the Syrian government, they can't control everybody on the ground, and these tribal conflicts are difficult to manage.
Do you think there's a degree of understanding in Washington that, for all the reasons you've mentioned, this is a complex country that's been in a state of internal strife for 12 years. It's home to lots of different groups. 25% of the population of Syria could be put under the heading of minorities, be it Christian, Druze, Alawites. Do you think in Washington there is a sense of we've got to give the new leadership a bit of space and a little bit of leeway to try to fix things in their own way and not to come down too hard on them?
Yeah, I think that's definitely a point, and probably pretty accurate in describing their view. And I think this is part of the new model, the President Trump model, which is not regime change. It's not let's invade the country like we did in Afghanistan and Iraq. Let's let the country figure it out. Once that's settled, which apparently it has been, then we'll support them. We'll try to integrate them in. I don't think President Trump would have chosen, this particular leadership, given that, their background as an Al-Qaeda affiliate. But on the other hand, they needed to sort it out themselves. I think that's the new model of not trying to influence regime change. And I think you could say the same in Iran. Of course, we all want regime change. We wanted it in Syria. We want it in Iran. But we're not willing to go in and execute that because we know that doesn't work. It's a proven failure in terms of strategy. So, yeah, I think the president and the Secretary of State are supporting al-Sharaa because he's the one who overthrew Assad and in many respects won. And so that's the leadership, and that's who we're going to deal with.
Had we been able to sort of look behind the curtain and find out exactly what happened in terms of the mediation efforts by the US? Do you think there could have been an element of President Trump saying to the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, listen, come back, wind your neck in a little bit and perhaps put a stop to any further thoughts of striking Damascus? It's a fragile country.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, it's a good point, Tom. I think he did. I would assume he did that, or perhaps Secretary of State Rubio, and I probably did the same with Syria, with al-Sharaa. So I think, look, the president is interested in peace. He's not starting any wars, that's for sure. When forced to use military execution, he will, like he did with Iran a few weeks ago. And I do think he's done that in the past, but it's targeted, it's isolated, and it's only when he's exhausted all diplomatic means to get something done. So, yeah, I think he's got great hopes for Syria. You saw the engagement that he had with al-Sharaa in Riyadh on his trip to Saudi. So I think there's great potential here. There are going to be bumps in the road, that's for sure. But the president's strategy worked in his first term. We had peace and prosperity. You saw it with the Abraham Accords. You saw it when he needed to use military strength in isolated situations like with ISIS, like with terminating Soleimani, like the skirmish with the Russian mercenaries in Syria. He's not afraid to do that, but it's always going to be diplomacy first, and let the people of the region self-determine. And I think he's showing that again. So he's giving every opportunity to both Israel and to Syria to mend the fences and move on toward a peaceful integration of Syria.
Yeah, President Trump has got a special envoy to the region by the name of Tom Barrack. I don't know if you know Tom Barrack, but he's been talking a lot about a new Middle East, and it's being reported that he and his delegation spoke to the Israeli side and told them to stand down and take a breath. I mean, he's obviously looking at a much bigger picture here, which is this new Middle East. I mean, there are already some issues in the region. He doesn't need any, the Trump administration doesn't want any new flashpoints in the Middle East, does it? Because it's obviously, there's only, 3.5 more years of the second Trump administration. He wants to get stuff done.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he wants peace, on one hand, peace through strength, but on the other hand, peace through business. And that's really what the Abraham Accords were about. And I think he sees great opportunity for Syria in terms of, doing business with their neighbors and even doing business with the U.S. So that's a good way to prevent armed conflict. There are going to be speed bumps. There are going to be flare-ups. And I think we saw that on Wednesday. But, as I said, Marco Rubio is on the case. And I'm sure those messages were sent by the entire American delegation. You've got a really good team there, many of whom served in the first term, many of whom have experience with the Abraham Accords. So I think there's a great group there.
Yeah, I mean, U.S. intelligence sources saying they can't see any direct involvement between the leadership in Damascus and what happened in Sueda. So that will probably be a source of reassurance for President Trump and his inner circle. I mean, just sort of to wrap up this conversation, I mean, are you confident that the ceasefire that's been brokered will now be, will hold, and that perhaps, the page will be turned on this rather ugly chapter?
Yeah, I mean, confident. I'm not 100% confident because you can never be that way in the region, but hopeful and confident that the U.S. will do everything they can to prevent any escalation. So, yeah, there's a great opportunity here. And I'm glad you pointed out that, al-Sharaa, was not involved in these skirmishes. He wasn't, instigating them. It's just that there are these tribal conflicts that are sometimes unavoidable. But if he can work with his own people in Syria to dial down those conflicts, just like Israel will do the same, I think there's great possibilities here.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Always a pleasure talking to you. Greg Swenson, Chairman of Republicans Overseas. Thanks a lot.
Great year, Tom. Thanks.
Well, despite a ceasefire deal between the Druze minority and the Syrian government, which led to the withdrawal of Syrian forces from the southern city of Sueda, there are reports of Israeli army deployments in the Golan. So why is the IDF redeploying even after the Syrian president, Ahmad al-Sharaa, withdrew his troops from the southern city? And how does Israel feel about the U.S. optimism regarding the de-escalation? Well, let's get some more analysis. We can speak now to Ruth Wasserman-Lande, who's a former member of the Knesset and an expert on Arab affairs. She joins us from Netani, just north of Tel Aviv. Ruth, thank you very much indeed for joining us. A very basic first question for you, but why is Israel feeling the need to defend the Druze community in Syria? What's behind this?
Okay. So thank you for having me, first of all. It's an honor for me. And I would like to dispel some of the conspiracy theories saying that Israel has an interest basically in dividing Syria. That is completely untrue. On the contrary, why anyway, as you ask, do we have an interest in the Druze of Syria? First and foremost, we have a very amazing minority in Israel, a Druze minority, largely in the north of the country, all of them very loyal citizens and civilians of Israel, most of whom serve in the IDF, and some of them have fallen even in the war since October 7. This is like a brotherhood between Jewish Israeli civilians and Druze Israeli civilians, and many of the people in Sueda are in fact family members of those Druze in the north of Israel. So it is expected by our own civilians, our own citizens, that the Israeli IDF would protect their family members from literally slaughter. And what we experienced in October 7th, which is similar to what had happened actually in Sueda. That's number one. Number two, there was a ceasefire agreement between the Israeli authorities and the Syrian authorities, overlooked by the United States, stating and having been promised that there would not be going down by the troops or by Syrian officials southwards to Damascus. In other words, towards the area, in fact, where those Druze are, because Israel sees it as a kind of a buffer zone temporarily because of what had happened, because of security reasons, because of its fear of Daesh or very extreme forces, in fact, coming closer to the Israeli border. And that was simply broken. In other words, there were troops coming in as opposed to what was agreed upon with Israel towards that area. So those are the two main reasons why Israel was even interested in this whole happening. Not to mention the fact that this is an ethical issue. And I'm quite surprised that the entire world was not on its feet when girls and women were raped, massacred, burned, and killed simply for being Druze.
Indeed, and I mean the world is also acutely shocked by developments in Gaza, watching the starvation of 2 million people. And I just want to ask you though about the idea that these are potentially hostile forces, and extremist elements in the Syrian government, because Israel has been giving the message out that perhaps normalization with Syria and normalization with Lebanon is not so very far in the distance. I mean, it seems a bit sort of schizophrenic on the one hand to be viewing them as so hostile they can't go anywhere near, they can't decide where they go in a sovereign country, and on the other hand to be entertaining the idea of normalizing ties with them. I mean, what's going on here?
I would love to answer, but before I answer that, I would like to address the sentence you have made earlier. Because you did make it and you did say that there was a starvation. So first of all, there's absolutely no policy of starvation of anybody. In fact, if you give me one other example of an armed conflict anywhere in the world where the arming party, which was attacked to begin with, is providing energy, water, food, and medicine to the people who attacked it, I would be very happy to hear, because it doesn't exist. In fact, there were very many experiments with the civilian population in order to make sure that despite all the difficulties and the obstacles, they do get the food and the medicine, the water. That's not easy. It's not easily done because Hamas doesn't want Israel to succeed in that. In fact, it wants those civilians, its own civilians, to be hungry and sick and sometimes even die, because it provides them with the right PR in terms of public opinion, which is over horrific. I mean, there's no words to describe how horrific it is. And if they dare take the food that they are given, they are being shot at by Hamas. So hopefully you will not edit this and you will add my comment.
We certainly won't edit this.
You add your own comment, and
we'll certainly leave that in. Certainly leave that in. But we do speak to humanitarian officials who are on the ground in Gaza. But that's a separate debate. But we're told about starvation. We're told that the food is not reaching the people that it should be reaching.
A lot of the time, the food is indeed not reaching, but not because Israel has any wish to stop. On the contrary, it's putting a huge amount of money, energy, logistics, and the lives of many of our soldiers on the line to make sure that they do get the humanitarian aid. This is insane. There's a whole campaign, a whole company, an American company, Christian company, not even Jewish, that is taking care of that. Our soldiers are guarding that in order to make sure that it happens. So it is a lot of energy to be put into not getting that to the civilians.
Okay, let's get back to normalization of. Let's talk about normalization of ties.
Absolutely.
I mean, is Israel interested in? Yeah, is Israel interested in normalizing ties with this government in Damascus?
Okay, so Israel has very little interest in having another war on another front with yet another enemy. And it is interested in discussing possibilities of ceasefires and a lack of war. The word normalization, or tatbi'a, as it's said in Arabic, is not discussed, not because Israel doesn't want it, but because it's not on the table. Tatbi'a between the people is not something that the Syrians or the Syrian current government is even interested in discussing. It's only interested in discussing issues pertaining to the security arrangements as overseen by the Americans between Israel and the Syrian government. And that is something that it's not only that Israel is interested, it's being discussed, amongst other things, in Azerbaijan and in other places. So yes, there is an interest, and it's not schizophrenia. It's cautious attempt to understand whether understandings can be made as per security issues between the current government, which was until recently groups of armed designated terrorists, as by the international arena, including many countries in the region, and very hostile to Israel and to Jewish people, not to mention the West. So yes, there is a cautious attempt to try and negotiate or reach some kind of security arrangements.
But this is, I mean, it feels a lot like a personal project of President Trump, that, you know, he really wanted to see a reset with Syria and to give the new leadership a chance. And, you know, doesn't therefore Israel need to tread carefully in this regard, and not to carry out airstrikes on the heart of Damascus?
Well, Israel has no interest in carrying out airstrikes on and in the heart of Damascus at all. But when you ask that question, the circumstances, zuruf, have to be mentioned. And the circumstances, zuruf, they are that people, innocent people, were being gang raped, including children, massacred, burnt, and killed. So again, Israel, having a brotherhood with the Druze population within the country, felt that it could not leave these people alone. No one in the entire universe set out to help them, but Israel did. We experienced exactly the same thing with the same extremist ideology on October 7th. Our people were treated in the same way in the south by Hamas, and we didn't want to leave the Druze alone.
I mean, there are concerns, and, you know, let's be clear about one thing, and I'd love to get your views on this. It doesn't seem that all the Druze are necessarily speaking with the same voice. I mean, do we agree on that? There are different opinions. And one Druze leader by the name of Saif Jarbour says that foreign intervention will not serve the interest of Syria's Druze people. I mean, do you think there is a danger? And I put this question to a guest earlier on. I'd love to get your opinion as well. Is there a danger that Israel's involvement in this and its perceived support of the Druze people will only serve in the longer term to deepen sectarian divisions? What do you say to that?
I would say that when there is a darkness, we need to be a light unto the nations. And there is a humanitarian, really humane interest in not having to have people massacred, raped, and burnt for no reason at all. And yes, there are very few Druze that speak out against this, taking on the rhetoric of the current government in Syria, but they do not represent the vast majority of the Druze. And this is something that is humanitarian, human, and actually dignified responsibility of anybody that respects human rights. And quite contrary to the claims and the rhetoric and the narrative that we are in search of occupying or imperialistic taking of land, it is nowhere near the reality. On the contrary, Israel is a teeny tiny country interested in maintaining the safety of its own citizens. But It will not stand by while the Druze citizens of Syria are being slaughtered, while there are family members of people who give their lives in protection of Israel itself in the northern part of this country, which are the Druze citizens of my country. And I think that is noble.
The US Secretary of State Marco Rubio obviously has been involved in trying to dial down the temperature here, as have other parties, to try to broker the ceasefire deal, which we're being told is holding, although it's extremely fragile, as I think everyone seems to agree. He seems to think this is all some sort of a misunderstanding between Israel and Syria. Is that how you'd describe it and characterize this, a misunderstanding?
Of course, it's not a misunderstanding, but yes, there is an attempt by other actors, the most important of which is the US actor, to try and bring down the tension and to really try to not have a full-blown war, which is something that certainly the state of Israel is not interested in, despite what, again, propaganda and conspiracy theory holders are saying about Israel. So there is no misunderstanding, but there is an attempt to try and cool down the tensions, as you had so correctly put it. And it is a way of trying to do that, although I think it's an unfortunate word. But largely, Secretary Rubio is very positive, trying to do a positive thing. We have a very good and strong friendship and alignment with the United States. But here, again, there is a noble setting out to try and have the people, the Druze people, citizens of Syria, and we respect that they are citizens of Syria. We don't want to take them. We don't want to take their land. We don't want anything of the sort. But that they should not be murdered, raped, and massacred is something that certainly is a noble cause for humanity in general, not only for Israel.
It was also the UN Secretary General. His comments stood out for me. He said he wants to see an immediate cessation of all violations of Syria's sovereignty. I mean, he appears not to be in agreement with what the Israelis have done here.
Who is not in agreement?
The UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres.
Oh, I see. So the UN Secretary General is very well known to have disagreements with Israel. In fact, people like the Iranian regime, the Shiite Iranian regime, and very high-ranking people within it are put as the heads of human rights committees within that same UN. So I'm not sure the standard upheld in the UN is the standard upheld by what normal nations should uphold. Again, in my humble opinion, as a human being and as a mother of 4 children, we are talking about a massacre, rapings of children. They did nothing wrong. They did nothing, absolutely nothing wrong. They were just Druze and not Sunni and not belonging to the same sect as the government in Syria. And it is horrific what had happened there. And with all respect to the Secretary General, he also thinks that we should not have responded to the 7th of October. So I don't know what to tell you. If my children are attacked, God forbid, massacred, murdered, raped, or burnt, I cannot have a tiny doubt, you as a father, I as a mother, that we would certainly see the humanity and the nobleness of coming to the aid of these people.
Just looking forwards and where things head to from here, we have the ceasefire deal between the Druze and the Syrian government, and part of that is a unified committee that's going to monitor the situation in Sueda. So that appears to show that they are now working hand in hand. Does that mean that moving forwards, they don't need any further assistance from Israel, do you think?
So again, Israel is not going to bombard anybody unless there is a very specific threat to the civilians of the state of Israel and or very, very unrationally or inhumanely this kind of massacre that we had seen. So if we will see that there is not an attempt by anybody in Syria to do what they attempted to do to the Druze. Of course, there will not be any more bombardments. If we will see that there are no preparations, military preparations on the part of the Syrians inside Syria to attack Israel, then no bombardments will be made. If, however, there will be preparations, yes, the IDF will do what is necessary to prevent it, because every government has the responsibility to make sure that their civilians are safe. We didn't do that on October 7th. More than 1,000 people were massacred, murdered, and raped, and carnaged. I believe that we will not do it again.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. We're out of time. But thank you for speaking to us. Ruth Wasserman-Lande, former member of the Knesset.
Thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you for your time.
Bye-bye.
Well, these latest developments come as Syria stands on the brink of economic recovery. Well, the World Bank recently projected a modest 1% GDP growth for the year 2025. Well, with foreign investment beginning to flow in and debt repayment underway, many Syrians are starting to feel hopeful about rebuilding after 12 years of conflict. But renewed escalation, like Israel's recent strikes and clashes in Sueda, could threaten this fragile process. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Dr. Osama Kadi, a senior advisor to the Syrian Ministry of Economy and Industry. Dr. Kadi, thank you very much for speaking to us once again. We were talking last week, in fact, about growth forecasts for your country and how things are starting to get back on track. Before we come on to that, let me just ask you, first of all, what's the latest you're hearing with regards to the situation on the ground in Syria itself?
Thank you for having me. I think after they reached that ceasefire, it seems that this is a fragile agreement because there's still some issues there in Sueda, but I'm sure sooner or later things will be better because all of our international partners interfered, including the United States and Turkey and Saudi Arabia and many other countries, even the Security Council too. They are actually supporting the new administration, and they are looking forward to having Syria as a stable country. So I think they will trying to strengthen the latest agreement with the government, so Sueda can be in a better place economically too.
Sure. I mean, the countries you mentioned really want to see Syria succeed, and we got a very strong sense of that when President Trump met with President Sharaa in Riyadh just a few weeks ago. But what all of Syria's partners also want is for any minorities in Syria to be safe and to live in security. I mean, what pledges is the government making there in Syria?
I think they tried their best with many approaches over the last 6 months. They assigned a mayor there. They met with President Sharaa many times. They have many agreements to settle that city. And I think most of our people in Sueda with that agreement, but some percentage of them, they are not really happy with that for many reasons. But I think at the end, our people in Sueda, we don't really like to call them minority. They are Syrian people like any other Syrian people. It's really they believe in Syria as their one country, and they would love to live among the 24 million Syrians. And there in Sueda, it's almost like 500,000 to 600,000 only among 23 millions. And they have very great relationship with the rest of the Syrian people. But I'm sure because of some chaos here or there, or some groups who don't really want this place to settle down, this might be a challenge. But I think with a good intention of great people in Suwaida and along with the new administration, I think they will reach an agreement and they will strengthen this agreement because everybody needs to start to solve their own economic problems and social problems. And they live over 50 years of poverty, especially Suwaida, by the way.
Sure, and I mean, your role is that of senior advisor to the Ministry of Economy and Industry. And, you know, instability is always, wherever it is in the world, it's sort of a major blockage, isn't it, towards economic development and economic progress. How much of a setback is this, do you think, for the Syrian economy?
If we are talking about like Suwaida city, like almost 500 to 600,000 people there, according to latest census in 2000, I think 10, they depend economically very much on agriculture. So 40% of them, they depend on agriculture, the rest on services. But unfortunately, latest situation of agriculture, it's not really in a good place right now, especially after the heavy drought this year, like less than 150 millimeters of rainfall, and most of the land in Suwaida and others, but especially in Suwaida, depends on the like rain-fed agriculture. So if there is no rain, there will be no crops, then there will be no money. And with this drought this year, even for example, the wheat, that they're supposed to have 200,000 tons of wheat, for example, they have only 2,000 tons of wheat. They have a really very harsh season for them. That actually put more pressure on our people in Suwaida too. So that actually, when you have poverty, you have drought, you have no sources of money or to finance any projects, that put a lot of pressure on people, and that will be used. Usually, that will be like a route for any potential conflict. That's why we need this city to really settle down so we can bring more investment to that city. So it will start really a new phase of economic booming for that city, and trying to really enhance the level of services. And lately, actually, even the previous 14 years during the Syrian regime, their borders being actually dealt with some gangs here or there to have drugs and Kiptagan, and it's really a corridor for that trade, illegal trades. So it's not easy really to enhance their economic level and have really economic growth in that city. So I think from the economic point of view, as an introductory to really settle down and to have a peaceful Syria and peaceful city, I believe we need to have more projects in that city so people really have their jobs. When you have more projects, you create more jobs. So people will really start thinking beyond any like illegal actions here or there. And at the same time, they feel that the government trying to really to support their own people.
Okay, and just in terms of the Syrian economy generally, I mean, how are things progressing? What is the situation there when it comes to the sort of the broader Syrian economy?
No, I think I disagree with the 1% of the World Bank announced of the economic growth for Syria. I disagree totally. Actually, that economic growth needs to be measured quarterly, which is nobody knows, like the first quarter and the second quarter since the previous Syrian regime gone. So there is no real measurement. So that's just an expectation of 1%. It's not really, I think, doesn't reflect the actual growth in Syria. At any rate, I think right now with many projects and MOUs being signed and having all like the borders points being very active. When right now we have DP from Dubai managing Tartus ports, and they will invest $800 million. How come with investing $800 million and we have only economic growth of 1%? Our general budget of 2024 during Syrian regime was only $2 billion. If one company will invest $250 million in Latakia and the other one will invest $800 million in Tartus, that by itself half of the general budget last year. So that's why I disagree with that 1% economic growth. I'm sure it's more. And at the end of the year, everybody will see that the actual really economic growth. For sure, some projects will take a couple months before they start and before they launched. For example, I met one of big company. I asked them, if we give you the land tomorrow, when you will start producing? He says, the CEO, 8 months. We need 8 months to start producing. So it takes time to really initiate any big companies. Besides, there's more than 6,000 companies, small and mid-sized companies registered the last 6 months only. And 2,000 of them, they are on ground already producing products and services and trying to really contribute a lot to the economic growth. So I think in general, I sense that there's a really positive atmosphere and Syria attracts a lot of investors. And I was in Dubai for that conference, Syrian Recovery, and I met with big company. I can't really announce it right now. They came just to talk about how they can invest in Syria, and they want to produce in Syria, not distribute their products. They want to build their own factories. So we have made in Syria products. And that's what will happen from now till end of the year. We will see a lot of improvement, and day after day, we have a lot of investors who are really interested in coming to Syria. So I'm very optimistic in that sense.
Yep, and I think there's a lot of people in the broader international community who want to see Syria succeed. Thank you very much. We're going to leave it there. Dr. Osama Kadi, Senior Advisor to the Syrian Ministry of Economy and Industry. Thank you for your time. And finally, as is the case every Thursday, we take a look at some of the big stories topping the headlines in the United States. Well, today we're joined by Angie Wong, Miami Executive Committee woman. Thank you very much indeed for being with us, Angie. Always a pleasure talking to you. Let's start by talking about the chairman of the Fed, Jerome Powell. There have been mixed reports this week suggesting that President Trump was considering firing him from the job. Some analysts saying that would have been a mistake. Markets reacting a little bit to this. But it seems that President Trump has decided against this, at least for the time being. What are you hearing?
It would be a grave mistake for President Trump, especially during this time, to touch the Federal Reserve. We have to remember that the Federal Reserve is an independent office outside of the White House. It should be independent, and it should not be pressured by political pressure. So that is something that was really clear on President Trump's mind when he was making this decision. Clearly, President Trump wants interest rates to go down so that borrowing power in the United States can go up. Everything from buying cars to student loans to everything would improve the American economy. But Jerome Powell is holding his grounds, and he knows, Jerome Powell, that his 4-year term ends next May of 2026. So he's just going to hang on there. He doesn't have to buckle to political pressure. So that's critical to know that those two, the Federal Reserve as well as the White House, are completely separate. Usually they play very nice together, but not in this case.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a guessing game, hasn't it, all week? Will he, won't he? And President Trump's sort of toying with the idea and keeping us guessing. I mean, I think it's fair to say, isn't it, Angie, that Republicans have got mixed feelings about Jerome Powell. I mean, what are the main voices saying on the two sides?
Sure. Well, President Trump met with several lawmakers yesterday to discuss whether or not they should fire Jerome Powell. And I guess the result today is that President Trump decided not to. Remember, when President Trump announced the tariffs around the world, the bond markets reacted, and his team was watching that very, very carefully. They did not want a part two of that. Now that the bond markets have leveled off a little bit, they don't want to see any sort of upheaval, especially during the time when we discuss what's going on in Ukraine, Russian oil, and additional sanctions, and all the other upheavals around the world. He wants a little bit of stability, especially with the American markets. So I think that was heavily weighed when he was making the decision to keep Jerome Powell in the Federal Reserve. Again, he also understands that, May of next year is going to come up pretty quickly, and I'm sure he has people that he is interviewing for that role. And I'm sure Jerome Powell knows that he will have to sunset next May.
Okay, one of the other stories we've been following, Angie, is, of course, the situation in Ukraine. And when he first took office, President Trump was pretty hard, I think it's fair to say, on the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. I mean, no one has forgotten and will forget that February encounter in the Oval Office between the two men. But it has to be said, President Trump is sounding a lot more supportive towards Ukraine and increasingly impatient with Moscow. What do you read into this?
No, President Trump has actually said those words, that he's very frustrated with Moscow. He now knows that President Putin only wants to show dominance, and he has no room for diplomacy. And I think President Trump was trying to work a deal, as he does, with the EU, with NATO, with even Canada all this time, and also with China to pressure Putin to coming to the table. Remember, all those past talks, Putin would send very low-level delegates to deal with the Americans and anyone who wants to discuss ending this war, or at least a ceasefire. And now it's kind of accumulated to the point where President Trump no longer thinks that he can get Putin to the table, even with these 50 days. Remember, right after Trump announced that he was going to sell American weaponry to NATO and to the EU and others to supply Ukraine, well, Putin basically responded with a whole night of attacks and drones to Ukraine. So that was his response, saying, I don't care if it's 50 days. I don't care if it's 100 days. We're going to keep going. And I think that was the message that was sent loud and clear. What is brilliant about this deal with NATO is that Trump just a few weeks ago made NATO members increase their defense spending from 2% to 5%, which was almost $1 trillion US dollars. And now that that's in place, he's making them buy U.S. weaponry, U.S. Patriot missiles, and probably things that you and I haven't heard about yet. There's a lot of new technology, especially with our defense contractors, that will be going to Ukraine. Hopefully that scares Putin. But I don't think anything's going to scare Putin at this point. I think he's going to continue to make rounds in Ukraine until American troops are, around the region. And he also understands that Trump will not commit U.S. troops or any additional U.S. money into the region. So I think that's the push-pull that we're seeing right now. Let's see who wins.
Yeah, indeed. And we've spoken to Russian commentators this week who've said that Russia will simply ignore this 50-day deadline and carry on as usual. You mentioned the Patriot missiles there. And, that was something that people were waiting for President Trump to make his position clear about. And I'm just wondering how the announcement about Patriot missiles and this overall sense that, yes, the United States is going to carry on supporting Ukraine, I'm wondering how that's going down across the Republican Party, because I think it's fair to say, isn't it, that some in the MAGA support base feel a little bit betrayed by President Trump and his position on this. What are your thoughts?
Well, it's not so much betrayal, more that Americans on both sides of the aisle at this point do not want to send blank checks to Ukraine. We saw an endless war and a lot of American tax dollars going into a region that we don't see benefiting Americans. And, this goes against the America First agenda. But now President Trump has massaged the message so that we are getting paid by NATO members to produce these weaponry to give to Ukraine via NATO and other countries. Now, whether or not that works, I think it works as messaging goes and marketing, but I don't know if my party really sees through this and says, well, we're still giving them weaponry, but hopefully we're going to make some money out of it. So hopefully it's a win-win for both the defense contractors that we like to keep manufacturing here in America, as well as not paying for additional war funding in Ukraine. But ultimately, are we committed to this war? It seems as though President Trump wants to help Zelensky out and provide not just weaponry, but also strategy and also world power, which is exactly what Ukraine needs. But as you just mentioned, Putin, he's not going to sidestep on this. He's not even, I don't think he's even worried, because he constantly is going after more and more territory in Ukraine.
Well, Marjorie Taylor Greene sounding pretty irritated about the idea that this extra weaponry is being sent to Ukraine. So at least some people on the sort of the MAGA sort of support base are not sounding too happy. But there's another issue that's proving to be a little bit divisive within the ranks of the GOP and is sort of haunting President Trump. It just won't go away, will it? The so-called Epstein files. I mean, why won't this story go away?
The story is not going away because it's now become folklore, because there has been no transparency whatsoever. And, before it was just the Democrats doing it. Now Trump's in charge. He is the man to make the decision on whether or not these files come out. Actually, it's the DOJ, and that's also a separate agency, but they work hand in hand. Now, here's the problem. Pam Bondi came out months ago, after she was sworn in as the head of the DOJ, that she had these files sitting on her desk. She went all over American media bragging about these files and how she's going to be releasing them. She even held a press conference with major influencers here in the U.S., inviting them to the White House, giving them these white binders, boasting that here are the files, we're going to go through them and expose everybody. Well, it didn't happen that way, and you can't do a U-turn because, our memories aren't that short. We remember seeing that just a few months ago. So the problem really does lie with Pam Bondi because she went on media. I don't know of any top law enforcer that would go bragging about an active investigation as it was still happening. It doesn't make any sense for her to be talking about it, and now she can't go backwards in her words, which puts President Trump in a bind.
Right, and one of the other things that sort of brought this saga back to public attention was that Twitter, or X, spat between President Trump and Elon Musk on the 5th of June, only, 6 weeks ago. I mean, do you think that was an important spark that sort of helped reignite this whole saga?
It could be. And it also signals to me that perhaps Elon Musk might have seen this list. Now, there was some clarity on the Epstein list by lawyer Alan Dershowitz very recently. He has seen the list because he represented Jeffrey Epstein in Florida. He can't talk about it because a judge has put a muzzle on him and others involved in this case. But what he explains is that there was not really a client list, so to speak. I think client was the word that a lot of people get confused by. What what list does exist was an FBI list, and it was more of a guess of who might have been there based on witness testimony versus an actual client list. Again, semantics and words, but that's what people are kind of interchangeably using as a client list. And again, those are sealed by a judge here in the United States, which is why it can't be released. Now, why couldn't Pam Bondi or President Trump say that? Because that, to me, makes a lot of sense, right? If a judge sealed the list, you can't release it, then you can't release it. And again, this is not we're not talking constitutionally here, but that's the judge's orders. But that hasn't really been the messaging here. So the conspiracy continues.
Okay, and just lastly, on a much lighter note, there's been an agreement for Coca-Cola to change its formula. Well, it's one of its ingredients, I should say, really. And President Trump seems to think this is a little bit of a victory. Why is that?
Well, President Trump drinks a numerous Diet Cokes every single day. We know that his vice really is Diet Cokes. He almost always has one in his hand, and that's his fuel. That's how he gets through the day. I'm happy to hear this change, quite honestly, because we know that multiple countries in Europe uses cane sugar. Mexican Coke uses cane sugar, and it tastes great. I've had it before, and it's just a cleaner form. Now, this tells me that the corn producers of America are probably not very happy today hearing this, because this was one of their biggest cash cows. But less GMOs is great. Americans right now consume 500% more pesticides than any other country. So this is great. This is great news for our children growing up. Great news for adults who've had it in their system all this time. But it's time that we go cleaner, because Americans should live longer. We are a very wealthy nation. We should not be dealing with various cancers and other health ailments due to all these, modified genetic crops.
Okay, so a win there for American consumers of Coca-Cola. Thank you very much indeed, Angie Wong. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you, Tom.
That is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for a look back at some of the highlights of the week. Until then, bye-bye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. cities in the world, Athens, Greece, is in fact one of the coolest cities too. What it offers is a healthy mix of the old and the new, promising a vibrant people, full of excitement and optimism. Firstly, the city is known for its historical destinations and amazing views. Suwanyo is one of them. Here you'll find the Temple of Poseidon, with a bunch of amazing beaches nearby. Tourists flock to the place to watch the sunset over the Aegean Sea. The city is also known for its hip and happening cafe culture. It's still very much the usual way of life in Athens, Greece. Old school neighborhoods still have the little cafes that overlook the Acropolis. Athens also offers its fair share of arts and cultural spaces. You'll find a movie theater that screens both foreign and local Greek films. Libraries and bookstores are around too, with a terrace or an outdoor bar to lounge in. Events and art places are spread across the city. One of the more known ones is the Technopolis. It's an industrial museum where tourists can learn about the work conditions in the old plant and how it developed operations during the 19th century. What's great about this place is that throughout the year, there's always an upcoming concert, party, exhibits, and such scheduled. Looking for the best shopping stops? Kolonaki is the place to be. It offers a mix of designer brands and affordable labels too. Plus, you can always grab an afternoon coffee or have some cocktails outdoors, as there will be places for that nearby. The bar scene is quite upscale and trendy, but definitely worth checking out. Around the city, there are special places dedicated to the nightlife you want. There's a venue for specialty cocktails, accompanied with a lively atmosphere and flowing drinks of various mixes. There's also a place for classic jazz and a chill ambiance. To see the greener part of Athens, head over to the National Gardens. It boasts of a 38-acre area of greenery that is a small zoo, a duck pond, a botanical museum, and a cafe. Definitely a must visit, especially during the spring and summertime. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise,
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Buenos Aires. Buenos Aires boasts a generation of designers, soccer players, musicians, and restaurateurs. All of them have enlivened the capital city, pushing it forward to be one of the most talked about travel destinations to date. What it promises is a bittersweet charm, the combination of the old-fashioned sensibility and contemporary revolution. And both are an amazement to visitors and reminiscent too. First order of duty in the city, honor the dead. Yes, one of the popular spots in Buenos Aires is the Recoleta Cemetery. Its architectural style takes inspiration from Art Nouveau to Neo-Gothic. The result? A site with a maze of narrow passageways lined with a marble statuary and decorative mausoleums. And then, of course, there's the stained glass windows, the marble angels, cherubs in stone relief, and poetry etched in granite. You must know also that in Buenos Aires, football isn't just a game. It's a national pastime. So much that city streets are cleared and spectators are all glued to the game, huddled around TV screens if not in stadium crowds. You must definitely witness a match at the La Bombonera, the famed stadium of Club Atlético Boca Juniors. Next up is the true authentic experience of the city. Course through the quaint San Telmo, which exudes faded grandeur and bohemian spirit. What to watch out for? The Belle Epoque architecture that's only elegant, and the crumbling villas that take cues from 19th century design. It's the antique dealers, tango clubs, and restaurants that attract a steady stream of tourists to the city. You should also know that Buenos Aires is called the Paris of the South for another reason. Coffee. Buenos Aires' lively cafe culture emulates Parisian appeal. You better check out one of its lofty cafes during your visit. Already relaxed? Then it's time to shop. The city's open-air fairs are inviting. There's nothing like an artisan fair on a weekend. It's when the city's outdoor markets are flocked with treasure hunters, hoarding things like antiques, silver jewelry, leather goods, and clothes. It's considered a shopaholic playground, so shop away. Macau. Macau is known as the city where Eastern and Western cultures meet. The city's charm rests in the contrast between old and new, antiques and fashion, traditional and modern. Macau also has a reputation for being Asia's largest destination for gambling. The city is also a major port for trade between the countries China, Japan, India, and Europe. One of the top destinations in Macau is the Museum of Macau, the biggest one in the region. It's got superb collections of its culture and history, dating back from the Neolithic period up to today. This is the place to be if you want a historic general idea of what Macau will be all about. Then there's also the Venetian Macau, the largest single-structure hotel building in the entirety of Asia. It's also the second largest building in the world. Located on the Cotai Strip, it is a 6-star hotel and casino resort that will remind you of the romantic Venice and the exciting Vegas. It has about 3,000 suites with exquisite attractions and amenities. With dining, performance, entertainment, shopping, and exhibition feats, you'll surely enjoy your time here. Imagine 35 stylish restaurants, 300 boutiques, and a mix of sports and leisure facilities. Next up is the Largo do Senado, or the Senado Square, known for the hip place for celebrations in Macau. What's attractive about this place is its design. It's got wave-pattern mosaic of colored stones and was also inscribed on UNESCO's World Heritage List as it forms part of the historic center of Macau. An example of the city's rich architectural tradition is St. Dominic's Church and the Leal Senado building. Reflect multicultural dimension of the Macau community. Around it, you'll find the best shopping centers and the traditional Chinese restaurants that tourists frequent. This makes it one of the more popular venues in the city. And lastly, didn't we say Macau is a city for gambling? Bet on horses at the Macau Jockey Club in Taipa Island, which is home to about 1,000 horses and has a race course area that can seat up to 18,000 gamblers. You'll get to experience horse racing and gambling entertainment with tourists and the locals here. Dallas, the fourth most populous metropolitan area in the United States. It is a major city in the state of Texas, known as a center for its oil and cotton industries and its position along railroad lines. The city has an ideal location right in the center of the U.S., making it conducive for Texan tax breaks. Because of this, Dallas has then developed to become one of the leading corporate destinations in the country. There are 24 Fortune 500 companies in the Dallas-Fort Worth metropolitan area. The Dallas Convention Center is one of the mostly expansive and highly trafficked facilities of its kind in the world because of the city's popularity as a business destination. As a result, Dallas has also become a shopping destination. Dallas remains an unparalleled shopping landscape. There's the North Park Center and the Galleria Dallas, which are considered two titans among the city's many malls and shopping spots. Then there's the Highland Park Village, described as gargantuan by any other standard. It offers a unique thrill from being the world's second planned shopping center, plus a registered historical landmark at that. Talking about Dallas, we can't leave out the topic of sports for sure. Dallas is home to 4 teams from each of the major sports. There's the NFL's Dallas Cowboys, the MLB's Texas Rangers, the NBA's Dallas Mavericks, and the NHL's Dallas Stars. Because of this, Dallas is considered part of the elite pantheon of U.S. cities that are home to these 4 teams. Dallas is also the only city in the U.S. to have hosted the Super Bowl, the World Series, and the NBA Finals all within the same year. Now beat that! Now, sports talk aside, there's also food and the arts. Steak is the main food item that locals in Dallas are most proud of. The country's most highly ranked and regarded steakhouses can be found here. The popular places are Bob's Steak and Chop House. This was ranked first by the USDA Prime Steakhouses chart in 2011. And as for the art scene, there's the Art District in the northern sector of Dallas's downtown. Here you'll find the Dallas Museum of Art, the Morton H. Mayerson Symphony Center, and the impressive Nasher Sculpture Center. From sports, art, food, and everything in between, indeed, the city is filled with surprises and a lot to offer. Florence. The capital city of the Italian region of Tuscany and the metropolitan city of Florence. Florence was in fact the center of European trade and finance during the medieval times. It is also referred to as the birthplace of the Renaissance. Thus its nickname, the Athens of the Middle Ages. Each year, up to 13 million tourists attract the historic center of Florence. Florence's architecture boasts an amazement that only the city can offer. The popular Duomo encompasses the city, especially with its magnificent height and grandeur. The equally tall campanile of the Duomo rings its bell throughout the day, and each day, people look forward to it, being one of the famous sounds of Florence. The palazzi, or the buildings that are frequented in the city, remain one of the must-sees of its yearly visitors. There's the Ponte Vecchio, or the Old Bridge, which is the only bridge that remains intact and wasn't destroyed by the Nazis during the time of the Second World War. One of the city's irresistible charms also lies in the rich culture of art that's abuzz in the city. Each street and alleyway is free and flowing with art. Enter museums to witness sculptures, paintings, drawings, and more that have been made by the very hands of the Renaissance artists. The Uffizi Gallery, Palazzo Pitti, Accademia, and Bargello are the main prime spots for these historic art. There's the Michelangelo that roams the halls of the Accademia. Discover Uffizi and its most viewed works, like the David Botticelli entices viewers with his Primavera, while Da Vinci is everywhere you look. Now onto the special dishes that you can only be served in and around Tuscany. The pappardelle alla lepre, or jackrabbit, or pappardelle con rago di cinghiale, or wild boar, are two of the most popular ones. The jackrabbit and the wild boar are hunted in the countryside that surrounds Florence. And speaking of pasta, you definitely cannot enjoy it to the fullest without a glass of wine. So thankfully, Florence is a city of wine aplenty. You can rely on the city to serve you the best and a variety of its wines. Wine in Florence is easy to find and not as expensive, and best enjoyed with friends and family. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
our allies. Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
So sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there.
It is quite rare to have a career as eclectic as yours, where you've explored so many roles that are complete stretches one from the other. Was it the intention from the beginning, or you feel fortunate that this is the kind of things that you kind of attracted with your talent?
It was very much a decision to sort of try and play as much different personalities as possible, and to really learn as much as I can, and to also sort of stretch my sort of parameters as much as I could or can. I don't want to sort of find myself in a comfort zone, doing the same thing. And so, there is a level where people sort of, one's personality and talent is restricted by certain things, but I wanted to see how far I could push it.
His name is Callum Lynch. We've traced his bloodline back 500 years. To the Assassin's Creed.
Are things more enjoyable for certain types of films, more enjoyable for you to make, or you reboot yourself and it's a fresh adventure every time?
Each thing's got its own challenge. Obviously, when we shot Macbeth, as an example, with the same team, we shot it in 6 weeks. You move very fast. There's not as much money or resources at your disposal, but there's a freedom in that too. There can be great freedom in limitations, because you don't have a lot of choices, so you have to make the most of what you've got. And as a fan, I love to go see films like this, where I can actually just enjoy a ride, or go see something that's perhaps a little more poignant. So as a player, I enjoy entering both of those worlds as well.
You're fortunate enough that you can enter any word you like.
I don't think lucky.
Romantic comedy next time.
Okay, yes, for sure. It's time for some comedy.
Yes, it's time for some lightness in your role. It's just, a bit of a breathing break.
Yes, ma'am.
All of these have kind of their own challenge as well. Not all actors enjoy making comedies. They're challenging too.
What do you want from me?
Your past. You're about to enter the Animus. What you see, hear, and feel are the memories of your ancestor, who's been dead for 500 years.
Wait a minute!
Are we talking about the same fan base in the type of Assassin's Creed video gamers than we do for the, X-Men aficionados that are kind of quite intrusive?
I don't find them intrusive. I find them passionate, and I find them vocal, and I enjoy that. It's like I consider myself the same. Whether they sort of cross over from one community to the other, I'm not sure. It's a good question. So far, I've only really had interaction with the comic book community, and I love them, and I've sort of really experienced that in its full power at something like Comic-Con. So I welcome that community because they care.
We're coming up to award season. What do you remember most about being on the award cycle again last year, and what do you enjoy most about that crazy time?
I guess being in and around and meeting my idols. It's so you get to meet your heroes, and that's a very exciting experience for sure, and to share it with family.
So you do travel with family in award season?
Yes.
They're the ones who probably have to wear heels, and you don't have to worry about what you're going to wear. Probably.
I haven't worn heels yet on the carpet. Maybe I will in the future.
That's another suggestion in the romantic comedy role that I predict for you. Yeah.
I love Cannes, and I'm surprised I love Cannes because usually I don't like the hoopla, I don't like the cameras and the constant makeup. I'm not a lover of it, except when I'm in Cannes. There's something about it that it's everything that I thought Hollywood would be when I arrived. The glamour part, the fun, and it helps that we're by the ocean. I feel like I have a front row seat on the sort of jump-off point for these wonderful filmmakers who absolutely are auteurs. And I love to be a part of someone's story in the best way. Maybe because I tell my story all the time, and my story is a story of impossible odds and obstacles and trauma. And there are characters in my story that really are the ones that really is the reason why I'm here today. I want to be that in someone else's story. And I feel like I have the front row seat to it. Witness their work, celebrate their work, award their work. And I think it's something that they will remember. I tell actors all the time, if you don't do anything, then you don't exist. Not in the room. They'll say, who was that? So the visibility, the shining light on women who are otherwise invisible, who are standing on the periphery, and for you to shine a light on their work and their story is like them being birthed, them being born. And then once someone is seen and once you witness excellence, you can't unsee it. Many women, I think everybody has their own stories, but I still think there's a lot of obstacles out there, especially for women of color. I mean, Stacy Smith from the USC Annenberg study has the numbers, and they are absolutely, that's the data. We just have to do better. They say the whole journey of a hero is you answer the call to adventure, right? And really, the journey is finding your truer self. I think a lot of times people don't either answer the journey or they answer the journey and they get the elixir and they keep it for themselves. The key to life is you gotta piggyback because there's no U-Haul in back of a hearse. The only thing you can leave, the only thing that makes your life meaningful is what you leave for others. stories that are honest and bold. I literally, over the pretty, sexy, hot women who come into a narrative and they're strong and they're powerful, they're all of those things. I mean, listen, I can enjoy those stories in my darkened room at my house. I'm not saying that. But what I really am attracted to now is the boldness of truth-telling. And I think that we have to take back those stories as women. There's too often those images have been bogarted by male desirability. I don't recognize any woman sometimes on screen. I'm like, I don't know who that is. It's like the women who never age, or women who never get above a size 2 or 00. You know, the women who are always smiling all the time. I don't know that woman. But bold storytelling, honest storytelling.
Mrs. Forrester, we have a problem. We're hunting an autonomous android named Amelia. She was built using your design for Megan.
How's this possible? You deleted it.
Apparently you didn't. Nothing in our arsenal can stop her. She's gone rogue, killing anyone who's contributed to her creation.
I think I did it again.
And you and Katie are next.
Congratulations, first of all, on the phenomenon that the first Megan had. What were you careful not to do again, because you want this to be a standalone sequel and not just the same over again?
Obviously, we were conscious of the things that people really enjoyed about the first movie, so we wanted to make sure that there was a tone that was similar, a sort of a sense of humor and aesthetic. All the characteristics that made Megan such a beloved character for so many people, we wanted to make sure that we held on to those things. But beyond that, really, this is an exercise about being as subversive and as surprising as you can be, so that audiences feel like they're getting something familiar, but at the same time in a really unexpected and fresh way.
I know how to stop Amelia. She's getting more powerful. Soon she'll be the most dangerous weapon on the planet. Put me in a body and I'll help you stop her.
You remember what happened last time. You threatened to rip out my tongue and put me in a wheelchair.
I was upset.
How much do you love this cast, basically? Obviously, you know, Alison coming back and, you know, everybody bringing their own touch to it.
You know, Alison is a very close collaborator, and she's a producer on the movie as well, so she's there right from the beginning and pre-production, so she's a really great kind of teammate. But it was also great to bring Brian and Jen and Violet back, like Violet McGraw, who plays Katie. She's just such a little movie star, and it was really awesome to put her a little bit more front and center in the story this time.
Look, she wants to help us. Everyone deserves a second chance.
Okay, Megan, time to give you an upgrade. Anything you'd like to add?
I want to be stronger, faster.
What are you expecting audiences will enjoy the most and be surprised with?
If they're up for a good time, my hope is that they'll have a good time. But I think they'll probably be unexpected by maybe some of the movie's themes. Like, you know, the movie really does have substance and it has something to say. But I'm also incredibly proud of the action. Like, there's a lot of really great action set pieces in this movie, which are very, very difficult to execute. But, you know, we pulled it off, and I feel it's something pretty special.
Well, look who came out to play.
I was programmed to protect Katie. The only question is, are you going to stand in my way?
I don't care if she did kill 4 people. She is a smoking hot warrior princess.
Every day there's something new in the subject of AI. How much does that, you know, influence the script or the process of making this film?
Yeah, you just have to try to stay ahead of it and make sure that you're not talking about something that is probably going to expire and become obsolete by the time you know, you make the movie. And I think in this case, we were just very lucky that it still remains very relevant.
I'll make you a deal. You can kill Gemma, but don't touch Katie.
Megan.
Working with Joachim, that was the most important thing. I've been waiting for him to call. And Sweden and Norway is very small in Scandinavia. You know the directors and everything. And he came up with this story. All of it was filled with, not only the characters were beautifully painted and they were all three-dimensional and everything, but it was also joyful, cinematically joyful things like the house, for instance, that lives its own life through.
Yeah.
It's real cinema.
Yeah.
You know?
He's such a nice person, and that above all is the most important thing. And he is so kind, but also, you know, knows what he wants. I mean, obviously he's, you know, been planning to film this movie for a long time and wrote it, you know, for a long time and thinking about it and consumed him. But then he has a beautiful quality to kind of throw all of that out and let you discover and be spontaneous. So he's really a perfect director in my eyes. The set and the environment that he creates is so safe for you to be vulnerable and open up. And
those sets they're also non-hierarchical. It's not the
Everyone is
director, the
respected.
boss, and everybody, and the kicking down and everything.
Yeah.
But it's anybody can say anything to anybody.
I think I remember, like, the first day he said, he's like, the best idea wins. Like, it doesn't matter who it comes from.
No.
Why didn't you want to do the role? He wanted you to do it.
I can't work with him. We can't really talk. My father is a very difficult person.
Actually, there's a little complication to that character because he is more traditional kind of man, and he's more trapped in his masculinity, so he has harder to show his expressions. But then I have to show what's happening inside him anyway, so I have to make it very small. And that's the thing that it's fun to do. But because my relationship to my kids, they don't see me as a father, they see me as a pal. It's a very uncomplicated relationship.
Hvordan var det med filmen da? Hvordan er det å jobbe med Rachel Kemp?
Det är på tiden att vi sätter oss ner och pratar, du och jag. Inte det?
Well, I remember everything very vividly from this time. I loved being at Deauville with you during the film festival while it was going on for real. We were there on the beach at 3 a.m. doing night shoots, which was wild. I'll always remember that. The sunset, the carriages with the horses on the beach.
Ni två är ju det bästa som har hänt mig.
Bäst som har skjedd deg? Skal vi vært der litt mer da? This isn't done until they're dead.
Buena suerte, señorita.
Ian, such a pleasure to talk to you. Hope you're well.
Hello, Raya. How are you?
I'm well.
Good.
Thank you so much. It's nice to see Winston every time. He's got this mysterious aura about him. How much have you always enjoyed the character?
It was a great script, but nobody thought it would grow into this sort of franchise. So each time it's, how much further will you go with Winston? The nice thing is you still don't know that much about him, which is good. As my dear friend Lance Reddick is, the two of them present this formidable team of hotel manager and concierge who run this, insane hotel for assassins.
Those people that you're looking for, they're surrounding this hotel right now.
No, man, it's a pleasure to talk to you again. Hope you're well.
I'm good. How are you?
Very well. Thank you so much. How did it feel to enter the John Wick universe? You're no stranger to universes yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been a fan of the John Wick movies. I remember the first time I saw Keanu flip a magazine out of his pistol. I was like, oh, rewind that. That was such a cool move. The look of them, the feel of them, the action of them, they're just cool. Yeah, so I've always been a fan of the John Wick movies like everybody else.
Do you like to dance? I know a school where they teach dances. I could take you there if you'd like.
Do you feel that Winston embodies the backstory and kind of the forward story of the whole franchise? You feel like he's the one who knows it all?
I think he's the whisperer, we call him. He's the keeper. He's the keeper of secrets. Nobody. But again, it's like you don't want to. It's a relief, but that's. The film is called John Wick. It's not the world of Winston. It's like, so it's a little more information each time, but John knows that Winston sort of has his back up to a point, because there's no doubt if John did, I think Winston's a stone cold killer, if he could be.
Welcome to the Continental.
Eve Macau, the Roscaroma. What a pleasure to see you again.
Let's talk about Anna and how dedicated she was to that film and working with her on it.
Yeah, she's very passionate. She's very professional. She's very determined. There's a ferocity to her that she naturally brings to all her roles. And then to put her in an action film with that, I had just seen Blonde in France, like a screening of Blonde. I was thinking, like, what a fearless actress. And she's out there, doing all her own stuff and just beating everybody up and let's go again, so you just try to keep up.
How outrageous are the sets in town? It always looks so beautiful on screen. The film set.
Oh, the set, no, that's part of it. I've been talking about it. Those sets are great. And the work that goes into them afterwards, the editing and the sound, the grading, so they look fantastic when they're on the big screen. They're not meant to be seen ad hoc. They will eventually in a home cinema, but on the big screen they look and sound unbelievable, which is what they should.
I'm looking for the tribe with this mark.
Needing to know is what got us banished from the Garden of Eden. Are you prepared to be cast out again, Eve?
My final question is about, the audience getting attached to those kinds of ensemble series or movies because the characters are so memorable. What is the secret? You mentioned Daryl Dixon, John Wick. These are characters people get attached to.
I think hero movies or hero television shows, stuff like that, it's okay to be the hero as long as you don't know you're the hero. Like once you start knowing you're the hero, I think everyone thinks it's corny. You feel corny. I think the audience will feel it as well.
I fully agree.
Rules and consequences.
My favorite quality about Mr. Fantastic is how dedicated he is to his family, how dedicated he is to his partner, Sue Storm, and how he has an intelligence, I think, that occupies, that is always exploring like the intricacies of the entire universe, but is ultimately grounded by the love that he has for his family.
I've known Pedro all of my adult life, and I know that he's one of the greatest actors, and I needed somebody with incredible range who could be both the smartest man in the universe, but also have a deep heart, and he balances both of those things so beautifully.
Thrilling. I think whenever you can step into a world that is kind of different to your own, it kind of separates your professional life from your home life. And you're able to see the fruits of so many people's efforts. A lot of people worked really hard on this film and to bring this world to life, so it was very inspiring.
My family over here, Mr. Pascal, Miss Kirby, Mr. Quinn, above and away.
The thing I love most about this film, I suppose, is its setting, its kind of period setting. I think the design of it's all very beautiful. I'm sure the music's going to match that. I haven't seen the whole movie yet myself.
future retro world that Matt Shackman created. I think it's amazing. And also just the casting is incredible. So that's my favorite part.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Portland. Portland is the largest city in the U.S. state of Oregon and the seat of Multnomah County. You'll find it in the Willamette Valley region of the Pacific Northwest at the confluence of the Willamette and Columbia Rivers. The city covers 145 square miles or 380 square kilometers and is the 26th most populous city in the U.S. Portland is known for the great outdoors. It's got a lot of dense urban neighborhoods surrounded by the natural splendor of the Great Northwest. There's the Mount Hood to the east and Cannon Beach to the west, and each are less than a 90-minute drive. There's also the Forest Park within the city. It's the nation's largest urban forest. The park also has over 100 miles of hiking and bike trails. And there are a lot of more additional parks and rose gardens about town. And then there's Portland's microbrewed beer. Within the city, you'll probably find at least 30 craft breweries, and the city is known to have the most beer makers than any other town in the world. In fact, Portland has been the pioneer of the craft beer movement, and that's for more than 30 years already. The art scene is also alive and bustling in Portland. There's a new exhibit that opens every first Thursday of each month. Visitors also have the opportunity to walk through the gallery district, visiting numerous receptions featuring art, wine, and music. The Portland Art Museum is one of the nation's 25 biggest, with a permanent collection that includes works ranging from antiquity to postmodern. Where there's art, there's music too. Portland's music scene isn't as mainstream, but since Kingsmen recorded their famous version of Louie Louie in 1963, Portland has been a consistent force in popular music. The best way to get through Portland? Biking. It's not just a hobby, but it's part of the city's culture. Many of its residents commute to work via bike and has the highest number of people who do so compared to other American cities. It's got many off-street paved trails that allow cyclists to have safe access to many Portland neighborhoods and scenic areas. San Francisco. Officially the city and county of San Francisco, it is considered the cultural, commercial, and financial center of Northern California and the only consolidated city-county in California. It takes up a land area of about 46.9 square miles or 121 square kilometers. It is located on the northern end of the San Francisco Peninsula, making it the smallest county in the state. It is also the most densely settled large city in the state of California and the second most densely populated major city in the U.S. The city and its surrounding areas are known as the San Francisco Bay Area and are known for many things. However, fog usually invades the city, so residents and visitors must be prepared for the massive chill down. This usually happens in the months of July to August, where locals then make use of air conditioning. The beaches are the best in March or November. You must definitely see the tidal wave fog that pours over the Twin Peaks, or the fog seeping through the soaring suspension cables of the famous Golden Gate Bridge. And then there are the hills. San Francisco boasts of up to 47 hills, yet unnamed. You can enjoy a view of it via cable car. Stare down in awe at the rows of cars parked in 90-degree angles, side by side, like dominoes. Then, stop by the best vistas: Telegraph Hill, Russian Hill, Nob Hill, Twin Peaks, Potrero Hill, Buena Vista Heights, and Pacific Heights. These are where you can marvel at the unique panoramas where land and sea meet. And then there are the festivals, which are practically non-stop in this city. The world's oldest gay pride parade is held here, and so is the largest Chinese New Year festival that occurs outside China. San Francisco definitely knows how to throw a party. The most popular festivals include the film festivals, street fairs, the Unruly Bay to Breakers Road Race, from Stern Grove's free concerts to the weekend extravaganza of Outside Lands. The city is in fact home to Twitter, Zynga, Craigslist, and Yelp, with Google, Facebook, Yahoo, and PayPal just down the road. Ho Chi Minh. Ho Chi Minh City, or more popularly known as Saigon. It is the largest city in Vietnam. The metropolitan area and its surrounding towns is populated by more than 10 million people, thus making it the most populous metropolitan area in Vietnam as well. Many of the top attractions in Saigon revolves around its experiences in the 20th century war and conquest. Walking around the city, you're sure to see its classic French architecture to perfectly maintained American warplanes. Ho Chi Minh is like the historic past coming to life right before your eyes. Today, you'll also see skyscrapers slowly building in the city, combining old and new structures that still make it a uniquely Vietnam city. It is indeed Vietnam's biggest city and business capital. There's the War Remnants Museum, a sobering and unforgettable museum where you'll see the effects of the 30-year-long war between Vietnam and America. There, you'll see preserved tanks, planes, and other war machines in the outside grounds. Then there's the Cu Chi Tunnels, where visitors can experience what it must have been like for soldiers beneath the tunnels. During the war, these soldiers used an extensive network of tunnels to move around undetected by their enemies. You'll also learn more about its history with an informative film and a guided tour. The Cao Dai Temple is the center of the Cao Dai faith. This is the religion that has taken bits of Buddhism, Christianity, Islam, Taoism, and Confucianism. Tourists are welcome to visit the temple and learn more about this faith that is practiced by a few dedicated followers. Next is the Jade Emperor Pagoda, which is one of the most revered temples in Ho Chi Minh. It was originally built in 1909 by Chinese immigrants. Now, this Taoist temple welcomes Buddhist worshipping and is incredibly atmospheric with incense smoke hanging heavy in the air. Also one of the most popular is of course the Saigon Notre Dame Cathedral. It was built in the late 1880s by French colonists and is one of the few remaining strongholds of Catholicism in the Buddhist Vietnam. Located in Paris Square, the name Notre Dame was given after the installation of the statue Peaceful Notre Dame in 1959. It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.